हेलो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, आपका बिजनेस आइडिया यूनिक है तो उसका नाम भी यूनिक होना चाहिए, राइट? ट्रेडमार्क रजिस्ट्रेशन से अपनी पहचान बनाइए और कंपटीशन को दूर भगाइए। ऑनलाइन लीगल
આપે છે હમણાં મેં પ્રિન્ટર જ આપી દે પણ એમની તો તમારી પાસે બધા બ્રીફ ઇન્ટ્રોડક્શન છે પછી
એ તો એ લોકો જ આપવાના છે ને ગઈકાલની જેમ સૌરભ સર જ આપવાના છે
પણ એમની પાસે હશે.
હા એમને બનાવી દીધું એવું કીધું એને ગિરીશ સર કરતા હતા અને
તમે પેનલ ટુનું
પેનલ બારડ સરનું પણ કરી દીધું. એમને મેં પૂછ્યું હતું કાલે તો કે હા મારું બધું રેડી છે અને આજે
પછી એમની જ પાસે કેવું તો લિસ્ટ લઈ લઈએ ને કોઈ પણ મોકલીને.
વેરીફાઈ કર્યું હા સ્ટાર્ટ કર્યા મને કહેજો.
શેડ્યુલમાં તો લખેલું જ છે કઈ રૂટ કાઢીને ને. હા ઓકે સીનો મેસેજ આવી ગયો છે તમારા શેડ્યુલ આવી ગયા મેસેજ દ્વારા શેડ્યુલ પ્રમાણે જજ કરી હવે આપણી પાસે આવી ગયું છે. આજે બી કેટલા 2 પેનલ ડિસ્કશન છે
ચૂક બોલ. હા હા
2 પેનલ ડિસ્કશન અને કીનોટ
3 છે એડ્રેસ.
હા
લઈને ગયા છે.
પૂછવું છે સરને શરૂ કરી દેવું છે પૂછવું છે સર.
હા
બીજું કોઈ એવું ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ માણસ જે આપણને બાકી હોય તમારા પેનલમાં
હતું.
What can I say? I've learned from the best. Dubai, ready for a surprise?
two-sided. freight forwarding business is definitely a fast.
Namaskar and good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin this conclave. We request all the dignitaries and esteemed guests to please take your seats. Dear ladies and gentlemen, a very warm, bright and beautiful morning to one and all present here. As a golden sun rising over Goa, we come together to illuminate another kind of light, the light of knowledge, dialogue and global cooperation. We welcome you all to the Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council Conclave 2025, organized by Ganpat University Goa, Ganpat and Manju Foundation and the Jain Foundation in collaboration with the Gujarat Maritime Cluster. I feel immense pride to share that this distinguished conclave on reimagining alternative dispute resolution, ADR, a forum crafted for meaningful exchange, comparative insight and forward-looking collaboration. Following the Ganpat University tradition, I would like to present the statement of gratitude. Ganpat University is deeply grateful to its founders, donors, trustees, donors of land and the Constitution of India for giving the society and the country a great institution based on the philanthropic mission of Vidyaya Samajotkarshah, social upliftment through education. The GUNI family further acknowledges the contribution of all its stakeholders, including the Government of India, the Government of Gujarat, Government of Goa, all past and present members of the Board of Governors, the Academic Council, the Finance Committee, various bodies of Ganpat University, all its past and present office bearers, partners, staff members, parents and students. We sincerely thank each individual for their gracious contribution to helping us reach the forefront of social, cultural and educational initiatives and endeavors for the nation. Thank you. We may now request the organizing committee from Ganpat University to escort our dignitaries on the stage. We welcome on the stage Honorable Guest of Honor, Sri Ganesh Gaokar, sir, Honorable Speaker, Goa Legislative Assembly. Please, sir. We request Shri Moving Godino, sir, Honorable Minister for Transport, Industries, Trade and Commerce, Panchayati Raj, who will join us soon. We welcome Justice Ravi Kumar Tripathi, former Judge, Gujarat High Court and former Chairperson, Gujarat State Human Rights Commission on the stage. Please, sir. We welcome Shri Praveen Faldesai, Deputy Solicitor General of India, High Court of Bombay, Goa. We welcome Sri Dattaprasad Lavande, sir, former Advocate General, State of Goa, Vice President, Bar Council, Maharashtra and Goa. We welcome Shri Abhay Sinha, Director General, Services Export Promotion Council, SCPC, India. He is joining soon. We also welcome Shri Rohit Pandey, Advocate former, Ex-Secretary, Supreme Court Bar Association on the stage. We welcome Shri Mitul K. Shelad, Advocate Gujarat High Court and Chairman of Gujarat Chamber of Commerce. We warmly welcome Dr. Ganpat Patel, Honorable President and Patron-in-Chief, Ganpat University, Chairman, Ganpat and Manju Foundation. We welcome Dr. Mahendra Sharma, Honorable Group Pro-Chancellor, Ganpat University, and Chief Functionary and Director, Ganpat and Manju Foundation. Shri Prakash Jani, sir, former Additional Advocate General, Senior Formal Additional Advocate General, Government of Gujarat. We welcome Dr. R.K. Patel, sir, Senior Pro Vice Chancellor, Ganpat University, on the stage. Thank you, sir. We welcome Dr. Saurabh Dave, sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Ganpat University and Director, Ganpat and Manju Foundation, Goa. We extend heartfelt welcome and gratitude to our partners, supporters and collaborators, Srinathji Furniture, HP Rajaguru Engineers and Developers, Mary Apps Marine Solution, ARI Simulation, MCO Legals Maharia and Company Solicitors and Advocates for their support. We are equally thankful to our other esteemed partners, Goa Marine Officers Association, the Institute of Marine Engineers India, IMEI, Gujarat Maritime Board, CMMI, Institute of Marine Engineering and Science and Technology, ASSOCHAM, SEPC. Our heartfelt thanks to the media partners, Bhandarkar Publications and Marix Media Private Limited, and the event partner, EMC. Thank you so much for your gracious support and being present here. We welcome all the participants, guests who have joined us today offline and online. We welcome you all. We are honored to have among us the distinguished leaders who illuminate the domain of arbitration with their wisdom. I would like to invite Shri Prakash Jani, sir, Senior Advocate and former Advocate General, Gujarat High Court. Along with, we request Dr. Ganpat Patel, sir, and Honorable Pro-Chancellor, sir, Dr. Mahendra Sharma, sir, to welcome the Honorable Guest of Honor, Shri Ganesh Gaokar ji, Honorable Speaker, Goa Legislative Assembly. We welcome Dr. Ganpat Patel. We request Dr. Ganpat Patel, sir, Dr. Mahendra Sharma, sir, and Shri Prakash Jani, sir, to welcome the Guest of Honor, Shri Ganesh Gaokar ji, Honorable Speaker, Goa Legislative Assembly. Let us give a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Dr. R.K. Patel, sir, Senior Pro Vice Chancellor, Ganpat University, and Dr. B.J. Lakshmi Mishra, Director, Center for Distance and Online Education, to welcome Justice Ravi Kumar Tripathi, sir, former Judge, Gujarat High Court and former Chairperson, Gujarat State Human Rights Commission, with a GUNI, Gujarat's Bandhani shawl, statement of gratitude and specially crafted memento, I would like to say, sir, Gaukar sir, that the bandhani from Gujarat is a very traditional fabric that we use with the tie and dye method that represents the hard work of the Gujarat's artisan from Kutch, Saurashtra and Jamnagar. We welcome Justice Ravi Kumar Tripathi ji. Thank you so much, sir. May we now request Dr. Satyan Parikh, Pro Vice Chancellor, Ganpat University, and Captain Sri Prakash sir, Chief Compliance and Licensing Officer, JAIM, to welcome Sri Praveen Phal Desai sir, Deputy Solicitor General of India, High Court of Bombay, Goa. We would like to welcome you with this bandhani shawl, a bouquet, GUNI handshake kit. We are thankful to you for being present over here, sir. Again, I would say there is no tax on claps in Goa. We can energize ourselves with the clapping. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Girish Patel, Pro Vice Chancellor and Executive Registrar, Ganpat University, and Mr. Mukesh Devre, Joint Registrar, JAIM, to welcome Shri Dattaprasad Lavande, sir, former Advocate General, State of Goa, Vice President, Bar Council, Maharashtra and Goa. We welcome you, sir, with the statement of gratitude. Bandhani shawl and GUNI handshake kit. As a token of affection, thank you so much. May I now request Dr. Kishore Barat, Senior Director, Placement and Executive Education, and Dr. Priyanka Pathak, Executive Dean, IIC Ganpat University, to welcome Sri Abhay Sinha, sir, Director General, Services Export Promotion Council, India. We welcome Sri Abhay Sinha, sir, Director General, Services Export Promotion Council. Thank you, sir. May I now invite Dr. Prakash R. Patel, Director, Skill Development, and Professor Giriraj Tejra, Executive Dean, Faculty of Maritime Studies, Ganpat University. Thank you. Thank you so much. May we now invite Dr. P.R. Patil and Professor Giriraj Tejra, sir, to welcome Shri Rohit Pandey, Advocate, former Ex-Secretary, Supreme Court Bar Association. We welcome you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We welcome you. May I now invite Professor Arun Rathi and Shri Rajaram Patil to welcome Shri Mitul K. Shelet, sir, Advocate, Gujarat High Court and Chairman of Gujarat Chamber of Commerce. Sir is an ex-chairman of ADRC committee, Gujarat Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much. We welcome all the dignitaries, esteemed guests, participants who have joined us online and offline. Thank you so much for being present here. We welcome Dr. Ganpat I. Patel, Honorable President and Patron-in-Chief, Ganpat University, on the stage. We welcome you, Dada. Dr. Mahendra Sharma, sir, Honorable Group Pro-Chancellor, Ganpat University, Chief Functionary and Director, Ganpat and Manju Foundation. Shri Prakash Jani, sir, former Additional Advocate General, Senior former Additional Advocate General, Government of Gujarat. We welcome you, sir. Thank you for being present here. We also welcome Dr. Saurabh Dave, sir, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Ganpat University. Thank you for being today with us. Ladies and gentlemen, जब रूह में रोशनी हो तो हर कदम अपनी ही मंजिल की तरफ बढ़ता है. With these lines from Rumi, I would like to introduce the Honorable Group Pro-Chancellor, Ganpat University and Chief Functionary and Director, Ganpat and Manju Foundation, Dr. Mahendra Sharma, a guiding force in India's educational landscape. Dr. Sharma serves as co-chairperson ASSOCHAM National Council on Education, Chairman ASSOCHAM Gujarat Education Committee, Chairman Education Committee Gujarat PhD CCI, esteemed member and advisor GESIA, Member Advisory Board SEPC India, Member Governing Council Raksha Shakti Schools, Government of Gujarat, Advisor NSDC and NSDC International. His contributions have earned prestigious national honors, including Edupreneur of the Year 2024, SEPC Ministry of Commerce, Outstanding Tech Visionary Vice Chancellor by Economic Times, and Devang Mehta National Education Leadership Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the dynamic and inspiring Dr. Mahendra Sharma to deliver the welcome address. Please, sir.
Thank you, Professor Dipali Dave. Good morning, everyone. I am really delighted to welcome you on the second day of a very exciting continued chain of Conclave Ganpat University and Ganpat Manju Foundation is hosting. We are really proud that today, for the first time, whomsoever I have been talking, they said Goa needed a conclave on international arbitration and mediation. And it's under the vision and guidance of Honorable Patron-in-Chief and Chairman of Ganpat and Manju Foundation, Padma Shri Dr. Ganpat I. Patel, we are able to bring this conclave to Goa. Thank you, Dada. We are really fortunate that yesterday the Honorable Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawantji, spoke very deeply about his vision of Swayambhurna Goa and how he is trying to bring in newer innovations to the state so that the state becomes developed by 2037, 10 years before Viksit Bharat 2047. And we are really delighted that we are not only welcomed, we are now part and parcel of this story with JAIM at Britona and Ganpat University, Goa. So I am really thankful to the Honorable Chief Minister. He has sent his blessing through a video message today. And today, in our august presence, we are hosting this conclave with the Honorable Dr. Ganesh Gaonkar, sir, who is the Speaker of Goa Legislative Assembly. And I can tell you, every time we have met, sir, his vision, his thoughts is so deeply rooted in the development of Goa and Goans that he can put at shame anybody who is thinking to be hardcore committed to the land. So, sir, we are really delighted that you are here with us, blessing us, and he is a rock-solid foundation, I can tell you, for the development of the state of Goa. Dr. Sawant, sir, is really blessed that such kind of team he has got in the state of Goa. And when we will hear him, we will know how he is blessing perennially the entire state. We are having with us soon, Shri Movin Godino sir will be joining us, Honorable Minister of Transport, Industry, Trade and Commerce, Panchayati Raj and Protocol, Government of Goa. I am told that he is coming in 10 minutes. So we look very excitingly towards his presence. We have on the dais our beloved Dada, Padma Shri Dr. Ganpat Patel. We have in the August gathering today with us prominent illuminaries from legal fraternity. We have Justice Ravi Kumar Tripathi sir, former judge and chairperson, Gujarat High Court and Gujarat State Human Rights Commission. Tripathi sir, we met yesterday, and your thoughts, your vision and your ever smiling face. Sir, legal fraternity में इतना हंसता हुआ आदमी कहाँ मिलता है? Thank you for coming all the way from Gujarat and blessing us today. We are really blessed that we have Shri Rohit Pandeji, advocate, former Honorable Secretary, Supreme Court Bar Association, and sir आते ही एकदम से connect हो गए, बिना बोले ही. So it's like when you come across people whom you don't even have to speak anything and you get connected, that tells about whom you are interacting with. Sir, we are really fortunate you came and we are interacting with you today. We are really fortunate that we have Shri Praveen Faldesai sir, and he has spent almost 20 minutes with me, 15 to 20 minutes with me, discussing, educating me, as well as guiding me on Arbitration and Mediation Center. Sir's thoughts are so deeply rooted that I can tell you that if I get another 1 hour with him on any of the days, this center will be successful. Sir, we are really thankful to you with your thoughts, and I can understand the depth you carry, and without your blessing, this is not going to happen. And we seek it in front of everybody. Thank you, sir. And we are really fortunate that we have Shri Lavade sir with us, and it's important that his presence matters to us. We are fortunate that we have our own advocate Prakash Jani sir. He was there yesterday. Whole day sir has been blessing us. Today he is with us, and I know that being the former additional advocate general of a very important state called Gujarat High Court, and when the Honorable Prime Minister was the Chief Minister, since then, sir has played a luminary role. And many of the decisions he has given or participated, I cannot tell on mic, but he has been part and parcel of the legal transformation in the state of Gujarat. And we are really fortunate he is with us today, and he is on the dais blessing us today. And he is guiding Ganpat University as member of the board for more than 15 years now. So, sir, we are really fortunate you are here today. We have with us Shri Abhay Sinha, Director General of Service Export Promotion Council and under Ministry of Commerce. Abhay Sinha, sir, is one of the strong pillars who is trying to see that service sector. And this was an apt time when we were going to talk about arbitration and mediation, and I was trying to reach him. His schedules are so busy. But I said, we are trying to bring arbitration and mediation to Goa, and service promotion is going to happen. Sir, without you, it's not going to happen. So thank you, sir, for coming, flying from Delhi, and you are here with us. We have our own Shri Mitul Selat, sir, Advocate Mitul Selat. He is one of the stalwarts in education sector. And if I am not wrong, Mitul, sir, 3 generations into legal fraternity, and probably there is hardly any law in education in the state of Gujarat which does not bear his family's signature. So thank you, sir, for coming, guiding us, and being part of this important initiative. Having said so, with my team of GUNI family, the one who is organizing, and we are all cherishing these moments. There is a silent team of 20-25 people who are working together day in, day out, and they have been the reason why we are bringing these initiatives to Goa and we are able to talk to each one of you. Having said so, if yesterday we spoke about waves and winds, today we will speak about conflicts and concessions. And every large economic ambition, ports, shipping, infrastructure, technology, finance, generates disputes. The question is not whether disputes will arise, but how intelligently and peacefully we resolve them. The Goan philosopher and Ganpat awardee Ravindra Kelkar said, so a big round of applause for the Honorable Minister, Shri Movin Godino sir. Sir, we are delighted you are here with us. So, Dada, please be on the dais. We will welcome the Honorable Minister, sir. Sir, we would like to welcome you. We will like to welcome you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have among us the eminent presence of young and dynamic Honorable Minister of Transport, Industries, Trade and Commerce, Panchayati Raj and Protocol, Government of Goa, Shri Movin Godino sir. Sir, just before you arrived, we were welcoming all the eminent personalities on the dais that you see. And while we are welcoming a very important conclave, and industry is deeply connected with this important conclave of arbitration and mediation, your presence will be a great blessing, and we know that you will be a strong pillar of support as we move forward, and we seek your guidance. As I was speaking to you, that yesterday we talked about waves and winds, and today we are talking about conflicts and concessions. The Goan philosopher and Ganpat awardee Ravindra Kelkar said, "Samvad a Sanskritacha paya ahe." Dialogue is the foundation of the civilization. This is the essence of arbitration and mediation, a structured dialogue. This conclave on international arbitration and mediation is really a conclave on speed, credibility, and humanity of our judicial ecosystem. Long before we drafted modern arbitration clauses, India experimented with community-based decentralized dispute resolution. Studies have shown that ancient and early medieval India, institutions like village panchayat, sabhas, and other local councils had jurisdictions over almost every kind of dispute within the community. Disputes were settled by elders and respected persons who combined knowledge of custom with a sense of equity. Modern scholarship on ancient arbitration in India describes this as a decentralized authority structure distinct from our current statute-driven model. In Marathi, we can summarize it as आपल्या परंपरेत न्याय नेहमी घरच्या दारात सुरू झालं मग तो राजदरबारात पोहोचला. In our tradition, justice often began at the doorstep long before it reached our royal courts. A powerful modern example is Mahatma Gandhi's role in Ahmedabad mill workers' dispute in 1918. Textile workers demanded higher wages. Mill owners refused. Gandhiji intervened, led a peaceful satyagraha, and pushed both sides towards arbitration, resulting in settlement and 35% wage increase. This is not just labor history. It is ADR history, arbitration dispute resolution history. A reminder of Indian modernity itself was born partly through experimentation in a non-violent way. the Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996 and followed by today's Mediation Act 2023. तेज न्याय ही व्यापार, निवेश और समाज में विश्वास की नींव रखता है. And that's where the role of arbitration and mediation is very important. अब मध्यस्थता, mediation कोई वैकल्पिक सॉफ्ट ऑप्शन नहीं है, बल्कि न्याय व्यवस्था का रणनीतिक स्तंभ बन गया है. We need mediation in every part, and it's no more a soft alternate. The reason is, look at the stats. Indian courts have 50 lakh cases pending over 10 years, and we have about 21 judges per million population, one of the lowest ratios globally. As of August 2025, if we look at only Calcutta High Court, it has alone 2,100 cases pending for more than 50 years, accounting for 94% of such ultra-old cases across all high courts. In this background, ADR is not about fashion, it is about survival of credibility. Mediation is already showing impact. Between April 2021 and March 2022, over 50,000 cases were settled through mediation across India, according to NALSA data. Most recently, state-level initiatives like Chandigarh's 90-day mediation camp, Karnataka's 90 Days of the Nation have together resolved hundreds and thousands of cases, including many pending for over a decade with demonstrable social benefit. Globally, institutional arbitration continues to grow. The ICC registered 890 new cases in 2023, one of its best year ever. The LCIA saw 377 referrals in 2023, up 13% over the previous year. And SIAC recorded around 663 new cases in 2023, 46% jump from 2022, with 97% administered under its own laws. Surveys have shown centers like London and Singapore repeatedly ranked as preferred arbitration seats worldwide, with English law governing a large share of cross-border contracts and arbitration. Why should India, with its economic scale and legal talent, not be among the world's top 3 seats for arbitration and mediation in the next 10 to 15 years? And this is where we have to talk about it. And this conclave is the reason behind it. If we look at the people, Indian stalwarts of arbitration and mediation, Nani Palkiwala, one of the India's greatest jurists who shaped constitutional and commercial law, and in whose memory Nani Palkiwala Arbitration Center was established to promote institutional arbitration. Fali Sam Nariman, globally recognized as one of the fathers of international arbitration in India, a towering figure of the bar and a prominent leader of ICCA. Justice B.N. Shri Krishna and colleagues on the high-level committee who provided serious, structured roadmap for institutional arbitration norm. हमने न्याय के मैदान में केवल किताबें नहीं पढ़ी, हमने प्रयोग भी किए हैं, सत्याग्रह से लेके सुप्रीम कोर्ट की दलीलों तक. It is time for India to rise on arbitration. Why we are talking about this in Goa and why now? The leading Goan poet Madhav Borkar wrote, गोवा म्हणजे माणसाची स्वप्नाची साकार करणार भूमी. Goa is the land where dreams find shape. Let us give that dream a legal shape too. Goa stands at an interesting intersection. It is already a maritime and tourism hub. It aspires to be knowledge and service hub, including legal arbitration and mediation services. By hosting Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Conclave with support of Ganpat Manju Foundation and Ganpat University, we are effectively saying Goa is not just host disputes about ships and ports, it will also host solutions. वाद इथे येऊ शकतात, पण निर्णय इथेच घडले पाहिजे. Disputes may arrive here, but decisions must also be crafted here. And that is the reason we did the Maritime Skills Conclave yesterday, and today we are talking about solutions. And that is why we have linked it. And if we look at the future, from talk to architecture, there are 5 proposals Goa and Government of Goa has to work on. Goa Arbitration and Mediation Hub Blueprint, integrated maritime ADR programs, live clinics and student engagement, data transparency and benchmark, and digital first ADR. And this is where Goa is headed for. On my closing remark, I would like to say, let us close with a line of iconic Goan poet and freedom fighter and Sahitya Academy awardee Mohan Rai Sardesai. मनुष्याने समुद्र सारखा वाहे खोल विशाल आणि शांत. A human being must become like a sea, deep, vast and calm. Arbitration gives depth, mediation gives calm, justice gives vastness. Goa gives beauty to all 3. If arbitration can provide speed and certainty, mediation can preserve relationship and social capital. Then together, they are not just legal tools, they are nation-building equipments. Let these conclaves be remembered not only for its panels and keynotes, but for the architecture it sets in motion in Goa, in India, and in the wider Indian Ocean world. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful address on the theme of today's conclave and vision of Ganpat University and the commitment of Ganpat University for creating a world-class arbitration and mediation center at Goa. Dear ladies and gentlemen, with immense pride and deep respect, I have the privilege of presenting a visionary who stands at the forefront of India's international trade excellence, Dr. Abhay Sinha sir, the Director General Service Export Promotion Council, ACPC, leading the national vision of taking India's service to the world under the dynamic banner of India Services. India serves. With over 25 years of rich experience across the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, CII, Pharmaxil, and National Center for Trade and Information, he brings unmatched expertise in global branding, trade regulations, market strategy, and international trade intelligence. A scholar with a strategic depth, Dr. Sinha sir holds a PhD in pharma export strategy, an MBA in marketing, a master's in international trade, and specialized credentials in pharma regulatory affairs. Let us welcome Dr. Sinha sir to address the gathering.
Thank you so much for reading it out, but it's such an audience and the distinguished eminent personalities over here. Like, I feel I'll have a lot of things to take away from everyone present here, Honorable Minister, Speaker Sir, and Dr. Bayan Sharma, who is actually championing this important occasion. I would like to mention that Goa, as we all know, has always been like, it's a mental map we have created for ourselves, known for tourism, known for film, entertainment, and so many other things. We never thought that it will be championing the cause of international arbitration and mediation. And that's what it's a privilege to be a part of this first ever initiative over here. In the scheme of the vision, what you have just mentioned. In fact, I was supposed to be here yesterday, but could not come. I would have loved to join the program yesterday. And today also I am part of the IFI, where we have a discussion on how to promote IPs, film IPs, a lot of sectors in entertainment overseas. And when we talk about services sector, tourism is one of them. Maritime, you mentioned, is one, ACPC, which was established by Ministry of Commerce in 2006, has been mandated to promote exports of services. And that is when we try to find out the exact number, it comes out to be as far as DGFT is concerned, we have been given around 16 services sector. But there are many subsectors. I can just give one example that when India-UK FTA was negotiated, they have identified 12 subsectors, 12 sectors in services. And when we expand that, it runs into 132 subsectors. So what I want to highlight here is that broadly when we classify healthcare services, tourism, entertainment, maritime, logistics, telecommunication, IT and ITS services, it can run into more than 500 subsectors. And that contributes to growing services exports. Right now it is about 387 billion US dollar. And this is where still we have a lot of data issues. A lot of data is not being captured. So we are working on that. But the idea is that when trade grows and when it becomes a very significant part of your economy, 31% employment generation, over 50% contribution in India's GVA, disputes are bound to be there when we talk about IPs, when we talk about data flows. And to address that, I think ADR becomes very, very important. And it's not only about the services sector related dispute, but for every sector in the economy. And that's where I feel that we need to have more and more sub-centers. As Dr. Sharma mentioned about arbitration going to Singapore, why not that business come to India? And that's where our role becomes very important. And in that context, I would like to mention one very important development. As I mentioned about the data issues in organizing the services sector, like how many operators are there in tourism, how many are in the healthcare sector, and then in subsectors. So there is no specific data mechanism right now in place as you have for manufacturing in case of through DGCINS. There is no mechanism. ACPC has been working on it. And in 2020, during COVID time, in Board of Trade meeting, ACPC suggested that why not we create services, export, trade, information, and facilitation centers. And I would like to mention that UP state is going to be the first one. They have incorporated that in their export policy. And while I am saying this, there has been one meeting, fourth national meeting of all the chief secretaries of the state. We had written. So they have been asked, requested to set up that center by end of this year. And I believe, like we had an interaction with Goa as well. I believe that center, while facilitating the information and export related areas, will also be an extended arm of the Arbitration and Mediation Center, because that's where the linkages needs to be brought. So it's a good initiative which has taken, and I believe the need for synergy. Likewise, like the one more important point, we talk about skilling, we talk about capacity building. As more and more dispute resolution framework are there will be a lot of case studies. And that's where I feel that a lot of law institutes and others can actually use and leverage the knowledge which will be there in these centers to train the young minds. And that's where I feel like skilling becomes another important dimension of this particular center. So we can go on, but I know that I do have only one perspective on the international trade. But believe me, like one last point which I would like to mention, as Dr. Sharma mentioned, how do we build credibility? It is based on the trust which someone reposes, and trust is built on the robust legal system, the law, the procedure, not to hinder, but to facilitate. When law becomes facilitator, I think everything grows with a lot of good intent, credibility, the faith which gets reposed, and that actually counts for the development of the nation. When we are aspiring to be the developed nation by 2047, and I believe Goa has already its vision very clear to achieve that in terms of the state's competitiveness much earlier. Thank you so much for giving ACPC this opportunity, and I would like to hear everyone over here. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Abhay sir, for sharing a valuable information on international trade and endorsing the need of an arbitration center at Goa. Ladies and gentlemen, justice is set and a constant purpose which gives every man his due. With these words of Marcus Tullis, may I introduce a distinguished legal mind whose journey reflects dedication, integrity, and unwavering commitment to the justice. Sri Datta Prasad Lavande sir, a seasoned advocate with over 2 decades of accomplished service, he has held some of the most esteemed positions in Goa's legal landscape, including Additional Government Advocate, State of Goa, Government Advocate, High Court of Bombay at Goa, Additional Public Prosecutor, High Court of Bombay at Goa, Assistant Solicitor General of India, Goa, Additional Advocate General, State of Goa, Advocate General, State of Goa. His legal acumen has shaped landmark arguments before the Honorable Supreme Court, the National Green Tribunal, and various High Court and tribunals across the country. An academic foundation rooted in science and law with degrees from Goa University. Please join me in welcoming a stalwart from jury-produced and beacon of legal excellence, Sri Datta Prasad sir, for his welcome address. Please, sir.
Dr. Ganesh Gaonkar, the Honorable Speaker, Goa State Legislation, Mr. Mavin Gudino, the Minister for Transport, Government of Goa, Mr. Ganpat Patel, President, and the Patron-in-Chief of Ganpat University, other dignitaries on the dais, the senior advocates present here, my fellow colleagues, students, and other dignitaries. Good morning to you all. Now, this is a conclave on arbitration and mediation. Now, normally when we talk about arbitration and mediation or arbitration and conciliation, what comes to mind is Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996. But prior to that, this arbitration as well as conciliation or for that matter mediation was always present and is present in our societies. Now, we talk about the village level arbitration, the village level mediation, which is still present. And I must say it is a robust method of deciding disputes, which people say petty disputes between the parties, and which are local disputes, which can be resolved by the local village panchayats at local levels. Now, it has gained notoriety because we talk about something called as khap panchayat, so that is why we say that this is something very notorious, but I must say from my experience, it's a very good method of deciding disputes, local disputes of the society. Because those people who are engaged in deciding these disputes or mediating are the village elders who have local knowledge, and they can certainly play a very important role in reducing a lot of litigation in India. The second aspect of arbitration is now, of course, with amendment to Arbitration and Conciliation Act, the period of arbitration is 2 years. So anyways, the dispute gets resolved in 2 years, and I have seen that most of them get resolved in 1 year. But the question arises thereafter, in the sense once the dispute is resolved by the arbitrators, then we flow into the main system, in the sense that the judges come into play, the courts come into play. And in Goa, we have a very peculiar situation. Goa, the Section 34 application against arbitration and conciliation, or against arbitral award, goes to the civil judge senior division if it's a commercial dispute. Now, just see the fallacy. Once it goes to civil judge senior division, thereafter to High Court under Section 37 appeal, and thereafter to Supreme Court if it's a SLP. So therefore, once the arbitration is over, you flow directly into the main court system, which after arbitration could delay the process in long way. So I must say there should be some amendment to this Goa Act, whereunder the jurisdiction should be either given to District Court or High Court under Section 34. So a lot of pendency of litigation could be reduced. That is one. As far as mediation is concerned, normally my experience is that people do not fight litigation only for tangible purpose, namely for property or money. There are many intangible aspects also involved in this. Some are principal, tangible, intangible aspects. One is ego. Ego is also there. So when under Section 12A of the Commercial Courts Act, if you see the pre-mediation is prescribed, pre-mediation before you start a dispute, a pre-mediation is prescribed. I believe that this is also a good way of weeding out litigation. But nevertheless, at that pre-stage, people have a lot of energy, people have a lot of money, and a lot of ego at that point of time. So it becomes very difficult to settle a matter at that pre-litigation stage unless some corporations or companies are involved. But one more way of weeding out litigation would be to have this mediation after a while, in the sense once the matter is 2-3 years old, then you should refer it to mediation. Because at that point of time, the ego is slightly less, the people lose a lot of money, and they are most likely ready to settle the matter. Mostly in high courts, when appeals are pending, they should be referred to arbitration. Lok Adalat, of course, it solves it settles a lot of disputes. But Lok Adalat, the proper mediation mechanism, which is otherwise available in mediations, is not available in Lok Adalat. So this is one of the aspects which I believe the courts and the state government should look into to weed out the litigation. With these few words, since we are already late, I thank Ganpat University for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words of wisdom. We are honored to share with you a special video message from Sri Devidas Pangam sir, a Chief Advocate General of Goa, whose guidance and vision continue to strengthen the legal fabric of Goa state. Please join me in watching his message. We are thankful to him for sharing his video message. A gratitude, sir.
I'm very glad that the Ganpat University is starting an institution in Goa which will be unique by itself. There is a need for setting up of an arbitration center in Goa, and it was felt by the community as a whole and a legal fraternity in particularly to set up such a institution. And it is a great moment in the history of Goa that such an institution is coming up, and it is being inaugurated on coming Saturday. I congratulate Ganpat and Manju Foundation for initiating this particular initiative, and I congratulate Ganpat University for having decided to set up that institution in Goa. Goa has a brand name, and we can have an institution of arbitration and mediation based on something that is there in arbitration center in England or an arbitration center in Singapore. I hope that this institution, which is being set up in Goa, will have the same brand value and the same reputation. I congratulate everybody who is involved in this project, and we hope to see that this institution bring about laurels, name and fame for Goa. There is a need of arbitration in the state of Goa. Arbitration unfortunately has not picked up so much in Goa, and it is my hope that by establishing this particular institution in Goa, and which is being inaugurated on coming Saturday, that is on 22nd of this month, that the need of arbitration will be fulfilled insofar as state of Goa is concerned. And full compliments and congratulations to the founders and the promoters of this institution, and I extend my full support for this particular endeavor. Fortunately, this is being inaugurated and the government of Goa has given a full support for this institution. My best of wishes are there with you, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time for sharing the video. Every era has leaders who define its direction. Today we have the privilege of welcoming one such leader having nearly 2 decades of distinguished practice. He has been serving the justice system with depth, dedication, and unwavering commitment to the rule of law, Shri Praveen Faldesai Sir, Deputy Solicitor General of Indian High Court of Bombay, Goa. His journey of legal service includes long-standing roles such as Additional Public Prosecutor, High Court of Bombay at Goa since 2015, Additional Government Advocate, Government of Goa since 2012. A versatile and accomplished practitioner, he has handled almost every area of law appearing in cases of national, constitutional, and social importance. With over 400 reported judgments to his credit, he has contributed significantly to jurisprudence across diverse subjects, including constitutional law, service law, environmental law, arbitration, land acquisition, criminal law, NDPC, POC, UAPA, PMLA, and more. He has appeared in assisted with several landmark cases shaping legal interpretation and strengthening justice delivery in Goa. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Advocate Praveen Faldesai Sir to share his expertise. Please, sir.
Good morning, everybody. The respected members sitting on the dais, Dr. Ganesh Gaukar, Speaker of Goa Legislative Assembly, Mr. Marvin Gudino, Minister Transport, Mr. Mahendra Sharma, Justice Tripathi, my friend Mr. Lavande, other dignitaries. I have shared days with many important persons, but I feel today's is very special, and I'm extremely honored. And this I say because today I am fortunate to share this place, these days, with a great personality, Padma Shri Dr. Ganpat Bhai Patel, who is here today. Fondly, we all call him Dada. And I'm really grateful, Dr. Saurabh Dave and Captain Prakash, for giving me an opportunity to be amidst this august gathering today for this function, this inaugural session of this wonderful conclave. My dear friends, we are here, of course, Mr. Lotlikar is here, who's my mentor, my guru, my senior, and I can't forget mentioning his name. I'm sure you must have invited him to be on the days, but as he is, he must have said that I'm good there, because he never comes on the days, so yes. My dear friends, as we are today inaugurating this conclave and laying a foundation for something called International Arbitration Center for Goa, which of course will be a reality in some time. As we know, there is going to be trade, there is going to be disputes, and there is going to be resolutions. In what manner we resolve these disputes is what success we will have. Friends, the arbitration is one of the effective manner in which the disputes are resolved. And as my friend Mr. Lavande said, that this is not only from the acts that are now coming, but it is there in our blood, it is there in our culture. Dispute resolution is always there in this country. So therefore, when we say dispute resolution for which we have to go to China or for which we have to go to Hong Kong, Singapore, why not India, why not Goa? Of course, Delhi, there are so many good, Delhi is one good place for arbitration, but why not in Goa is one question. My dear friends, as we talk about the arbitration law and arbitration act, it is one of the law which has proved to be successful in solving disputes. But of course, there are some red flags there. There are some roadblocks there. Like, for example, everybody, while entering into an agreement, they feel like it's nice to have an arbitration clause in the agreement. But when the dispute arises on everything, including the appointment of the arbitrator itself. So we agree for arbitration clause, and then when the dispute arises, we don't agree for arbitrator. So therefore, the red flag, main red flag that comes, the main red flag that comes is section 11 itself, because we have to first go back to the court for appointment of arbitrator, fight it out there, and get the arbitrator appointed. And then section 11, clause 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all these things come in picture. There is something which is problematic. Then the arbitrator decides the matter, it goes on, written statements are for all things, and then the award is passed. Once the award is passed, the execution of that award becomes another problem. Because although we have already agreed for the arbitration in the beginning, clause, we only agree for an arbitration clause in the agreement. Further, we don't agree on anything. So what's the point of arbitration? If we don't agree, basically arbitration is a dispute resolution system. And if that dispute is not going to be resolved amicably and in the manner in which both parties are satisfied, it has, but as my learned friend Datta Prasad said, that ego is there. That comes in picture every time. So therefore, then the execution of the award comes in picture. We fight out for execution, and no arbitration ends after the award. 34 comes in play, 37 comes in play, and still SLP comes in play. So if the law is brought in for the purpose of alternate dispute resolution without going to the court, right from the beginning, from the appointment of arbitrator itself, we go to the court. For 34, we go to the court, and these are the roadblocks which are there in the arbitration system. Mediation is another important aspect that has to be considered, because that is also coming through our society. If I remember correctly, Atal Bihari Vajpayee once said, "Hame Raj nahi, Samaj badalna hoga." On that line, if we could say, कि हमें कानून नहीं मन बनाना पड़ेगा, the settlement, dispute resolution is less on law and more on mind. If I am ready to settle, I don't require any law. If I am ready to resolve my dispute amicably, I don't require any law. But if I am not ready on these dispute resolution systems, then no law can help me. So having arbitration act, having mediation center, having wonderful arbitrators is not good enough unless we have a mind to settle the dispute, unless we have a mind to resolve the dispute. And what are the best example that we can have that we always wanted to settle the cases? The best example is Mahabharata itself. Because Shri Krishna knew that Pandavas are in better position. They will fight and they will win. It was their legitimate right to have the half share of the state. In spite of that, they were ready to settle for 5 villages. So if we have a mind for settlement of the matter, we can settle for lesser than what is our entitlement. And that is the real success of arbitration. In spite of having the best of the case, in spite of having the entire balance of convenience in my favor, whether I am prepared to give up something for the betterment of opponent. We, as legal persons, we who will be on the forefront of this arbitration thing, if we are able to convince the society for settlement, for better dispute resolution, then only this will work. I welcome the foundation for having this system in Goa. The arbitration center is required for the state of Goa. And I believe Goa is the best place to have settlement because Goa is peaceful. Goa is peaceful. Minds get settled in Goa. Minds get calm in Goa. Sir, it is said that even the Mahapratapi Durga, when it comes to Goa, she becomes Shanta Durga. So therefore, Goa is the correct place for settlement of disputes. All the fights, you go fight everywhere in the world, come to Goa for settling of your disputes. I welcome the foundation for having this. This is the wonderful thing that is happening for Goa, and we extend all our support. Vande Mataram.
Thank you, Advocate Praveen sir, for your humble submission. In the vast landscape of Indian judiciary, there are some who rise beyond titles, becoming architects of fairness and guardians of constitutional conscience. Honorable Mr. Justice Ravi R. Tripathi sir is one such luminary. A distinguished former member of 21st Law Commission of India, Justice Tripathi sir journey reflects a life where integrity became the compass and justice became the destiny. A versatile practitioner, he excelled across civil, criminal, constitutional, labor, and service matters with acclaimed expertise in service. His commitment to PILs and active involvement in Lok Adalats reflects his belief that justice must remain accessible to all. Justice Tripathi sir also served as a former chairman Gujarat Human Rights Commission, strengthening the cause of dignity and rights. His contributions span national and academic platforms. Full-time member, 21st Law Commission of India, resource personnel, National Judicial Academy, Bhopal, former member, Governing Council, GNLU, trustee, Governors, Social Welfare Fund, Gujarat, honorary member, Rotary Club, Ahmedabad. Let us welcome Justice Ravi Tripathi sir, who stands as beacon of wisdom, fairness, and unwavering service to share his expertise with us. Please, sir.
Vande Mataram. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. You know, this is such an occasion where we all need a deep introspection. There's something about Lok Adalat we said. There's something we said about the Mahabharat story. But everything depends upon the mindset. There's no doubt about it. And it is rightly said by Praveen ji, if you don't have the mindset, no law can help you to resolve a dispute or solve a dispute. And if you have, then no law is required. In fact, in our Shastras it is said that if your put, that is your son, if he is worthy son, you need not save any money for him, because he is going to survive of his own. And if he is kaput, then also you need not save any money, because then he is going to spend everything in waste. So it is like mindset, it depends upon. And what best example could be than Mahabharat, that Pandavas were ready to accept 5 villages. Now, in comparison to the entire, estate, what were the 5 villages? But then they were agreeable to do that because they just wanted peace in the society. But then there was the destiny, and those who believe that it was the destiny, they know that that is how the Kaurav's mindset was not ready to accept anything. It is said somewhere in the Dharmashastras only that Duryodhana says that I know what is wrong and I know what is right. But then I'm sorry, I'm not able to accept right and I'm going to continue with the wrong. That is the destiny. Friends, it is very good that we are going to have a center like this. My all regards to Ganpat ji. I met him for the first time and I liked his name Dada. Of course, in Gujarati, Dada is something different also. But then he is not that Dada. He is real Dada with all love and affection. The affection he showed to me yesterday at the dinner table, I will remember forever. In fact, arbitration was, you can say it was tried to be initiated and all that. That was only for the purpose of dispute resolutions in a speedy manner, which not only should be speedy but also should be cost effective, and it should be enforceable. Now, on all three aspects, for the present, I feel that arbitration is not able to achieve those goals. I wish that the center which comes up here, which comes up with the mindsets of the people also changing when they come to that particular center, so that no law is required, but then some infrastructure is required, and for that Ganpat University is very much here. Friends, there is a term which is used in this literature itself, that is green arbitration. And that refers to number of costs and number of points on which the present system requires to be looked into. Number of papers, not number of papers, possibilities in tons of papers which are used in the arbitration proceedings. If that could be avoided, if the interstate flights and international flights could be avoided for attending a particular arbitration proceeding, that is also going to be very effective. And all three fronts, advocate fees, arbitration fees, administrative expenses, if we start saving, possibly arbitration is going to be more effective. Now, possibly the generation which we are passing through has already reached to its fig end. What I'm looking forward is the students sitting at the back, the coming generation which will have to bear the torch of this particular change. And until this change is brought in, no thing is going to help. Of course, more complex are going to be the issues when you are going to have the global marketing and everything. And the world is so interwoven that a war in Ukraine is also affecting us. A war in Gaza is also affecting us. An attempt on the Venezuela by USA is also affecting us. And not only that, mindset of some very mighty nation also affects us. It may be in the form of tariff. It may be in the form of any other sort of restrictions. But then all that is going to be solved only if we are able to change the mindset of the people. And for that, the center will have an additional burden to see that not only implementing the laws or getting the things done according to law, they are also changing the mindsets of the people. I remember in illustration, we were at Bhavnagar attending one Lok Adalat Sharmaji. And there was a fierce fighting between the two parties. Then of course we as a Lok Adalat member, we just tried to convince them. And do you know on what basis the things were settled? One party said, sir, I let go all my claims, provided the other side is going to offer some grains to the pigeons. Kabutar ne churn nakhe, to mare kain joitu nathi. Now this could be the approach only with the change of mind. This cannot be without that. So I wish all success, and I'm really happy that Advocate General, Additional Solicitor General, they've also accepted to give all support to Sharmaji, and Sharmaji is very happy. Look at his face. He's so happy because he's getting support from all around. And I also offer my support that if I could be of any help to you, I am ready to do that. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and sharing my views with you that what is required is only change of mindset. Vande Matram.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightening speech. Dear ladies and gentlemen, with great pride and deep respect, I take this moment to present a statesman whose work continues to shape Goa's future. Honorable Sri Marvin Godino, sir, Honorable Minister for Transport, Industries, Trade and Commerce. Sorry, there is a little change in the order, please, if with the permission of the chair. We are going to have Honorable Speaker of Goa Legislative Assembly, Shri Ganesh Gaokarji.
present on the dais for this very meaningful conclave 2025 organized by Ganpat and Manju University Foundation. Present on the dais, my good friend and our honorable Speaker of the Goa Legislative Assembly, Dr. Ganesh Gaonkar, Dr. Ganpat Patel, rightly known as Dada, also Padma Shri awardee, responsible behind all the good things that are happening here right now. Also present on the dais, Mr. Dr. Rakesh Patel, Sri Rohit Pandey, Sri Datta Prasad, our very own Datta Prasad Lavande, Prakash Jani, then Dr. Mahendra Sharma for taking all the initiative and running around, and I hope better things will happen under your leadership. Justice Tripathi, who gave an insight of what is to come and how it should be. Also, very good views expressed by our Deputy Solicitor General of India, High Court Bombay, Shri Praveen Fardesai, Abhay Sinha, Milind Shelat. I hope I have not left out anyone. No, Mukesh. All the other, I would say, legal luminaries present here, educationists, our senior advocate, Shri Lotlekar, and all the others. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, it's very heartening to be present at this particular conclave, and as against a background, as you know, we as a nation are moving forward. Things have evolved, the world is changing, and we have changed. And Goa has changed to a very big extent. In spite of this, as we know in our day-to-day life, as good things happen, as big things happen, as achievements are there to showcase our success in every sphere, the bad things also happen. And then these undesirable disputes which happen. Then therefore you need arbitration, you need mediation to resolve the issues. And I am happy because nowadays you have to go abroad in different countries to have this arbitration done. Made in India is the slogan launched by our tallest leader in our country, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And Goa is a very different place, as something where everything good happens. Like I always have an argument with my Kerala counterparts. They say God's own country. I say Goa is the place where the gods dwell in Goa. Therefore, as rightly said, Shanta Durga, she comes from Durga, she becomes Shanta Durga. All these sort of things. The moment you land in Goa, you feel something different. On flights when I travel, I see the excitement of people. Goa as if they are going to some place where things are going to be totally different. The wave of joy, what you can see, and the excitement. Why does it happen? Because this is one such place. That's why it is the world's most preferred destination for tourists, for people from elsewhere in the country, and for everyone who wants to descend here. As against this background, Ganpat University, under the honorable guidance of our Dadaji, has made big strides. You are educating people, you are polishing the talent which is otherwise available. It's not always that talent gets polished, and you are able to bring the best out in a person. Here you are doing it through your university, and that the Ganpat University and Manju Foundation have thought it appropriate to have this Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council meeting in Goa. And I am hopeful that one of the best international arbitration center in India will be down here in Goa. I look forward to that moment because many new things have happened in the last decade in Goa. And we have been doing things in a manner that it remains the most preferred destination. It remains the best place, and as Golden Goa as we call it. We would like to write this golden chapter as well of making a really good center. It is up to all of us to lend your helping hand in whatever way. Government will do all that is possible to have this, make this center happen here. While you legal brains, legal luminaries are there, educationists are there, you know what happens in society. Arbitration or mediation, as we call it sometimes, it happens right from the home. How many times when two people are just warring, whether it is husband and wife or some other members, a third person has to interfere. What happens down at the nuclear level at home reflects on society. That thing reflects in your business. It reflects in bigger disputes where it leads to arbitration. You have to travel internationally, spend so much of money, effort, energy. All this has to take a back seat if we are going to think rationally. And as you also control the university and training of young minds, I think our thinking also has to change a little bit. Today we find in society what happens. If somebody prospers, somebody does better, instead of applauding that person, we start to degrade that person in our little talks, in our gossip, making that person feel nauseated or unhappy for no reason, no rhyme or reason. This is what our society is evolving today. How to tackle this problem as well, while you will tackle bigger problems. As rightly said, one's mindset has to change. One's level of thinking and the right thing to get to the fore has to change. How to get this about through education? It's not enough only by passing laws. For sake of arbitration and mediation, we have passed several laws. There is also going to, through video conferencing also, without coming here, you can have one of the best centers where you can have video conferencing and resolve the dispute. As we have seen in society, over a period of time, the gravity of the enmity or the cause for fight slowly tapers down. So one has to use skills in that manner and choose the appropriate time to make a person agree. Today's world, it's the ego sometimes. And it is manifesting in various countries, in various nations. Look at the attitude of some of the leaders of some of the big countries, I need not name them. That is coming to the fore. Disrupting trade, disrupting the world order, and creating a different geopolitical situation. We must realize today that we are nothing but a huge global village with the tools of communication available. What happens in one small village or one small place impacts the rest of the world. And this is the new times what we are living into. Therefore, in this direction, while cases keep mounting and pending in various high courts or Supreme Courts or other courts, it's a good sign that we are going to explore with all you great brains present here, how to solve this through mediation, how to solve this through arbitration is the need of the hour. With your important presence and very important deliberations that are bound to come, let it form the nucleus of the future in this particular field, so that, as I said, not only having the best arbitration center, beckoning the best brains, the best arbitrators to come here, come to Goa, surely your problem will be resolved. That should be the message. And surely it will go and resound. The very fact that this particular important conclave has taken place in Goa is testimony of that rare beliefs which some people have. Therefore, while doing your things, think of all of the thing I said earlier. Just say a little extra prayer. And because the gods dwell in Goa, in whatever way you may choose to pray, Sometimes good deeds also are prayers. Remember that. Doing something good for others, karma, that is also like a prayer to somebody up there who will beckon you to do even better things. With this, I want to wish all of you all the very best. I am particularly happy that Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council also is having the name Goa at the start itself from Ganpat University. May the synergies combine. May the best brains and the best of thinking and best ideas come forward. Make it something which will be of immense use to industry, to general public, to businesses, and to everyone that matters. With these few words, I wish all of you all the very best. Government shall always be willing to help you, and our Honorable Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant, also I am sure he would be in the forefront to help you. And with the, I think, I would say, it is with the most astute leadership that our country has. I think it is our destiny that we have a leader like Shri Narendra Modi ji, who has made the country take even bigger strides and faster strides. Today we are looked as a future great superpower. We are maybe the 4th largest economy today. But it's not enough, as you know and I know, that only economically we move forward. The citizen also should have that sort of thinking to assimilate himself in the success. This success of the economy growing, of the country growing, should be shared by the common man as well. How to take it down to the lowest level. There should be a combined effort, because remember that you are the best brains in the whole world. Today, what drives institutions all over the world, if you name them and there is an Indian there, they are realizing a bit late, even in United States of America, that whoever is controlling something, there is an Indian there. And that is elsewhere in the world as well. Because don't forget one particular thing, that we were a country who were plundered in every sense. We had everything in India, but that was never utilized. Only when the foreigners used to applaud it, or the Western world, then we used to realize, oh, this was our own Indian thing. This was our own Indian stuff which they have taken away. One is, I would say, while you locate your international center, only one bit of advice, if you may take it with a pinch of salt, please follow Vastu Shastra. That is one thing what I follow, one of our things. It got importance only when it was realized as a building science in the West. Then we started realizing such an important science. And I have seen many problems getting automatically resolved if we look after this small little thing. So I hope you will, when you locate your institute, please, it's difficult in Goa because our place is such sloping somewhere, going some other place. You won't get a perfect east and west. Nevertheless, it's possible. But this little tip, so that I want one of the best centers, arbitration centers, to come up here in this lovely state of Goa. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, sir. My sincere gratitude to you, sir. Your words have definitely added the immense value to this conclave. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at a very special moment in today's program, the unveiling of compendium that reflects the collective wisdom of some of India's finest legal minds. Can we have the books on stage, please? Thank you. The compendium titled Arbitration Goa Doctrine, Navigating Disputes, is more than just a book. It is a thoughtfully curated collection of insights, reflections, and scholarly thoughts contributed by today's distinguished speakers, renowned academicians, senior advocates, juries, and policymakers have enriched this volume with their articles on the theme, Resolving Disputes in Changing World, Navigating Conflict, Building Peace. Let me share that this compendium is a brainchild and initiative of our Honorable Group Pro-Chancellor Dr. Mahendra Sharma towards strong documentation of events reflecting the academic commitment of the university. This compendium stands as a valuable guide for policymakers, government agencies, legal professionals, and students, and will serve as a significant reference for matters relating to arbitration, mediation, and alternative dispute resolution. Thank you. He speaks for the many. He stands for all. He carries the old and inspires the new. A leader whose footsteps echo with grace. He uplifts every space, from tribal hearts to the speaker's chair. His journey is rare and fair. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pride to introduce the Honorable Speaker of the Goa Legislative Assembly, Shri Ganesh Gaokarji, who is one such leader, a voice of wisdom and a torchbearer of the people's trust. As Speaker, Sir is not merely an administrator, he is the custodian of decorum, the keeper of the House's conscience, chairing crucial committees such as the Rules Committee and Business Advisory Committee, and contributing to public accounts, petitions, and privileges. He ensures that governance flows with fairness and fineness. Shri Ganesh Gaokarji is a voice for the voiceless. To the tribal communities of Goa, he is more than a leader, he is a beacon. A representative tribal leader, his work as chairman of the Goa State Scheduled Tribes Finance and Development Corporation has uplifted lives, strengthened livelihoods, and given voice to those who often unheard. His NGO, Sanvortem Pragati Mandir, nurtures social, educational, cultural, and spiritual growth, showing seeds of progress where it matters most. Not just a statesman, Shri Gaokarji is a true patron of youth and sports, serving as Vice President, Indian Chukball Federation, President, Goa Chukball Association. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Speaker of the Goa Legislative Assembly, Shri Ganesh Gaokarji, to grace this moment. Please, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, respected judges, eminent arbitrators and mediators, learned advocates, international ADR experts, policymakers, industry leaders, academicians, and their participants. For this Conclave 2025, Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council, we have on the dais the brain of this particular council, Ganpat Patel, who is also known as Dada, and I will have to recognize Dadi, who is sitting along with the spectators. Then my colleague and a senior legislator in Goa Assembly, Minister Transport, and lot many portfolios he have, Mr. Mavin Bab Gudino. Then we have Dr. Mayen Sharma. I will not go with the designations of them. Sri Abhay Sinha, Justice Ramikar Tripathi, Prakash K. Jani, Mitul Seval, Selat, Praveen Faldesai, Dattaprasad Lavande, Rohit Pandey, and Saurav Dubey. If anybody has left, please forgive me. So all the remaining dignitaries on the dais and my dear friends. So it is my privilege and honor to join all of you at the Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council, Conclave 2025, a gathering that brings brilliance, depth and global expertise to the land of Goa. I was just listening to Praveenji. When he was talking, it came to my mind that the agreements which are made between the two or the more parties, they come into force when we disagree. That I was just looking at him. If we disagree for the agreement, then the dispute starts. So this conclave marks another milestone in our state's journey to position itself as a meaningful contributor to India's evolving legal and dispute resolution ecosystem. At the outset, I extend my warm appreciation to Ganpat University, Gujarat, as well as Ganpat University, Goa, Ganpat and Manju Foundation, Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council, and all collaborators, partners, and sponsors for bringing this landmark conclave to Goa and for creating a platform where thought leadership, policy conversation, and global best practices converge. I also offer my deep respect to Padma Shri Ganpat Bhai Patel, that we have already spoken, that Ganpat Dada. But I will tell you one more thing. I think I met him last more than 3 years past. So I am associated with this particular person and his all family, I will say. So therefore, I know what is Dada in this particular field, whose life is shining example of service, vision and nation building through education. His philanthropic commitment to education and youth development across Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and now in Goa has created a remarkable pathway of empowerment and innovation for lakhs of youths in India. Dada's inspiration strengthened our collective resolve to create world-class institutions in Goa, especially in emerging domains such as arbitration, mediation, and hybrid dispute resolution. I also appreciate Dr. Mahendra Sharma, along with his proactive team members, Group Pro-Chancellor, Ganpat University, for his leadership and relentless efforts to lay the foundation of the Council, and Ganpat University, Goa. His contributions to legal innovation, judicial reforms, and capacity building reflect a strong alignment with the future needs of India's legal ecosystem. Goa's position in India's growing ADR landscape. Goa has always been known for its natural beauty, hospitality, and global connectedness. Our minister, Mr. Marvin Gudino, was speaking about this. You should go for thinking in a manner how we can resolve the disputes. And while talking, he was mentioning Shastra also. I was just looking at him. Goa is the place which is located in such a place that when you come here, you will feel different. And people also and students also, they must sit in such a direction that their mind is cool. And exactly what he has spoken, and this particularly center, mediation center in Goa, 100% it will flourish. And this was, I don't know how these people, the Ganpat University, they have grabbed this center timely, within the very shortest time, when they came in Goa, and they have grabbed it with a bright brains. Goa as a rising center for international arbitration, mediation, and legal innovation. The vision is clear and forward-looking, with world-class hospitality, infrastructure, international reach, and an investor-friendly environment. Goa offers unmatched advantages for arbitration hearings, mediation retreats, legal residencies, international conferences. We are ready to position Goa as a credible and attractive venue for dispute resolution. The government of Goa full supports this institution and its long-term roadmap. Integrating ADR into government and industry practices, Goa is progressively strengthening the use of ADRs in infrastructure and PPP agreements, public procurements, tourism and hospitality contracts, startup and IT sectors, maritime and logistics sector. This structured adoption will reduce litigation, accelerate governance, and promote investor confidence. I affirm that Goa is contributing to national reforms in justice delivery. India is undergoing a historic transformation in dispute resolution through the Mediation Act 2023, institutional arbitration reforms, and widespread digitalization of legal processes. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, India is rapidly emerging as a global ADR destination. Goa is committed to contributing meaningfully to this national mission. This conclave is not simply a gathering of experts. It is a blueprint for Goa's future role in the global ADR landscape, a platform to connect international knowledge with local potential, a bridge between policy vision, legal innovation, technology, and global collaboration, and a significant step towards building trust, transparency, and efficiency in dispute resolution. The theme being discussed: maritime arbitration, green arbitration, investor-state dispute, AI-enabled mediation, ethics, and global practices will shape the next decade of India's legal architecture. I want to reassure all stakeholders that the government of Goa, under the able leadership of Honorable CM Dr. Pramod Sawant and senior member and Honorable Minister like Mamin Bab, is fully committed to working alongside Ganpat University, Ganpat and Manju Foundation, and Goa International Arbitration Mediation Council to build a world-class ecosystem of arbitration, law and governance, create global certification pathways, establish advanced ADR research and training centers, host international legal residences and conclaves. I congratulate Padma Shri Ganpat Bhai, Dr. Mahendra Sharma, Ganpat University, Ganpat and Manju Foundation, and now Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council, and all partners and delegates from their extraordinary vision and commitment. Together we will strengthen Goa's position in India's legal journey and build an arbitration ecosystem that is modern, inclusive, technology-driven, and globally aligned. Let us work together to make Goa a lighthouse of peace building, conflict resolution, and legal excellence. Jai Hind, Jai Goa. Give these people to my person.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a thought-provoking speech. Deva Bare Karu, sir. May I now request the Honorable President and Patron-in-Chief of Ganpat University and Chairman Ganpat and Manju Foundation, Dr. Ganpat I. Patel, sir.
Thank you, Deepali. I'd like to invite again Dadi. She has always stood by me all my life. And so today again, she will be standing on my right because she's always right. It's not as funny as it sounds. It is really true. Also, she's a final judge on my case. There is so many judges here. And one of the reason, a great reason why we are having this arbitration center in Goa is because we've been here for 3 days in Goa, and me and Dadis are only arguing half as much as we did in Gujarat. But the good news is that we are still arguing, so business is here to stay. Good morning to everyone. I just wanted to wake you up. Honorable guest, Sri Pramod Sawant Sahib, who has been helping us so much on this initiative that it's really music to our ears. We are extremely happy and delighted. Our guest today, Ganesh Gaukar ji, he's a Speaker of the House later. He was a friend of mine first. And it was a love at first sight. When we met, we just, hit it on the right. And just every time I meet him, he gives me so much comfort that how we cannot be in Goa. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sri Movin Godino, sir, I know your plate is full. You have so much in your portfolio, but you are here to help us. Thank you. And thank you for your good, kind words. I think together, when it comes to arbitration center, we shall put Goa in the map of the world. The world should be coming here for arbitration. So we will be exporting the arbitration. Modi's dream, he wants to export everything. So why not arbitration? Why not we are the last word and the first word? When we say that final. So that's where we want to go to. Thank you, sir. And we will need your help. We have so many great judges and so many great lawyers here today. And my tongue has no bones. And one of the reasons why Dadi is here is every time I say something wrong, she kicks me. I had many, many kicks in my life, and this is why sometimes I walk funny. Thank you, Dadi. Keep doing that. I think we are going on the 65 years of marriage, and it's working. I have a little small message to all the married men. Listen to your better half. They are always right, even when they are wrong. Respected Mahendra Sharma ji, he is awesome. He was voted the best Vice Chancellor of the Year. And that's not an accident. That shows awesome. He's just great. He always thinks detail, and he thinks through everything properly before he makes a move. And this is why this initiative in Goa is going to work. There are many other reasons. Goa is a neutral place, and you need a neutral place to settle the dispute. You need a place where there is a less bias. And there is no prejudgment here. There is no bias. You can see it. You can feel it. Even when we were coming from the airport, the driver stops and he is not honking. I have heard a lot less honking here than in Gujarat. Gujarat, everybody is busy honking and nobody is going anywhere. See this, there is no honking here. I have not heard too much honking. little thing like that. So this is a great place for settling the dispute. Any of you guys have a dispute, come here. Any kind of dispute. We have a Sri Praveen Nikanath, Parasi Dispute Solicitor General of India. Thank you, sir. Excuse if I misspell the name or anything. You know, last night when Rohit Pandeyji came, he came late, but he did come. And Dadi kept reminding me, Rohit Bhai did not have the dessert yet. You are not taking care of our guest. And this morning he didn't have a breakfast. So please have a good lunch. Thank you for making here. My friend Ravi Tripathi ji, thank you, sir. Thank you for kind words and taking your time and coming here. Just like you are rare, and we are going to need it. This center is going to need your help. Sri Datta Prasad ji, Londe, thank you for coming here. Prakash Jani Sahib, you are always there. I know you are always there with the family. Anusha Ben, thank you. And Archit and his family. Hema, thank you for coming here. Abhay Sihaji, thank you, sir. Rohit Pandeyji, I already say thank you, but I want to thank you again. Mitul Shetal Saab, thank you for coming here. And when he came here, he said, excuse me, I'm on my plain chokriwala shirt. I said, it's okay, it's not how you look, it's what you do. Thank you. And you do great stuff. You do great stuff. Let's see, all of them, whether I am pronouncing your name or not, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I think this is a great initiative at Ganpat University. We are about building human life. We are about building characters. We are about building personalities so that we have less dispute. But we will always have a dispute. We consider ourselves GUNI, means Gunwan. We want smart people, but we want kind people before they become smart. We want nice people before they are smart. Because in real life, people like kinder people more than a smart people. And kinder people will go further than a smart people. Have you seen during your life? Even, you know, Narsi Mehta was not extremely genius, and Mirabai was not genius, but they were kind, they were nice. This is why they were closer to God. We can just, you know, people forget how much big treasure we have in India. We can learn from the history of India. You don't have to, because it is made in foreign, it doesn't always have to be great. We have a great stuff here. We have to go back and learn the ancient India. Those values are already there. Nalanda was there before Stanford was. And we should study Stanford, but we should recognize the values of the Nalanda. So we are here, we have a speed, we want to do things, and we want to do it today. And with that, we are about ethics, we are about humility, we have a mindset of doing things fast and furious, and we have a great GUNI team. I want to thank Ganpat University team, and I want to thank Goa for welcoming us, and I want to thank all of you for supporting this. I think we are on to for something greater good for the humanity, and we should continue on this path. So things are great. Thank you. Jai Hind. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dada. Okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to present the message from a leader whose vision has continually guided Goa towards progress, innovation, and global collaboration. The chief guest of today's conclave, the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant. Despite his demanding schedule, Honorable CM Sir has graciously shared his thoughts for all of us gathered here. Can we have the chief guest address by the chief guest of today's conclave, Honorable CM Sir, Dr. Pramod Sawant. We request the team to play the video message. We are grateful to Honorable Speaker Sir, Shri Ganesh Gaonkar ji. Thank you so much for being present here today in this conclave.
Namaskar. My greeting to all the dignitaries, guests and the participants of the Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council Conclave 2025. I truly wish to be the present with you today, but due to the other commitment, I am sharing this message through video. Goa is proud to host this important event. Our state is not only known for tourism, we are growing a center for education, innovation, and national level discussions. The government of Goa is fully support a platform that bring new ideas and help build India's future. Arbitration today has become one of the most important ways to resolve a dispute quickly and fairly. In a fact-changing business and technology, the environment, the people need a solution that avoid long delays. Arbitration offers a natural and professional system where issue can be settled efficiently, helping both the individual and industry save time, reduce conflict, and maintain trust. Strengthening arbitration is essential for India's economic growth and ease of doing business. I want to thank Ganpat University, Ganpat and Manu Foundation, Gujarat Maritime Cluster, and all partners for organizing this conclave in Goa. A special respect to Padma Shri Ganpat Patel, and whose contribution to education and skill development is helping thousands of youth, including the many from Goa. Goa is a maritime state with a great potential. We were working closely with Ganpat University to create the world-class training and skill development centers in maritime, logistics, cruise, ports, and blue economy. Our government will be given full support to make Goa a hub for maritime education and opportunities. I congratulate all the organizers and participants. Let us work together to build a future-ready Goa and stronger India. Dev Bare Kuru. Thank you.
Thank you to Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for your inspiring words, for your continued support to the Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council. May I now invite Dr. Saurabh Dave, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Ganpat University, and Director, GNM Foundation, to propose a vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Pramod Sawant, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Ganesh Gaonkar, Honorable Speaker of Goa Legislative Assembly, and Shri Movin Sir, Honorable Minister of Transport, Industries, Trade, Commerce, Panchayati Raj and Protocol, our respected leadership, Dr. Ganpat Bhai Patel, Dada, Honorable President, Ganpat University, Dr. Mahendra Sharma Sir, Honorable Group Pro Chancellor, Ganpat University, distinguished legal dignitaries, Shri Praveen Nilkan Faldesai ji, Deputy Solicitor General of India, Justice Shri Ravi Kumar Tripathi ji, former Judge, Gujarat High Court and Chairperson, Gujarat State Human Rights Commission, Shri Datta Prasad Lavande Sir, former Advocate General of Goa and Vice President, Bar Council of Maharashtra and Goa, Shri Prakash Kejani, Senior Advocate, Gujarat High Court and former Additional Advocate General of Gujarat, Shri Abhay Sinha sir, Director General, Service Export Promotion Council, India. Shri Rohit Pandey sir, Senior Advocate and former Honorary Secretary, Supreme Court Bar Association. And Shri Mitul K. Silat sir, Senior Advocate, Gujarat High Court. Our special thanks goes to the Lotlekar Saab, Pereira Saab, and the legal advisor, Shri Advocate Shrivan Desai sir, for helping us realizing this event and their prestigious time. Honored member of the judiciary and bench, industries leaders, international delegates, academicians, students, partners, and well-wishers. Devbari Karu. With immense gratitude and deep respect, I stand to formally extend the vote of thanks on behalf of Ganpat University and Ganpat and Manju Foundation and the organizing committee of this historical Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council 2025. Thanks for defining milestone, not only for our institution, but for Goa and the India. We express our heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant sir, for his visionary guidance, for gracing us with the online video message, and for extending unwavering support towards establishing Goa as a future hub for arbitration, mediation, and legal excellence. Your address today has reinforced confidence, direction, and purpose, sir. Thank you, sir. Our sincere thanks goes to Dr. Ganesh Gaonkar ji for affirming the alignment of these initiatives and the state's institutional and legislative priorities. Sri Movin sir, whose insights on governance, trade ecosystem, and cross-border industry network provides a strong foundation for Goa's role in global dispute resolution. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence and guidance. Your endorsement will inspire many future steps in these directions. We are deeply honored to present and contributors, all the esteemed legal fraternities, jurists, advocates, policy experts, and national leaders in dispute resolution. Your wisdom and participation elevate the significance of the conclave and provide a foundation for the journey ahead. Our profound appreciation goes to Ganpat University leadership, Ganpat and Manju Foundation, national and international partners, government department, and supporting agencies. With this note, I welcome all of you and thank you for joining us during the inaugural session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Please note that now we are concluding inaugural ceremony here and we'll have 10 minutes of break followed by the keynote addresses. So please be here after the break. Thank you so much. Enjoy. I request all the dignitaries to please come forward for the group photograph. Let's make this moment memorable. Thank you so much.
stranded in your storm. And every time I thought I could find a way out, you pulled me deeper, kept me torn. Oh, you're losing me. I've been set free from all your broken promises, blind. And now I'm losing you, 'cause baby, I know you'll stand with her instead of mine. So go figure it out, I don't need you around. You walked away like a runaway. Don't come back again, this fight hasn't ended. 'Cause every night always turns to day. I haven't felt myself, and it's been far too long. Tell me you're someone else too, so we can share.
Hello. A very good morning to all. After a quick refreshment, I would like to request all the distinguished guests, participants, to kindly gather in the hall for the next session. We are going to witness a very interesting, insightful keynote address. I would like to request all the members and participants to kindly come forward and have your seats in the auditorium. Thank you.
There's a quiet demon, it eats me from inside. Won't drown in whiskey, I've tried 1,000 nights. Don't let my room be the place you stay. Don't watch your dreams dissolve. I've tried to change to wash the stains away, but the past won't let me fall. I don't want to see you lying next to me while you could have it all. I know you're hoping to be the one who sets me free, but you can't save my soul. There is no underworld. Someone your arms can't contain. I've seen many try, but it's always in vain. Please don't walk through the shadows I've seen. Don't carry the weight that belongs to me. I don't want to see you lying next to me while you could have it all. I know you're hoping to be the one who sets me free, but you can't save my soul. There is no underworld. There is no underworld. láti sún mi gan. Ojo láti mo rí, ìfẹ́ rẹ ti ṣàn mí jùlọ. Mo mọ̀ pé ìwọ ni kò ní fi mí sílẹ̀. Ọkàn mi ní fọkànbalẹ̀. Ní ojú rẹ ni mo rí mọ́lẹ̀. Ìwọ ni gbogbo ohun mi. Owó mi bí ọmọdé kékeré. Ọkàn mi ní fọkànbalẹ̀. Ní ojú rẹ ni mo rí mọ́lẹ̀. Ìwọ ni gbogbo ohun mi. Owó mi bí ọmọdé kékeré. Ìfẹ́ yóò máa gòkè, ọdún bí oyin, iná ọkàn mi. Rántí ọjọ́ tí ó mú mi súnmọ́, ìfẹ́ tí ó fìdí mi mọ́ra. Mo mọ̀ pé ìwọ ni kò ní fi mí sílẹ̀. Ọkàn mi ní fọkànbalẹ̀. Ní ojú rẹ ni mo rí mọ́lẹ̀. Ìwọ ni gbogbo ohun mi. Owó mi bí ọmọdé kékeré. Ọkàn mi ní fọkànbalẹ̀. Ní ojú rẹ ni mo rí mọ́lẹ̀. Ìwọ ni gbogbo ohun mi. Owó mi bí ọmọdé kékeré.
May I now request all the dignitaries and guests to settle down. We are going to start the ceremony. I request the volunteers and organizing committee members to kindly inform everyone to join the next session. We are going to start the next session very soon. So I would like to request the organizing team to inform people to join the next session. Thank you, sir. The guests are requested to take their respective seats. Please, we are going to start the ceremony. We are going to start the next session very soon. Mr. Mukesh Diore, please come to the near to the stage, please. Mr. Mukesh. As we continue this remarkable gathering of minds, we now move to the most awaited part of our ceremony, the speeches and keynote addresses. These are the voices that shape thought, inspire action, and guide the direction of our shared journey. It is our privilege to introduce Sri Prakash Jani sir, a distinguished senior advocate and former Additional Advocate General, Gujarat. I would like to welcome sir on stage. Please, Jani sir. Let us all welcome sir. I would like to request Mr. Mukesh Dio. I would like to request Dr. Saurabh Dave sir, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Ganpat University, Director, Ganpat and Manju Foundation, and Mr. Mukesh Diore, Joint Registrar, JAIM, to felicitate sir with Bandhani shawl, memento, bouquet, and GUNI handshake kit. Over 4 decades of legal practice, sir is known for his expertise in constitutional, commercial service, land, and cooperative law. Sir has represented major institutions in the state of Gujarat in several high-stake matters, including notable constitutional cases before the Supreme Court. Sir has earlier served as government pleader, standing counsel for the Income Tax Department, and a member of various committees on environmental and social issues. A respected legal thinker with deep academic interests, Sri Jani sir continues to contribute significantly to the legal fraternity as a senior counsel and a member of Governing Council, Ganpat University, and a member of Trust Board. I would like to invite Sri Prakash Jani sir, a senior advocate sir, senior advocate Gujarat High Court and a former additional advocate general, to deliver a keynote address on global perspective on. Okay. Sorry, sir.
Thank you. I propose to dwell on to 3 important issues and 3 important subjects. One is civil proceedings, civil courts, civil cases. Another is mediation, its success, its failures. And third is arbitrations. Friends, over the period of more than 300 years, when East India Company came here and established their own courts, and later on, courts came to be established by Her Majesties, we have civil courts, civil procedure code, then civil laws governing the subject, and all civil disputes in a civilized societies were aimed and desired to be resolved by the process of courts. So courts became very important segment, important organs into dispute redressal grievances of the people at large. And that is how a society which is wedded to rule of law, which is wedded to principles of equality, fair play and justice, does give justice to the one who has suffered injustice. So this system of delivering justice through the process of court by independent persons was very much acceptable in our Indian system. It had its success. With the passage of time, a situation came where this system became a overclocked or suffered with so many problems. I am not comparing it with what we experience on particular roads on traffic, but nonetheless, this system became heavily clogged. Resultantly, the judgments came to be delayed, justice came to be delayed, people continue to suffer. Recently, I was reading the details as to in India, which are the oldest cases. So I came across one case of Varanasi, where two Muslim groups, Shias and Sunnis, are fighting since last 125 years with respect to claiming 2 acres of land, and that civil suit is going on in Varanasi court. I further read that in Calcutta, in 1950-51, one bank had gone into liquidation. There were no liquidation laws except the civil proceedings at that point of time. In 2006-2007, after a period of almost 60 years, Calcutta High Court put a closure to that liquidation proceedings of the bank, meaning thereby that the creditor or the person who was entitled to get some money from the bank, not he got it, perhaps his second generation or third generation could have got it. So these are the stark realities of our civil proceedings. What are the reasons? There are multiple reasons. A debate can be initiated that who is responsible, whether government, system, infrastructures, or inadequate presentations, procedural laws, and so many things. So this is how the civil courts and civil cases continue to clog our systems. So what is the way out? India has historically the ways and the culture of resolving the disputes through negotiations, through settlement, through the interventions of elders, through mahajans, through panchas, and that was the system in vogue over the period of time. So in some cases, those issues, those problems could be resolved. But with independence, with education, the societal norms getting changed over the period of time, those traditional ways of accepting elders' guidance or panch or mahajans or leaders' intervention was not acceptable. So a concept of mediation came to be entered into. Recently, meaning thereby last year, Parliament has enacted Mediation Act and rules are framed. Before I go to those provisions, because in this audience there are students, there are persons from trade, commerce and industries, there are some persons who are not so familiar with the law. So I would just see how mediation works. I would narrate one case. I had a case of one judge, a judge who was delivering justice to the people at large. He had a matrimonial problem. I am pointing out this case as to how mediation works. Before 6 years, he and his wife fell apart. They had disputes and differences. So wife started living at her parents' place. Then she became lawyer. She was regularly going to the court of law in her parents' city. The husband, the judge, was serving in different parts of the state of Gujarat. Then maintenance proceedings started. Wife was ordered to pay 40,000 rupees per month because husband's salary was more than 2 lakhs of rupees. Then husband's salary got increased. So wife filed the application for enhancement. It was ordered that instead of 40,000, you pay 50,000 rupees. Then one day, one advocate and that judge came to me, judge practicing in the district court, working in the district court, saying that we propose to file the application challenging this order of the magistrate. I said that there is hardly any merit in this case. Your salary has increased. These are the principles governing grant of maintenance to the wife. She would be at least entitled to get 1/3 of the amount. Therefore, I don't think you can succeed. But he was bent upon filing the applications. So, junior advocate filed the application. The other side had appeared in the case in anticipation that my client would file the application in the High Court. I had seen the limitations of my case. So before the case could be taken up for hearing on merits, I submitted to the learned judge of the High Court that, sir, I am not going into the merits of the case, whether she is entitled to enhancement or not, but these are the disputes between husband and wife, and both are very well educated, both are in the legal field, one is a lawyer, another is the judge, magistrate. So why not make effort to resolve the disputes? So other side's advocate said that there were sufficient efforts. Then I said that again, why not make any effort? Reluctantly, opposite side's advocate, wife side's advocate agreed. The matter was referred to the mediation center, and a trained mediator was referred the matter for the purpose of resolving the disputes between the parties. Husband had very strong stand, wife had also very strong stand. Husband had 100 points against wife had many things to be stated against the husband. Then eventually it was said that you are not in a position to live together. Why don't you separate? Then reluctantly wife said that if it is to be separation and divorce, I would like to have 1 crore of rupees. Husband said, nothing like that. At the base, she is entitled to 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs of rupees in all for full and final settlement. So there was an offer of 30 lakhs of rupees. There was a demand of 1 crore of rupees with Stridhan and other things to be given. The hearing before the mediators went on 1 time, 2nd time, 3rd time, 4th time. Eventually, the wife's parents advised their daughter in the presence of mediator in their traditional language that if you are not interested in joining the husband, take X rupee, Y rupee or Z rupee, but put an end to the matter. Eventually, with so much of negotiations and hard discussions, the matter could be resolved on payment of 75 lakhs of rupees. So husband was saying that no, I don't want to pay beyond 50 lakhs of rupees. Maybe there is an offer of 75 lakhs of rupees for full and final settlement, but I do not want to pay 1 rupee more than 50 lakhs of rupees. So very intense discussion took place in my chamber on couple of occasions. One day I had to say that in your place, I was there, I would rather pay 1 crore but would get out of this mess and would get divorced, because that is the best thing to happen in one's life rather than continuing with this impasse. Eventually, the husband, the magistrate agreed. 75 lakhs of rupees came to be paid. Divorce took place. The parties were fighting over the years. They had filed number of cases against each other. There were serious allegations by wife against the husband and by the husband against the wife, by in-laws, and everything was let loose. But a very experienced mediator could resolve such a delicate issues. It was not of two persons who were illiterate or were not knowing. In fact, they were advising the people. One was a lawyer. So that wife, a lady, would advise clients on different legal issues, and the magistrate would be passing the orders, delivering justice in number of cases. They had such a strong stand. And the matter could not be resolved. There were family court proceedings, there were maintenance proceedings, and there were accusations against each other like anything. But mediator, a trained mediator, an experienced mediator, a seasoned mediator made all the difference. Eventually, the settlement could take place. Parties agreed for mutual divorce. Amount came to be paid, and the things could be resolved. And at this time, both parties are free to take their own decision in their for future life. So this is what a mediation makes a difference. This is the mediation law, friends. So if you read Mahatma Gandhiji's autobiography, kindly read and go through the chapter of his South Africa's experience as a lawyer. He succeeds for his party. There were two Muslim gentlemen from Gujarat, Saurashtra, who were big traders in South Africa, were fighting against each other. And Gandhiji had fought case on behalf of one party and had succeeded. Gandhiji writes that if, as per the judgment of the court, if we would have recovered the amount, the other side will have to go to bankruptcy because they could not have made the payment at a once of such a huge time at that point of time. Then Gandhiji intervenes. He says to his own client that it is better that we give some installment so that he doesn't become bankrupt and he has not to sell out his all the properties. Gandhiji's clients reluctantly, Abdullah Sheikh reluctantly agrees, and there is a settlement to make the payment of entire dues in some reasonable installment. Then the most important sentence which Gandhiji has written in that chapter is that when these two parties resolved their dispute, that was the proudest moment of my professional career because I could see the happiness on both faces. Friends, this is the mediation. The Parliament has made many interesting provisions, mediation through online, in which cases mediation will take place, in which cases it will not take place, what are the areas, everything is defined. But I am not going into all this because you friends who are very, very young listeners, I am pointing out the examples and the instances for the purpose of appreciating that how the mechanism of mediation in our system works. If this very cases, if the case of husband and wife would have continued in the court, it would have dragged on for 5 years, would have dragged on for 10 years. Family court judgment, high court's appeal judgment, then Supreme Court judgment, perhaps for 10, 15 years, the husband and wife would have been living separately, would not have known whether they are husband and wife, there would not have been legal divorce, and at the age of 40 or 45, the wife may get the divorce, husband may get the divorce. In our system, this is not the age for taking any further future decisions. In the light of this, our lawmakers, parliamentarians, thought it proper that mediation is ingrained in our culture. It is part of our civilization. It is Panchatya Parameshwar. It is Mahajan's words. So let us apply these principles by this method, by this process, so that the disputes could be resolved, which would otherwise take years and years into the civil courts. So this is, friends, the mediation which is called alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. Now how it has come, I would now go to the issues of arbitrations, but how it has gone. As Sharma sir had pointed out, that our Indian courts are clogged with so many cases. I have got the data which speaks of very, very interesting and very shocking details that lakhs and lakhs of cases in civil courts across the country. As per National Grid's data, about 5 crores cases are pending in all the civil courts in the country. Look at the time at which those cases will be decided. In the High Court, the data, we have many High Courts in the country, almost for every state, every High Court. In every, totally 63 lakhs of cases are pending. In Supreme Court, about 88,000 cases are pending. So such is the massive backlog. In spite of the best of the efforts, use of technology and new advances, it would take years and years. But some cases cannot wait, like custody child case or husband-wife disputes case and some other individual rights case. They have to be resolved quickly. So this is the way, the alternative dispute resolution mechanism by which parties agree to have discussions, they shared their egos, they forget something. There is a give and take principles, there is a persuasions, and in the process, parties arrived at the solutions and put an end to the controversy. Friends, this culture of us, which was already rooted in our civilizations, is now in a modern way being adopted by advanced countries like America, where there are specialist lawyers who are exclusively dealing on mediation subjects. There are provisions for dealing with the controversies between corporates, between individuals, between companies on mediation principles, and first by going to the mediations. We have also adopted that process. The mediation is now statutorily recognized. It has its rules that a person can become a trained mediator. He can be thoroughly professional persons for working and acting as a mediator, and so many details are there. In fact, I would say that it is like a good advocate. It opens up a new avenues and new career for young boys and girls to be good mediators. So this is how the mediation works. Then I go to the arbitrations. In 1999, 2000, with such massive backlogs at that point of time which was found, Parliament amended Civil Procedure Code, and under Section 89 of the Civil Procedure Code, introduced the concept of resolution of alternative dispute resolutions mechanisms, and also indicated that parties should first explore whether the dispute is possible to be resolved by arbitrations. That is one. Then there are some other instances and historical aspects which also need to be taken note of. We had the Arbitrations Act of 1899, which only applied in cities like Bombay, Calcutta, and Chennai, Madras. Then 1940, we had another Arbitration Act, but those those provisions remained on periphery, and the mainstream litigations and mainstream contesting parties were not using those provisions. Then law has its reasons to be enacted, and those reasons were that in 1990 onwards, India opened up its doors to the outside world. A policy of liberalization and opening of the economy came. Good number of foreign companies, good number of foreign stakeholders entered India with particular objects for business, commercial establishment, and so many other things. Then the concept of resolving the disputes arose. They would incorporate the provisions of resolving the dispute through arbitrations. Then concept of foreign disputes, how foreign disputes could be, disputes could be resolved. Then World Trade Organizations suggested something based on Dunkel proposals. So Indian Parliament enacted exhaustive law in the arbitration law. That was in 1996, being Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996. Wherein detailed provisions came to be made and emphasis came to be given that if there is an agreement between the parties to resolve the dispute, not through the process of the court, but through the arbitrator, by appointing the arbitrator, the court will like to see that parties resolve their dispute through the process of arbitrators, process of arbitrations. So the first principles which came to be enunciated by High Courts and by the Supreme Court was that if there is an arbitration agreement between the parties, namely that if the parties at the time of resolving their disputes have agreed that they will resolve their dispute through the mechanism of arbitration, then no party to that agreement will be allowed to go to the court of law, that is civil court, for the purpose of resolution of their disputes. So parties were driven to resolution of the dispute through the process of arbitrations. Then many important questions. This act has good provisions, but even then, so many case law and so many issues came up. So the law came to be amended in 2011, 2015, 2020, 21, requiring to see that the parties who have chosen to resolve the dispute by means of arbitrations do not suffer. So many important issues arose by application of this law. One such law is that what happens when one party, I had a very interesting case which had gone up to the Supreme Court. I would refer to that case so that you will know. There is a government of Gujarat corporation named as Gujarat State Civil Supplies Corporations, which procures good amount of grains from the people, from the suppliers, and distributes it to the poor class of the people through fair price shops. So one party of Madhya Pradesh entered into agreement with Gujarat State Civil Supplies Corporation for the purpose of supply of certain essential articles. Say it was the value of 10 crores of rupees, and then the dispute arose. When the agreement was signed, Gujarat State Civil Supplies Corporation had put up the condition that there will be the arbitration in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad or Gandhinagar, and arbitrator will be appointed from here. Now friends, interestingly, that supplier party was a small scale industries which had obtained the certificate of incorporation under the Small and Medium Scale Enterprise Act 2005, wherein there is a special mechanism provided for the purpose of resolution of the dispute to protect small-scale industries. So that supplier party who had the dispute with Gujarat State Corporation did not go to this particular course of appointment of arbitrator in Gujarat, but instead approached Madhya Pradesh Council under that particular act. And he succeeded, and huge amount came to be ordered to be paid by Gujarat State Corporations. It was contended that this council has no jurisdiction, but the Supreme Court in 2022 took the view that this is a special law, namely Small and Medium Scale Industries Act 2005, and therefore it is for the purpose of protecting small industries, and therefore the mechanism provided under that act will be applicable and not the one by which he has agreed to go to the arbitrator when he entered into the contract. So this is one concept or one segment to be appreciated and understood in the context of arbitration law. Then second, that state government, municipal corporations and district panchayats enter into contract with contractors for the purpose of building, construction of houses, offices and such other things. There is a, say, arbitration agreement. But every state government enacts the law of constituting the tribunal with respect to construction disputes. So then the case arose that when the state government has already enacted the special act for the purpose of resolving the dispute of contractors under this particular tribunal, this agreement will not apply. So this is the another facet of the provisions of the arbitration agreement. Though arbitration will apply, arbitration proceedings will go on, but in a statutory tribunal of the act, or as I said in the small and industries case, by the council constituted under that particular act. So these are the different facets. In the inaugural session, it was pointed out that arbitrator, when he passes the order, which is popularly called as award, that award is subject to section 34, then section 37 of the act, and its nitty-gritty was pointed out. So with respect to the awards of the arbitrators and their judgments, there are opinions, counter opinions, because every coin has two facets. So one set of theory is that there has to be a judicial scrutiny about the legality, correctness, and the propriety of the order or award passed by the arbitrator. In one case, the arbitrator had passed the award of 9,000 crore of rupees against Union of India and their central government corporations in favor of Anil Ambani-led Reliance Company. Arbitrator passed the award, Delhi High Court had confirmed that award, and when the Union of India filed the appeal in Supreme Court allowed the appeal and set aside both the judgment, holding that such award could not have been passed. So friends, what is important is, I as a practitioner of law would believe and would feel that whatever may be the drawbacks of our civil courts or civil proceedings or of our judicial proceedings with respect to the delay, because this is the substantial point which is always being raised, I would say that there is no option except the judicial scrutiny of every order or everything. As a matter of fact, I would say that if completely free hand is given to the arbitrators and their orders become immune or their orders cannot be challenged, it would give quite free hand to the arbitrators, and it may be difficult to even correct the wrong orders or wrong judgments or completely erroneous awards passed by them. Therefore, in fact, I would advocate the greater and greater interventions and scrutiny, intervention in the sense of judicial observations and judicial review at a higher degree, so that the very fundamental principles of justice, that is fairness, honesty, and sincerity, is reflected in the awards of the arbitrators. Then I just now would deal with foreign disputes and how foreign arbitration disputes arise and how those are ultimately implemented against a party. I would refer to again one case, because the provisions are such, many young friends may find it very, very disinteresting to see section so and so, so and so. So I would just give one example. One party in Gandhidham, Kutch, Gujarat, entered into contract with one South Korea company. Say today we are in the month of November. Today he entered into the contract with South Korea party that in next 4 months he will supply 10,000 tons of edible oil to South Korea party at, say, a fixed price of rupees so and so, a fixed price. Indian party had the belief that in next 4 months the prices are not going to rise. In fact, Indian market would come down and he would make huge profit because of the price which is fixed. But to his misfortune, he had agreed to say for Indian rupees 1,000 per 20 kilogram. The prices of that particular, at that point of time, got increased to 1,300, 1,400 and 1,500 rupees. So he felt that at 1,500 rupees, he would suffer huge loss in lakhs of rupees or crores of rupees. So he chose to ignore the contract. He did not comply, he did not supply, saying, kya hoga? South Korea party and Gandhidham party had the agreement that in the event of dispute, the dispute will be resolved by International Arbitration of London, which is a forum known as Grain and Feed Trade Association, that is GAFTA, G-A-F-F-T-A. So South Korea party approached that arbitration forum of London. A award of 8 lakhs US dollar came to be passed. So 8 lakhs multiplied by 100. So you can count how many rupees came to be passed against this Gandhidham-based party. Then he filed appeal. Then under that law of England, he went to Queen's Bench Court, failed everywhere. He was sitting here that how South Korea party, England award, then South Korea party through their lawyer, they engaged the lawyers of Mumbai. They came to Gandhidham, filed the application for execution. Then execution application was transferred to Gujarat High Court. Provisions of commercial courts, that is another facet. But eventually, it was held that by this application for execution means implementation of this award, you are liable to make the payment of 8 lakhs US dollar with 4% compound interest. So huge amount. The parties, the Gandhidham party, because they were our clients, so they were initially had the feeling that South Korea, England, and how they will be able to find out. But eventually, at their doorsteps, these implementation orders, execution orders came up. So this is how the disputes where there is a foreign party, where the arbitration takes it to foreign countries, the awards are implemented, and wherever one is, the execution proceedings, the implementation process will take place everywhere. So friends, every facet of this, I would request the organizers in the time to come would require at least 1 day's discussions. They are very intensive, very exhaustive, and very detailed. But I have just give a panoramic view of the entire proceedings to you. I would believe that in the time to come, arbitration with its so many drawbacks is going to become the order of the day. Maritime proceedings are going to be, the arbitration proceedings are going to be the order of the day. So I would advise and suggest to young advocates, young students, to be more and more proficient and experts on this branch of law, because this is a very wonderful branch and very interesting law, and the greater and greater one goes into it, there is no end to it, because learning has no end, learning has no boundaries. I would believe that this presentation within the time given to me, I would like to give more and more details, but I would close here having regard to the time slot which is given to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jani sir, for your detail, yet a layman's language, understandable remarks and a keynote address, a very significant keynote address. Thank you for a valuable time. May we now proceed for our next session. We have with us a video message by Dr. Sagar Sangaonkar, Chairman SOCHM Goa Council. They are our important partners and supporters. So they have sent a video message for this, especially for this function. So we are now going to have this video. Can we have a video, please? Thank you.
Chief guest of today's function, Honorable Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawant. Guest of honor, Honorable Minister for Industries, Trade and Commerce, Sri Mawin Gudino. Honorable Speaker of Goa Legislative Assembly, Sri Ganesh Gaonkar. Honorable Padma Shri Dr. Ganpat Patel Ji, President Ganpat University, Sri Mahendra Sharma Ji, Group Pro Chancellor of Ganpat University, and all our distinguished guests. I truly regret that I am unable to join you in person today. However, I am pleased to share this message and be part of the Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council today. I commend the organizers for bringing together leading legal minds, industry experts and policy makers on one platform. From the industry's perspectives, the arbitration and mediation is a crucial subject that deals with resolving the industrial disputes amicably. Although they work differently, both are promoted as effective mechanisms to avoid lengthy and adversarial litigation. As India strengthens its business environment and legal ecosystem, effective arbitration and mediation are essential tools for faster, transparent, and business-friendly dispute resolution. This conclave comes at a crucial time. Your discussions today will contribute significantly to shaping policies, improving institutional capacities, and building trust among stakeholders. I extend my best wishes for a successful, insightful, and impactful conclave. Thank you, and I hope to join you in person at future editions.
I would like to request Dada and Tripathi sir to kindly thank Shri Prakash Jani sir for his exemplary keynote address. Sir, yeah, sir, please. No, sir, please on stage. We would like to felicitate him with a bunch of bouquets, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we are going to have a panel discussion 1. I may now invite Dr. Kishore Barar sir, Senior Director, Placement and Executive Education. For the panel discussion, he is a moderator for the panel. Sri Amit Meheria sir, Managing Partner, MCO Legals, Meheria and Company, an eminent figure in dispute resolution, corporate strategy and international arbitration. I would like to welcome him also on stage. These are our panel moderator. We are going to witness a panel discussion 1. Before we proceed for the lunch, we are going to have a very wonderful and an insightful discussion, a healthy discussion. I would like to hand over the stage to Dr. Kishore Barar sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, distinguished guests, delegates, law experts, and honored guests. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council Conclave 2025, organized by Ganpat University here in the beautiful state of Goa. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are all gathered to reflect on a subject of immense national and global significance. The theme of the first panel discussion is going to be reimagining alternative dispute resolution, that's ADR in changing world, from judicial reforms and global leadership. So across the world, justice systems are evolving, seeking greater efficiency, transparency, accessibility. One of the most important keywords from the morning inaugural addresses was mindset. India is undergoing a paradigm shift demographically, socially, economically, and culturally. And the theme of this panel discussion, that's we're trying to talk about the transformation, particularly when Generation Alpha is entering the economic and social landscape of our country, and they're going to lead the nation in the coming days. With this opening note, may I request Advocate Amit Meharia, my co-moderator, to take forward the proceedings for the day.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Myself Amit Meharia, I'm the managing partner in MCO Legals and practicing mostly in arbitration, EPC contracts. It's an honor to be part of this gathering and to be part of the conclave. And we hope that we have a very beautiful panel over here, panel comprising of learned senior counsels along with general counsels, means in-house and academic. So we'll try to address the issues in a very organized manner. I'll take this opportunity to request Mr. M.K.S. Menon, Senior Advocate, to please come onto the stage. And I'll also request in the meantime Dr. R.K. Patel and Dr. Bijay Lakshmi to come on the stage and facilitate Sir Menon. Sir is distinguished senior lawyer practicing in the Supreme Court of India, bringing over 41 years of expertise to the legal profession. He is widely recognized for his specialization in mining and forest law and his landmark contribution in the Jacob case, where the Supreme Court of India for the first time declared that the owner of the surface also owns the subsoil rights. In addition to his courtroom achievement, Mr. Menon is an accomplished arbitrator and a respected authority in the arbitration law. Thank you.
I'm honored to welcome Ethelward Olympio Mendes. May I request sir to... I also request in the meantime Shri Prakash Saab to come on the dais to felicitate sir. Mr. Mendes, who is an IIAM mediator and advocate, is a practicing advocate enrolled with Bar Council of Maharashtra in Goa from January 1987. He has been a judge, a mediator for International Chamber of Commerce, International Mediation Mood competition in Paris, continuously from 2010 till 2023. Sir, we welcome you.
Hi, may I request the next panelist, Shri Gokul Narayan sir, to please join the panel. And at the same time, I'll request Dr. Girish Patel along with Mr. Devra to come and facilitate. Shri Gokul Narayan sir is the founder director of Settlewise Now, a boutique mediation practice that supports individual families and organizations in resolving disputes with clarity and dignity. His work spans matrimonial, insurance, commercial matters, and draws on almost a decade of mediation experience. Thanks.
Our next panelist is Mr. Captain Mohan Vinayak. So I'm honored to welcome and introduce Captain Mohan Nayak. Captain Nayak is a seasoned maritime professional with deep expertise in shipbroking and tanker management. He serves as a director at Dynacom Tankers Management Limited and is also an active executive advisor for firms like Thatia, Frontier, Harbor Lab, etc. I request Professor Giriraj Tejra sir to kindly felicitate sir by presenting the stole memento and statement of gratitude.
May I request Professor Dr. Karuna Malviya to please come onto the stage. And at the same time request Dr. Priyanka Pathak and Ms. Pragya to come onto the stage to facilitate. Doctor. Professor Malviya is an accomplished legal academic and director with over a decade of dedicated service in the field of law, a PhD holder and a recipient of prestigious UGC Senior Research Fellowship. She is also a certified mediator and an experienced doctor survivor. As principal of MGM Law College, she made history by leading India's first international academic tour to globally acclaimed institutions including International Court of Justice, Oxford University and the British Parliament.
I am privileged to welcome and introduce Mr. Rohit Kamble. May I invite Mr. Kamble to please come on the dais. Mr. Rohit Kamble is the Chief Manager of Corporate Affairs in the Law Department of Indian Oil Corporation Limited, currently based at the Department of Indian Oil Corporation Limited at Delhi, New Delhi. With over 17 years of distinguished experience, he has led key functions in the corporate governance, contract negotiations, litigation management, and alternative dispute resolutions, including both domestic and international arbitration. May I request Captain Jitendra and R.D. Patil Saab to kindly come on the dais and felicitate sir.
Hi. May I now request Ms. Radhika Sharma to please join on the stage. And at the same time request Dr. Dipali Dave and Professor Anand Mankodia to come onto the stage and facilitate ma'am. Ms. Radhika is a marine claims handler at AP Moller Mazak, where she manages end-to-end PI and H&M claims for Mazak-owned global field. She also plays a critical role in first response operations during major marine incidents, coordinating with clubs, surveys, and legal councils. Ms. Radhika gained robust litigation experience by practicing before Supreme Court of India and NCRDC. She is also adept to contract negotiation and management, bringing a strong foundation to both transactional and dispute resolutions in maritime law.
I'm honored to invite and welcome Shri Dhaval Vyas. In the meantime, may I request Professor Arun Rathi also to come on the dais to felicitate sir. Shri Dhaval Vyas is a distinguished senior advocate practicing at the Gujarat High Court, widely respected for his deep expertise in commercial laws and arbitration. With an illustrious legal career, he has contributed significantly to shaping commercial jurisprudence and in the state. His sharp litigation skills to shaping commercial strategies, advocacy have earned him a prominent place in Gujarat's legal fraternity. So once again, good afternoon and warm welcome to this pivotal conversion on reimagining ADR in changing world from judicial reforms.
Hello. Before we proceed, I would like to invite Dr. Dipali Dave to felicitate Dr. Kishore Bharat sir with a bunch of bouquet, and Mr. Amit Meheria sir. Thank you, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, eminent lawyers and some of the best brains in the law profession, once again, good afternoon and warm welcome to this pivotal conversion on reimagining ADR in changing world from judicial reforms to global leadership. So as we embark on this dialogue, I invite you to share your sharpest insights and boldest ideas, because the future of dispute resolution is wide open and ready to be shaped by the collaborations we spark today. So together, let us explore new pathways and toward a smarter, stronger, and globally resilient jurisdiction system. But only my humble request, we are already running our schedule behind. And therefore, I kindly request each of you to share your perspectives within 3 to 4 minutes so we can hear every voice, and if there is a time, we'll further dwell deeper into your reflections. May I now invite Advocate Amit to initiate the panel discussion?
When sir was mentioning 3 to 4 minutes, I just noticed Menon sir was shaking his head with a lot of passion in it. That was good. So I'll take the privilege to start with Menon sir. Menon sir, over the last decade or so, the landscape of arbitration in India has changed a lot, no doubt being influenced globally and everything. So, small question to you is that how has the landscape of dispute resolution evolved globally in the last decade and its effect in the Indian arbitration? Please, sir.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon. So the subject given is quite fascinating. And by the time I say that, time will be over. Anyway, one thing I would like to point out. We are all now concerned, whoever spoke here, is that there is an element of frustration because our system, the judicial system, is not capable of rising up to the expectations of the people. Reason being the prolonged litigations. When we look at the United States, the Supreme Court in a year is dealing with very few cases. Whereas we heard that 80,000 cases are pending in the Supreme Court as on today of India, in India. Now, why this is happening? We can easily find that the judges, or you can, accuse the judges saying that you are not capable of doing it. No. India has got the population unimaginable. It's very difficult to contain them. Still, we have such a leadership. It is managing them. And as the pillar, the third pillar, and the most supportive pillar is the judiciary. They wanted to deal with everything. And there is a system. Starting with from the Mafesil courts, then to the High Court, then to the Supreme Court. Now this system is, of course, we imbibed from the British regime. Still, even today we are wearing the coat and gown. Probably in many cases I used to wonder, where will we be unless the coat and gown is there. So I always say, or rather point out that it is the responsibility of the lawyers to see that unwarranted litigation be curtailed. If they, of course, you want money, you want litigation, no doubt about it. But at the same time, you're an officer of the court. We will have to ensure that unwanted litigations, we'll have to make them understand. And if there is a possibility of settlement, put it an end to there. I stopped taking matrimonial dispute long back. Seeing the agony the children are facing. For nothing. Even, unfortunately, the parents are not in a position to point out what is the mistake. Now, all these areas, now we are, of course, and I don't want to drift away to any other subject. Now, we are having this arbitration and mediation. Now, arbitration is a method. Probably started from the New York Convention, then later on being, in India, the 1996 Act. Then comes the mediation. Ultimately, now that also is into legislation. Now, arbitration, the biggest problem is getting a person who really be impartial. See, the difficulty I already faced as an arbitrator sitting in the bench, this thing. When I was invited to join the bench when I was practicing in Kerala High Court, I rather told the Chief Justice it would be better to talk nonsense once in a while rather than listening to the nonsense throughout the day. We'll have to understand and appreciate the problems that the judges are also facing. You see, here, the thing is, now arbitration, you are saying, okay, we can get it settled, or we can get in a quick, because of the time frame within which it has to be. Originally, it started with 1 year, then extended, ultimately now it's almost 2 years. It's very difficult to finish off. And after getting it, again, another, challenges. But the most important thing is, an arbitrator during the process itself will have to create an environment where you'll have to make them understand, the parties, especially the party who thinks that we have got the best case. Law can be bent at various places, but we should know how to go about it. So convincing him during the process that, you are not on a winning streak, and bring him to the table of mediation. Because ultimately it's our ego many times. Sometimes it is suffering. The thing is, when you're dealing with we know all the big companies used to have an arbitration clause. So they are at a better point to enter into the agreement and make the other person to accept it. So the judges are also, ultimately now the thing is now tremendously changed. And now independent arbitrations have been, without resorting that particular clause has come in. Now when the arbitrator dealing with an issue, not only this, I'm talking in general, see that, make both the side understand where you stand, and then to bring them to the table of mediation. And the mediation, for example, there you need people who has got the capacity to mediate. A good arbitrator need not be a good mediator. A mediator should first of all carry that, the aura where others respect him. We know in various parts of this country, in different high courts, There are excellent judges, not merely because of his knowledge. No doubt knowledge is strength, wonderful. But how they deal with human problems, how they deal with the issues, and how they convince even the client. I mean, even sitting there, they are doing the mediation, pushing them to the mediation. So an education is required in this direction where even the arbitrators or the other mediators are being educated. Maybe they are very good, they are excellent, knowledgeable, but they need a guidance. And it is very, very necessary, because then only what we are trying to achieve can be obtained. Otherwise it will not. Now, one caution for the juniors, the youngsters, regarding the advancement of our system, the technology. Now see, earlier we used to have so many files to be carried. Now I carry only this thing. I'm sorry, just one thing.
Can you conclude, please?
Yeah, I'm concluding, I'm sorry. See here, this technology is good. Now even the artificial intelligence, you put a question where you yourself know what exactly is the answer. You will get a wrong answer. Just 1 second, I'm sorry. In a mining laws, there was one judgment which was delivered by the Supreme Court, 9 judges bench. I also had participated in that. I put the question that is exactly on the artificial intelligence platform. And I got an answer absolutely against it. That means that artificial intelligence requires little more intelligence that you will have to provide. Thank you.
One more panelist there. So I'll request quickly Shri Joachim Godino, sir. May I request him to please come on the dais, and may I request Dr. Saurabh Dave to please felicitate sir by presenting the statement of gratitude memento. So I'll briefly introduce sir. So Mr. Godino is a senior advocate with an impressive legal career spanning over 33 years, practicing before the Honorable High Court of Mumbai at Goa, a graduate in Commerce and Law. He enrolled as an advocate in 1991 and has since made significant contributions across civil, criminal, constitutional and arbitration matters. We welcome you, sir. We have Shri E.O. Mendes, a very senior law shining star. Sir, I would like to know, and we would like to know, in fact, what steps should you suggest to ensure clarity, transparency in arbitration agreements, accountability of legal practitioners, and the role of courts in ensuring the integrity of arbitral process?
Good afternoon, everyone. See, the question that has been put to me is whether the court should reject an unclear arbitration clause. And for this, if we look at the history of how courts have dealt with arbitration over a point of time, to very first initial ways that unless the original agreement having the arbitration clause was not filed with the application, it would be rejected, till now that even communication between the parties indicating intention to arbitrate has been considered sufficient to refer parties to arbitration. So therefore, the mood of courts worldwide has been to promote arbitration. But the problem lies with India wanting to position itself is whether is it arbitration friendly. or whether we make an issue where the courts intervene constantly. Now, for this matter, today, one must remember that having an arbitration clause and an arbitration agreement is not a prohibition or a bar to filing of civil suits in litigation. The plaintiff is entitled to file a civil suit. Under Section 8 of the Arbitration Conciliation Act, it is for the defendant to choose, before he files his statement of defense, whether the matter should be handled in arbitration or in the civil courts. So therefore, keeping in mind the principle of competence, and Section 16 of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act, it would be wise for the courts to encourage parties to arbitration and leave it for the arbitration tribunal to decide on the issue of arbitrability and so on. In fact, that has been the persistent view of the Supreme Court, but unfortunately, in that exercise, we do a double whammy. The courts also exercise the issue of whether the arbitration clause is a valid clause, invalid clause, and make a general observation, and then refer the matter to the arbitral tribunal. And imagine if the arbitral tribunal, in a competence decision, says that it is not arbitrable. So here we have a conflict of jurisdiction, and therefore, in my opinion, the minute you see simply the word arbitration, even if it is, as one Supreme Court judgment says, does not contain a clear and unambiguous intention to arbitrate, but only a desire, I feel that we should refer all matters to arbitration and leave it to the tribunal for competence jurisdiction.
Thank you, sir. So it's not only confined to legal profession about the accountability. In fact, it is the basic pillars of almost every professionals, right? Thank you, sir.
May I now come to Gokul Narayan, sir? It's working?
Check.
Yeah. Mediation, in the earlier part of the day, there was a lot of talk about mediation, the Mediation Act. And so issue is that how do we build up the confidence in the system and everything? So with that background, if I may ask you, what are the key structural and practical challenges that India must address to make mediation a reliable, mainstream dispute resolution process, and in particular, the judicial support along with enforceability of it? Please, sir.
Thank you for the question. First of all, it's impossible for so many members of a legal fraternity to come together and speak in 3 minutes each, but sir's done a fantastic job. I commend him on that. I will try and emulate him. There are a lot of points that I wanted to speak about. There are about 7 or 8 points that I noted down that I would express. But because of the paucity of time, let me break it down to what I believe are the most important aspects that can be focused on. We need to understand that as of right now, India is in a space where mediation is primarily looked at as a solution provider for the problems that the adversarial system has created. The problems have been created because of the manner in which adversarial courts arbitrations are handled, and therefore mediation has been brought in as a patchwork. Now that mindset needs to change, and by that I mean that as soon as we jump into a mediation first attitude, that means let's try mediation before we try any other form of dispute resolution and make it a part of a cultural ethos. It is going to, in the coming years, make a substantial difference to the pendency, to the attitude, to the litigious nature of conflicts that we have. Now, this needs to be done not just at an institutional level in terms of colleges and universities, but has to be introduced far earlier in schools where collaborative forms of dispute resolution must be focused on. Secondly, there's a lot more to elaborate on this, but secondly, in terms of ADR, I was having a conversation with Mendes sir about this as well. I object to ADR itself, the word ADR itself. That mindset also needs to change. An alternative dispute resolution basically takes for granted that we are alternative to an existing and primary system of dispute resolution, that being the adversarial system, litigation. Now, that attitude needs to change. That perspective needs to be brought in. We need to use, and I can understand, if arbitration is called as an alternative to the court system, I can understand that. But mediation being called as an alternative to the court system is something that I don't align myself with at all. We could use amicable dispute resolution. We could use appropriate dispute resolution. But alternative is not a word that I am very comfortable with. The last point, sir, I'll just put in one more point. I had 7 of them, but I'm going to wind up with this last one. Advocacy training. We have a system which is obsessing about creating mediators right now. Because of the constant efforts made by the various high courts in the country and the training institutions that are around, we have now gone up to close to about 20,000 registered mediators. We, however, don't have a standard for mediation advocates. There is no system, there is no qualification. Any lawyer can represent a case in mediation. And please understand, a mediator is only as good as the other stakeholders are. And the other stakeholders meaning the parties and the lawyers representing those parties. So mediation advocacy becomes an exceptionally important cog without which the success of mediation would be literally impossible. Thank you.
I'll go to Captain Mohan Nayak ji. Sir, the question for you is, how has the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Act 2021 influenced the autonomy and efficiency of arbitral proceedings in India, especially concerning the independence of arbitral institution?
Thank you, Professor Barad, for this very pertinent question. Actually, 2021 amendment to the Act has introduced 2 new changes. The first change, of course, was the 8th schedule being removed from the 2019 had introduced the 8th schedule, which talked about the qualification of arbitrators, where they said that only practicing lawyers over 10 years of experience or chartered accountants over 10 years of experience could become arbitrators. A person like me who's a qualified lawyer but not practicing and a maritime lawyer also would have been removed from the arbitration panel. So things changed luckily because they introduced another 43J section which then talked about the qualification of arbitrators, which said that arbitrators who have specialities like shipbrokers, master mariners, brokers in shipping, normal brokers, these people could also join in as arbitrators, provided they are enrolled with or they have been recognized by a recognized organization like Arbitration Council of India, which was established in 2019 under Justice Sri Krishna's report. So this was the first amendment, thankfully. Second one was where the courts could grant unconditional stay on any agreement or any contract or the award itself, which is being, due to fraud or corruption. So this particular clause has now changed the scene a bit, that courts can look into it very deeply if fraud and corruption is alleged in the award or in the contract or in the agreement itself. So I think these 2 amendments, as Professor Barad, you asked me, independence of arbitrators, they have now enforced that arbitrators will work within the limits of the arbitration law and no fraud or corruption will be tolerated by the courts, and that is why this is a very welcome amendment.
That's where the previous talking about the accountability, transparency, honesty, integrity, right? So thank you.
Thank you.
If I may now come to Professor Karuna Malviya ji. arbitration, normally we, as a practitioner, we put it into two parts. One is to get the award and then to enforce it. We talk about it like it's about a start of a new love story, enforcement of award. So if you can talk about what are the challenges in enforcing the arbitral awards in the current regime and its impact in the global image of India as an international arbitration hub. Thanks, ma'am.
Thanks. Good afternoon to one and all present here. And I congratulate, first of all, the university and Goa International Arbitration Mediation Council for organizing and taking effort for actually becoming a global power in the area of arbitration and mediation. Now, when we are talking about the enforcement of the arbitration award, what all we are expecting, why we are doing all these processes just to get the awards, right? And when we are talking about the challenges are, there are procedural delays. And as rightly pointed out by Mendes sir, the procedural delays are why. When we are talking about alternate dispute resolution mechanism, why there are judicial interventions, right? Second thing, the challenge, the award when being challenged by the other party. Again, there is a delay in the execution or the enforcement of that award. Sometimes there are incapacity of the parties, sometimes the agreement is not correctly drafted and the way it is challenged. So these are very simple things which can be, when we are talking about reimagining and reforming alternate dispute resolution, and when we are still, lacking behind the challenges which we can easily, do away. So I, as an academician, have a simple opinion that these are very mere challenges. When we are talking about ADR, when we want to build in the system for ourselves, these challenges should be reformed at the earliest because that is the end product we want.
Thank you. Actually, the new act has made limited scope for challenge, but then also challenges. And it's happening more because majority of the litigants in arbitration are public sector undertaking, where issue of accountability and decision making comes into the picture. So,
yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
In fact, we have been witnessing tremendous transformation. We have been witnessing age-old laws that were existing since decades have now, the obsolete ones have been removed, right? And the new transformation is undergoing. Especially academician, ma'am, she is a principal. When we are talking about transformation, what I have studied and known about law is that it's for the people, right? And in my introductory remarks, I mentioned about a generational change that is coming up. And was going to drive this economy, maybe 10 years down the line. This alpha generation or generation X and Y are not like me and you. We were the followers. Once somebody said, you have to do it, we should do it, there was no argument, right? But this is going to be an altogether different generation. And particularly when we talk about research, right? And ma'am is here, I think there is tremendous research required as far as the integration of the demographic shift and the law, right? So with this, thank you, ma'am. Shri Rohit Kamble, Chief General Manager. Sir, I would like to ask you as to how is community mediation being integrated into India's formal justice delivery system, and what role does it play in reducing the backlogs of civil disputes?
Good afternoon all. Respected Ganpat sir, Sharma sir, I thank you for inviting us and also giving us one more reason for coming again and again to Goa with the establishment of Goa International Arbitration Council. We look forward for this institution as the Government of India has progressively told us that you have to move from ad hoc arbitration to institutional arbitrations. And we keenly look forward to this institution growing more bigger and having a renounced presence in the world. Thank you. Since morning, every speaker has talked about how dispute resolution is an ancient old tradition in India and has been going on since ages. If that be the case, then why in the present day and since independence, we are not able to harness that good ethics that we should have adopted from our forefathers? I think the fundamental flaw that has taken place is with the advent of the British judicial system from resolution to adversarial. And that mindset has carried on and it's going on till now. Working in PSU for the last 18 years and studying law for 5 years with this combined experience, today if any dispute is foreseeable to go for resolution also, the first thing that comes to mind, let us go and file an arbitration dispute or let us go to the court, then we will see whether to resolve or no. Our mind has been trained in such a way, just we see in the any movie that कुछ भी कर लो कोर्ट में चले जाएंगे और we will not resolve the issue. I think with the collaboration of this institute, with the presence of Ganpat University, I think it is high time, sir, that people like me in PSUs who are called the largest litigant, we be trained first to how to resolve first and then litigate later, or rather not to litigate at all. That is required. And we look forward after this session to have a collaborative initiative with the Ganpat University for training our 100-odd law officers across India, plus our functional departments. As Amit sir rightly said, the people in PSUs are scared to take decisions. We have a closed mindset. But that needs to be changed, and I congratulate Government of India also, which they brought back our old traditional community resolution mechanism in form of the Mediation Act, which we look really forward to bring the rules getting enforced and we implementing it. A policy decision we have taken in the corporation that rather than arbitration, the first step has to be mediate, because in the term alternate dispute resolution, we are missing the word resolution absolutely across the board. We are only adjudicating, be it through arbitration, through court of law. Even I find in conciliation when we do, there is fighting across the board. But the resolution part is missing. Having said that, some statistical data which Jani sir also mentioned in the morning, that around 5 crore odd or 6 crore odd cases are pending. If you look the statistical data, out of that 4.7 crore cases are petty cases which can be resolved through mediation. The NALSA data shows 1.6 crore cases can be resolved through mediation. But however, we are not harnessing that kind of opportunity and rather running to courts every now and then. In USA, there are almost 400 community mediation centers, which every year resolve around 4 lakh cases, and out of those 4 lakh cases, 80% cases do not go to further adjudication. Why I am saying so, if India wants to grow economically, I will just give you by way an example. Indian Oil Corporation in the last year, our expenditure on construction was 2.40 crores. If I take even 10% of that amount is lodged in dispute every year, 20,000 crores gets locked. That money which can be used for the development of the nation. But however, because of our mindsets, we are not able to work towards that, and that's creating a bad image in the construction sector, in the economy, and globally also. So it's a very welcome move, and I think community mediation is the next thing that everyone should adopt, especially the training through universities like Ganpat universities has to go. In fact, I would be going back and telling my HR department that we should use our CSR funds to take these initiatives and train people how to mediate, because we really lack the soft skills and the sensitivity when it comes to defending or to pursue the issue. So I think mediation is an olive branch which we all should adopt.
In fact, ghar ki baat ghar mein rehni chahiye. That's what the normal mindset in Indian families. So conflicts are going to be there, and it's honor amongst most of the communities in India as to not go to the courts to solve the legal issues. I mean, they try the first thing is to solve within the family through some kind of mediation. That's the mindset. And as long as community mediation is within the broader legal framework, I think it's acceptable to everybody. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. If I may come to Radhika ma'am, the courts always has a feeling that it is superior to the arbitral tribunal, and they love to feel that, and that's why they always try to intervene, whichever section. So specifically we would like to know from you the heightened judicial scrutiny in the interim relief section 9 and how it's undermining the arbitral tribunal's authority. And please, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this esteemed panel. So just on the very onset, and just at the cost of brevity of time, what everyone has said over here, it's all in the head. And it's how about we set the tone right at the very first go. While we are in litigation, we always have either of the sides, plaintiffs and the defendant, choosing their sides. So it is always in the head, like one has to win, one has to lose. While in arbitration, it's more about facilitating discussion and trying a resolution mechanism rather than being more about who wins or who loses. Building upon that, what we say that, no, I don't think so court is much interested in increasing the volume of the cases they already have in their hand. And time and again, through their different orders, while they have intervened, they have, clearly spelled it out in their speaking orders that this position of they respect the arbitrational autonomy, they respect the arbitration tribunal as such, and the principle it works around, but they have to intervene when they see there is a glaring error in the violation of any of the natural justices. That is where I believe the court is interested in stepping in. We are moving towards making an arbitration independent in itself and coursing its way, but it's yet time till the time we are there. There is time. Do we need a judiciary? Do we need the courts to act as a watchdog? Yes, as of now. There has been a recent case of the engineering project that has been decided by the Delhi High Court, which has put an anti-arbitration injunction wherever the seat was in Singapore. What we all would see that it is a glaring violation of the whole essence and the objective of the arbitration as such, but that's not the case. If we read the speaking order, they had to step in because there was oversight by the tribunal in one of the main essence of arbitration processes, that is the arbitrator being neutral. And that was being compromised, and that's where they had to, stop the beck at that very moment of time. They, of course, limited themselves in getting into the principles, but they were just trying to get the rail back on the track, so it's to smoothen out the process. So that would be my take on it.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have Advocate Dawal. So, Advocate Saab, whether the policy making should prioritize procedural specializations, institutional autonomy, and global standards enforcing mechanisms to compete with established maritime arbitration harm. That's the case. So whether we should have the policy making embedded into all the systems, that's the question for you.
Good afternoon. Yes, I firmly believe that there has to be a clear demarcation of procedural specializations, institutional autonomies, and a standard enforcement mechanism. We need to understand that the maritime disputes largely are between two parties who are geographically differently situated. Second, that unlike a normal litigation, a maritime disputes or the approach of the parties who are contractee to a maritime contract is largely influenced by not only the regional laws, but the treaties and regional practices in maritime in the respective areas. Therefore, unless we have a clarity as to how the parties have approached, it becomes a little difficult. It is in this background we need to understand that the Admiralty law is a development and a composition of various treaties and practices brought together. It is in this background, it is only those persons who are directly connected or who have a little background on the maritime disputes or maritime processes would be a benefit to a maritime arbitration dispute resolution. It is in this background that the Indian Council of Arbitration has formulated maritime arbitration rules providing specialized procedures for deciding the maritime disputes. Party autonomy on the second lap would also be very important because the institutional autonomy is stemmed with the parties selecting an institution and the institution having a free hand to decide the procedure, as also providing for the manner and method of appointment of arbitrators who are majorly specialized persons in respect of the dispute in question. And as far as the standard enforcement mechanism is concerned, we need to understand that the enforcement of arbitral awards relating to maritime is also governed by the fact that the parties may or may not be regional parties. Second is standard enforcement mechanism would also mean a standardized procedure in which the arbitral awards on the maritime disputes would be governed and be concluded. Therefore, in my view, yes, it has to be focused, and the Government of India, while making the 2019 amendment and forming of Indian Council of Arbitration, has drawn up the maritime arbitration rules, which also largely cover up these issues. Thank you.
For most of the services now, it's service delivery time. So bank has to clear within 24 hours a check or transfer of payment, etc., etc. Why can't we have it for our judiciary system? One of the reasons for the many piling up of the cases in the courts is because of the very lengthy bureaucratic and procedural aspects, and that's where we say justice delayed is justice denied. Thank you. Sir, Godino is waiting for a question from your end.
Thank you. So, India is in the global economy. There are no boundaries nowadays, and we are into international transactions. The more the business, the more the disputes. So how do you see that international arbitration, along with mediation now is the talk of the day, is going to help to resolve these cross-border transactions and disputes? So please.
Good afternoon. First of all, India is, we know all, a fastest growing economy. Then there are FDAs, the business will come to India. People will spend their money, invest their money. So there will be going to be a dispute. Now, to resolve these disputes, we have seen there are few centers. This is one of the going to be. I feel that we don't have such an infrastructure which the other countries like Singapore, we have France, we have UK. They have from A to Z, from beginning, and that is they have skilled person, train mediator, train arbitrator. So also they have from the beginning, that is even to Xeroxing, food facility, special conference room, each and every available facility is available in all these major countries where there are such centers. And that is one of the reasons people are business doing, they wants to go there and do. Why don't we have it in India? Like this is one of the place like Goa. Now, secondly, to have this foreign country or the arbitration from other country, there is always a delay in execution of an award. Now, this is because of the Geneva Convention, and thereafter we have New York Convention. In that New York Convention, one of the Article 5, in that Article 5, public policy, what is the public policy of that country, that was interpreted, and that was one of the this clause was incorporated as far as in our arbitration of 1996 is concerned. Now, because there is a delay of this interpretation, what is public policy of any country. Now, in India, especially, the court interpret that public policy is what? Now, public policy, there are so many interpretation given by the Honorable Supreme Court, starting from Renuka Saga. Thereafter, we have Palko. Then thereafter, we have Lal Mohan. And there are judgments and judgment. So, because of this delay, the foreign investment, foreign companies who want to invest in India, because they want a quick solution for this. And because of that, also, this mediation is also required to be promoted in spite, apart from the fact that there is arbitration, it could be concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we are going into the second round of questions to all the panelists. And Menon, sir, I'm back to you. And sir, New York Convention, Singapore Conventions, and they play a harmonizing the international dispute resolution and promoting enforceability. What's your view? How far they've been able to do it, and from the Indian perspective too, ma'am? So.
Well, to some extent, I addressed this issue in the first round itself. Every country is doing their part by bringing in legislation to implement. New York Convention, followed by in our country, this 96 Arbitration Act. Then by the Singapore Convention, followed by the latest, Mediation Act. Now, when we are looking at the international scenario, as you know, there are experts over here already gave their opinion. Now creating, and in fact, what we are trying to do here is to bring the hub over here. And Goa, as you rightly said, is a place where you get, tranquility. Now the question is to create a feeling that India is a place where we can go and get the things settled within a reasonable time. How far you can give that message. And rightly pointed out by many, that unless and until the dispute is finished off and intervention of the court, we are bringing in restrictions at some time, then we are opening up some time. Various restrictions are brought in so that unnecessarily it is not being interfered. But the problem is how far it can be relied upon. Now someone suggested that, of course he was, saying that a mediation should be there in the beginning itself. Now, if you look at it, mediation is good in the beginning itself, but at that time, the expectations are on the higher end. He feels that I know, but on the contrary, I was pointing out, if you go a little further in the arbitration proceedings and understand where do you stand, then the person will come down. His ambition is now comparatively less. Now, wherever it is, whether national or international, apply the same thing. And the stronger point, see, that's the problem, ego works out. Or, feel, no, why should I? That should be cracked first, and we'll have to move forward. And quick, as this will, in fact, if you're successful in, doing that, automatically people will have confidence and there will be more disposals and people will come forward.
Thank you, sir. So.
Sir, I'm back to you. A question for you and a question for you. The question for you, sir, is how can mediation be integrated with other dispute resolution mechanisms such as arbitration and litigation to provide a comprehensive overall dispute resolution framework in India?
Okay. To answer this question, you must understand there are three methods of integration of mediation into the other dispute mechanisms. One is by statute. And you've heard Section 89 of CPC, Section 10A of CPC, where the amendment brought mediation as one of the dispute mechanisms. You've seen Section 12A in the Commercial Courts Act, which makes pre-litigation mandatory. You got the MSME Act, which provides for mediation. The 2013 Companies Act also provides for mediation. So these are statutory mechanisms that bring mediation into dispute resolution. The other mechanism is by contract. And those who are familiar with the contract will know that you have in a contract a 3-step clause. One is good faith negotiation, failure of which by mediation, failure of which by arbitration. So this is what we call the contractual angle by which you integrate mediation into a dispute mechanism. And the third one is by necessity. And by necessity it is simply this: to hear the case that happened in the trial court of a contesting husband and wife, landing up at 60 years in the high court, by necessity, they don't want to die as husband and wife, so they settle. So this is basically where weariness on one way forces people to take mediation into the dispute mechanism. The other one is especially in construction industry, where all the litigation cannot resolve the two contractors fighting on the way to complete a project within time. So by necessity, you have what is known as the dispute resolution boards. So these are ways in which, the 3 ways where you integrate. But one of the biggest flaws in the integration in the current mediation scenario in India is the disintegration. And with all due respects to my learned senior colleague and who is now a previous sitting judge, I'm of the opinion that judges don't make good mediators because they are good judges. For the last 40, 60 years, he's been such a good judge, judging who's right, who's wrong, deciding issues based on evidence and facts. And then you tell him at 5 o'clock, don't decide who's right, don't decide who's wrong. Don't look at issues, look at needs. So therefore, this mindset creates a problem. And this issue happens is because a senior lawyer also does the very same thing. He uses his experience of deciding things to decide which is the proper solution, and then encourages the party, it mostly forces the party to accept the solution. So therefore, integration requires to also have the appropriate mechanism so that dispute resolution, especially in mediation, which, as I said earlier, addresses conflict. Settlement is a successful outcome once conflict is addressed.
So, sir, you meant to say judges need to be more empathic, only rather than only going through the evidences and the procedural aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I'll come to Gokul, sir. And we all environment friendly. So question on you on the similar line. Is it often said that mediation is one of the most environmentally efficient and sustainable form of dispute resolution? What is your view on it? Please.
So, before I jump into that question, sir, just to build upon what Menon sir had said, I think one of the biggest changes that will happen once we bring in mediation into the cultural ethos is we won't need to break people's preconceived notions and standpoints if collaboration becomes a system of understanding at a very elementary stage. So if we can introduce that at an elementary stage going up, we won't have such stubborn, entrenched perspectives that have to be argued. Now, coming back to the question that you said, mediation is extremely green. In fact, I don't know of a form of dispute resolution which could preferably be called greener. We are quick. We are extremely efficient when it comes to time. So just my own personal experience, I've been doing mediations for close to about 12 years. I haven't done a mediation which has lasted more than 30 hours. Which basically means that the time that is taken to resolve a dispute is so substantially addressed And considering the fact that I'm not a decision-making authority, there's no question of evidence, there is no question of paperwork that is involved, and most mediation systems now function beautifully in an ODR mechanism as well, where all necessary conversations, documentations, all can be done through established online dispute platforms that have been created, which basically means it addresses issues with respect to time efficiency. ODR does bring in a complication of accessibility, because for the masses it may not be the most accessible form of dispute resolution, but it does bring into question the fact that we are able to provide service as per the needs of the client, reducing both cost, and here I'd like to very clearly say, I do not like addressing the fact that mediation is cheap, as in inexpensive kind of cheap. Because that's one of the selling points, unfortunately, which are being used nowadays to say, choose mediation because it's cost effective. No, I would highly disagree. Choose mediation because it is time effective. Choose mediation because it raises the possibility of dispute resolution immensely if done by trained individuals, structured by talented mediators, and participated in by advocates who understand what their role in mediation is and don't bring in a litigation aspect. So to cut a long story short, I don't think there is a mediation, there is a dispute resolution mechanism which could be called greener than mediation.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with you, but a small question. Yeah, you just mentioned ODR and mediation. I just, from a personal experience, physical mediator or ODR mediator, which one is more effective?
No, there is no doubt about the fact that if mediation is done in person, it's more effective. But then it brings into question restrictions. So we have the privilege in my organization to actually work with organizations which have disputing parties in different states located simultaneously. So one of the people that we work with is a very large insurance service provider. We've got the claimant sitting in, for example, Gujarat. We've got the head office of this organization based out of Chennai, which gives away more information than I should have. But the head office of the organization based out of Chennai. We've got the mediator based out of Kolkata, and we're still managing to find resolution without having all the stakeholders come to the similar space. Yes. It is possible, it's tough, it's an art that needs to be learned. However, it is the need of the hour, because if you're talking about mediation being a form of dispute resolution that reduces time, we need to make sure that its ability to address that aspect is there, and therefore online dispute resolution. But no doubt about the fact, if you've got the parties in front of you, if I was given a choice of doing ODR as opposed to doing mediation in person, I would choose mediation in person 100% of the time.
I'll add 2 points to Gokul sir's view. First, a mediator is an art. It's not only a procedural aspect, and therefore a mediator who is going to be effective is the one who has the words that can melt the ego of either of the parties. That's important. So that's where the art comes into picture. Second, you're talking about mediation is not cheap, sir. The new generation that since the morning I'm talking about, your alpha generation has no patience. Mind well. They're not going to wait for those decades of, waiting to settle. They are going to settle most of the things outside the courts. And that's where the new age arbitrators and mediators are going to come into play. You get the point? So thank you, sir. I just wanted to add to this. It's not going to be cheap. It's going to be one of the most required profession with times. Mohan sir, Captain Mohan Nayak sir. So I'll go to you. And how is the technology such as online dispute resolution, that is ODR, AI and digital platforms transforming the future of dispute resolution globally? Yesterday we had a lot of discussions on AI in the maritime. That's again, we're going to have it in.
We are carrying forward from that, Professor Baran.
Yes, yes.
And the earlier speaker also spoke about ODR.
Yes.
And ODR is here to stay. And of course, there are pros and cons with ODR, different tools that are available, as well as platforms which are available. Basically, practically speaking, I have done 3 ODR arbitrations. One was for SCMA, that is Singapore Council of Maritime Arbitration, and two is for ICA. In both all the 3 arbitrations, I found it was quite convenient, it was cheap, and it was, did not require much time. Even the recording of evidence went off pretty well, especially in the SCMA one. Only thing which I found in one arbitration was that they were using an AI bot, and this was a dredging charter party dispute case in a dredging dispute. And wherever people used to say dredging, it is to interpret it as stretching. So there are some glitches like that. So we had to re-record all this and try to find out what are the glitches there. However, having said that, you get predictive analytics from AI, and also you have automated negotiations which are automated. The software is available. Although it is in the nascent stage, we have also used a platform called Teres. I don't know if you have heard of it. TERES. It is available. It's rather expensive, but it is very, very effective. We have recorded evidence. We have the software has transcribed it, and it's easily usable for a later stage. But there are some glitches here also. For example, in one arbitration, both the counsels on both the sides were taking objection here, objection here, objection here. So what was happening was question number 1 stretched to 4 pages, the transcribed one, and we had to search for question 2 where it is, and question 3 came much later. So we had to, this is a practical aspect of it, where the cons are available. But it will improve, I think. As I said, it's in a nascent stage, it will improve. So it is here to stay, it is convenient, and it is cost effective. Thank you.
In fact, it has made the life of the judges, the people by and large has been simple. I don't know whether there is an option as to appear in front of the court online or offline. I don't know. I've never been to a court so far, so I have no experiences of it. But I think, thank you.
Thank you.
If I may come to Professor Karuna, ma'am. We've been talking about Mediation Act. It has come into those. Oh, yeah. Please.
He was pointing out that he never been to the court. Better. One thing. Now, one instance, just to add little spice. When one matter was going on, a youngster was, very vehemently arguing. And Justice Nariman was hearing the matter. In between connection dropped. And he is not visible. Then his voice is there. Then he started saying, "Sir, I am not visible." He said, we are not bothered. Immediately the reaction of judge. No, we are not bothered about whether you're a handsome man sitting there or not. As long as I'm hearing you, that is more than enough. So sometimes problem is, the technique. This technology fails in between, and many judges. In fact, when I am there in Supreme Court, and because coming down to other high courts, sometimes those who are known to you will say, "Okay, come over here. We would like to hear you personally." The judges also will have a more comfort level in that. You can overcome once it is arbitration, because that level of this thing may not be there. The difficulty may not be there. So that is one thing I just wanted to point out. So nothing to worry about. Technology has to take over, but little bit cautious. That's all.
Rightly said, Menon sir. Ma'am, if I may, the Mediation Act has come into place. Certain sections are yet to be notified, but how it's going to, what's your view as to how it's going to transform the dispute resolution system in India, and more so, if in certain cases being made mandatory pre-litigation, so its implication there too. Please, ma'am.
Yeah, beautiful changes which we are witnessing in our country, that we are moving towards legal dynamism. And what we are doing is the informal way of dispute resolution, we are formalizing it. What is dispute? It's a dispute between rights and duties, right? And that was very simple when any normal dispute used to be settled by just a mediator to mediate and resolve it. Now we are bringing it on the table, and rather, making it as a process to mediate on something. But it's a welcoming thing because, as sir has mentioned, the generation, like we want things like this. And as a law school director who knows better that what the generation wants. Yes, now since the ODR is introduced and it is welcomed, also the period of expeditious mediation is 120 days, buffer time 60 days, these all things are there. Also about the pre-mediation stage, which you are saying, which we are now welcoming in commercial disputes. It's always a good thing, right? Because what we are trying to do is we are trying the judiciary to, what overburden they are with the cases, we are trying to make it as less as it. And also as academician, we take efforts, forget about bringing on to the table. We are in D.Y. Patil University School of Law, in our induction programs, we sensitize youth by giving them training, not with a carrot of showing them that you're going to be a certified mediator or something like that, but we are inculcating the mediation trainings in them in their first year itself. We are trying to give them a gender sensitization training because ultimately to be or to represent a party in a court, you have to be sensitized here, right? And yeah, it's a very good effort from the government and it will be positively taken ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. And the lawyers also needs to be sanitized. The thing is that Supreme Court recently brought the mediation drive during the summer holidays. So all cases went into mediation and everyone said, "Nahi, mediate nahi karna hai, back to court." All went back to court. So the lawyers need to be, approach has to change.
Sir, ऐसा होगा तो फिर कैसा होगा?
But hold on, ma'am. When I was saying all my legal fraternity, they were shocked, nodding their heads. This is a fact.
Rohit Kamble Saab, I wanted to ask Kamble Saab, one nation, one tax, GST, national. But in law jurisdiction, subject to Mumbai jurisdiction. So a guy is staying in Ahmedabad, travels all the way. Why can't we have, so the question for you, whether jurisdictional objections should ever be permitted at the section 34 stage, absent prior invocation, or whether the strict waiver is essential for arbitral efficiency. The question is to you, sir.
When I hear these questions, I have 5 things in mind. First is bad drafting. If someone has drafted the clause bad, then you're going to run around the country. Second is, if the drafting is good, you have chosen the wrong advocate. That he has misguided you. Third is forum hunting. For example, an MSME contractor, he will, for a delayed payment or something, he will, if there is an arbitration clause, he will invoke arbitration. The arbitration he will conduct. When the award is against him, he will go to MSME Arbitration Council. Third is without raising the jurisdictional ground when the arbitration was invoked, because he was hopeful that he will get a favorable order, which he did not. Next is delay tactics, that they know their case is weak, but they don't want to pay out. Let us delay the process. And last but not the least is the advocate is taking party on the ride. He is minting money. Any good advocate or any good drafting, if done properly, the jurisdictional plea or any other plea to that extent which needs to be taken at the initial stage of any proceedings would be taken, unless the parties have ulterior motive or the party has been misguided by the advocate. We in Indian Oil, we have one concept called notified claims in our contracts, whereby any dispute which falls under that category only can be arbitrated, and if the dispute does not fall on that category, then the party is free to approach the court of law. That has created a clear-cut distinguish where you need to go if a particular category of dispute falls. Now the Arbitration Act very clearly provides, section 16 is there, section 4 is there, where at what stage a party has to raise a dispute where they have to put an objection. And if that's not done at the initial stage as per the process, then I really don't think a party who does not know their rights need to be given that at a later stage. So with the various judicial decisions, the courts have very rightly pointed out if the party is sleeping over the rights during any proceedings, their right should not be reopened at a later stage just to delay the tactics.
Thank you, sir.
May I come to Radhika ma'am? I'm just taking forward from what just Rohit sir mentioned about drafting of clauses and how do you look at unclear and poorly drafted arbitration clauses and how it's affecting, is it affecting the abuse of the arbitration process and how or what measures we may take to tighten, put the responsibility, accountability of such drafting. So what's your view how to tackle this menace,
So as everyone, I just echo on the thoughts of what everyone over here has suggested, that there needs to be a paradigm shift in minds, not only of the clients, of the company and the parties, but also majorly the lawyers as a community, because we are the baton holders of guiding the clients and the parties in the right direction. I know litigation is a milking cow for majority of us as lawyers, but it is a responsibility on our shoulders to guide the clients on the terms of the importance of the arbitration and the mediation as a dispute resolution mechanism, rather than just jumping on the wagon and, okay, we'll file a suit, we'll file an injunction and whatnot. So the importance of the arbitration clause is pretty much critical, and it's imperative. It's imperative that the parties realize that they need not have a lackadaisical attitude towards while they're drafting it. It needs to be treated more seriously than just a boilerplate clauses in your contract. Though we have institutional clauses to help you out, to aid you in terms of getting a standard format, but the parties have to be more vigilant towards their personal needs and personal requirements, how they want to, they should use that opportunity to discuss it out and really have their intent on the paper, not leaving any ambiguous nature or words into the clause. Because I know at times the parties think that, they could always sway the ambiguity in their side when it comes to litigation. But courts are not there to clean your mess. Courts are not there to take, to get into the validation and get into the intent of it as the core bottom. No, they're not that for that. And we need to respect their time and the load that the judiciary has. I can't emphasize and regurgitate on the fact that there are a lot of impending cases, and we should facilitate this as a means to take away the cases from the very litigation and go into the arbitration. So yes, the accountability lies on the professionals and it should sit with them. Different jurisdictions, for say UK and Singapore, have a different view on that, in views that they should look into the intent and reasonableness of the clause. But India, can we afford it? No, because we have strong competitions in terms of the London as a seat and Singapore as a seat, which are well established in their rules. So for India, I think we need to be strict and take right steps to reprimand or put penalties and whatever recourse we could take to discourage such ambiguous arbitral clauses and make more accountabilities on the parties that are signatory to it and the person who has drafted it.
I'll just add to, few instances like contract having 2 arbitration clauses, drafting error. Then what they are doing, contract having no seat defined. Yeah. Contract having, the jurisdiction clause blank. As you rightly pointed out, that the onus has to go on the, lawyers and the client so that, proactive steps can be taken.
Because it's totally defeating the whole objective of the arbitration. Because if it has to eventually land up in the court, then what's the whole purpose of arbitration altogether?
Yeah, it creates another line of litigation. Sir.
Mr. Dharal, yesterday during the Maritime Conclave, there's a lot of deliberation as to the direction in which Indian maritime industry, so far we were confined to only a smaller part of the entire maritime value chain when we talk about, but looking to our new vision and the things that are happening around the maritime industry, the question, so when the industry is going to expand, definitely there are going to be conflicts of interest and arising out, the disputes, etc., etc. The question is, will Indian courts, so whether Indian courts and arbitral institution can deliver comparable efficiency and specialist expertise on maritime disputes, like arbitration as London, it is happening, or Singapore and Hong Kong maritime centers. I mean, that's the, so will we be in a position as our industry is moving ahead, maritime in special?
We need to understand this from a little context that a maritime dispute, the challenges which are associated with maritime dispute is constantly changing. So by the time the courts or the institution are able to cope up with these challenges and demands, the demands have further increased, the challenges have further increased. Therefore, the only way to, for a court or an institution to cope up with these challenges, and for the Indian courts which are constantly chasing down the maritime challenges, is having a fourfold mechanism. First is the screening of the arbitrators or the court in context of the dispute. The second is the transparency which is required for adjudication or post-adjudication issues. The third is proper enforcement procedure, which was connected with your first question. And the most important is discipline in terms of the timelines and the transparencies which are associated with these disputes. So as the, yes, my understanding is that the courts have been trying hard to achieve the demands and the challenges associated with maritime disputes, though they are changing. And with the recent amendments which are having more transparent procedures and stricter timelines, and with a little discipline from the institution and the court, yes, they'll be able to achieve it. But yes, it's a difficult task as of now.
In fact, let's be optimist, right? We have gone a long way. India is transforming. And I think that's also going to happen. It's going to be real, right? It's only the matter of time.
Yeah. Last question goes to Gondino sir, please. Mike. So when I started profession, I was asked for 5-6 years, just stay in the district court, learn CPC, learn the applications, learn the procedures. And now we are seeing the shift from traditional litigation into the ADR and everything. It's a need of the day, that's fine. But so what do you think the factors which are making this shift happen? Or are there any negative factors, or your view on it?
Thank you for this question. Yeah, first and foremost is the delay, each cause in deciding the matters. Secondly, in some cases there are no judges, posts are not being filled, so there is a delay. Further, the lawyers, governments and other institutions also contribute for the delay. I have a matter at the moment in the High Court. It was in Goa of 1985. Now almost 40 years are passed. An inventory proceeding between two parties, that is the family, the distribution of only one property. Now they are fighting. This is the second round of litigation. It went to the Supreme Court, it's come to the civil court, it's come back to the High Court. So there is a delay, in that is the reason. Now, if you go to the mediation, a mediator is a person who is neutral. He will just make the party comfortable. It is not like a judge, you have to give evidence. They have to just tell the case. The honest and trained mediator is always will help the parties to come to help, in the sense they have to decide their case or what they want, but he will always, who is a trained, use his skill to come to a conclusion and resolve their problem. And a mediator should always see who is before him, which parties are before him. For example, in case of child custody, in case of other like maintenance. So in such cases, you have to use your special skill to come to resolve these issues. Now, this is also not cost effective. It's very there is no cost involved as such as far as the mediation concerned. But in the court, this goes on and on. Then you have to all professional fees, then court fees. Your mediation is quick according to me. It's very fast. If it is settled, they are very happy. Their bonds remain. If it is a family remains together. Even if it is a neighbor comes together, because neighbor is say that neighbor is the one who helps you. So I feel that this alternate dispute result forum will go on a long way, and it will solve the problem of the people.
Thank you, sir. So the two main factors is the time and the cost, which has made the ADR more friendly for the people who are in dispute. Sir?
So I think basically the arbitration and mediation, the drivers to make it efficient and effective is human emotions, cognitive thought processes, and the rational acceptability. I mean, these are the three important pillars that drives probably the human behavior, and therefore making the arbitration and mediation effective. I know most of us are going to be hungry and therefore not taking any questions from the audience. So in fact, each of you gave some of the most impactful insights, ranging from the integrations of AI to procedures, to strategy, to mindset, to perceptions, right, etc., etc. So thank you so much, esteemed panelists. Yes, sir. Please.
One word before I allow him to close is that in mediation, we've always been focusing on dispute mechanism and mediation to resolve it. Two things. One is to Ganpat University and the other is to the students. There is something known as deal mediation. And today, merger and acquisitions is a very important role for lawyers and very lucrative. There is no dispute, but there is an inability or there's a log jam within the parties can't work together, and deal mediation is an important element there. So that's something that you need to examine and work out. And two, in the US, this is new thing that's coming, what is known as peer mediation, where school children are trained to resolve their disputes among themselves.
Thank you, Mendy Saab, for adding the valuable inputs. I'll request all the panelists to please assemble here for a group photograph.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are having the lunch break here and we'll be back for the keynote address and panel discussion.
your voice like it's a circle, spin around, it won't let go. Every time you're getting closer, I lose my words, they come out slow. The coffee shop where I first saw you, 2 Americanos, table for 2. Those little days still replay. Different city, feel the same, but I get lost when I hear your name. All the clubs and the after parties fade away before they start. I don't know what to think, feels like I'm out of sync, 'cause you make the small things feel. You make the small things feel so big. Oh, oh, everything is brighter. Oh, oh, everything's new. You make the small things feel so big. Oh, oh, nothing else matters. Oh, oh, when I'm with you, you make the small things feel so big. You make the small things feel so big. Nothing else matters. Oh, oh, when I'm with you, you make the small things feel so big. That one night I met your parents, almost forgot my own name. In the kitchen with your father, pretending that I watched the game. The coffee shop where I first saw you, 2 Americans, table for 2. Those little days still replay. Different city, feel the same, but I get lost when I hear your name. All the noise just disappears now, the world slows when you arrive. I don't know what to think, feels like I'm out of sync, 'cause you make the small things feel. You make the small things feel so big. Oh, oh, everything is brighter. Oh, oh, everything's new. You make the small things feel so big. Oh, oh, nothing else matters. Oh, oh, when I'm with you, you make the small things feel so big. You make the small things feel so big. Nothing else matters. Oh, oh, when I'm with you, you make the small things feel so big. Take a chance, break these chains. There's a light on the other side. Maybe I'm afraid of change. Don't let go, just give in. See yourself in a brighter sky. Pull me out from deep inside. Stay close to me, hold me tight. Is there something I should already know? If I let go, will I lose my sight? Will you help me see tonight? Maybe you're all that I need. Show me how to love right. Tell me you're all that I need, and show me what it feels like. Show me what it feels like. Breathe me into where I've been, surrender to the other side. Even I can start again. All the noise inside my head fades away, it's realigned. Only you can give me this. Stay close to me, hold me tight. Is there something I should already know? If I let go, will I lose my sight? Will you help me see tonight? Maybe you're all that I need. Show me how to love universe inside. Feel so alive. Got you on my mind, and for the first time, I knew in my heart someday I'd find somebody like you, somebody so true, somebody like you. When your eyes meet mine and the night feels warm and white, I can't hide this fire I feel inside. Got you on my mind, and for the first time, I knew I was right. Someday I'd find somebody like you, somebody so true, somebody like you. When your eyes meet mine, I've been putting my heart out there, but I can't seem to let someone in. No, no. I've been playing it cool like I don't care, but you see right through my skin, yeah, yeah. Pouring whiskey like it's medicine, but it don't heal the ache within. Oh, oh. I'm more broken than I've ever been. You're the piece of me I can't listen. Oh, I've been staying out late, dancing all alone. I can't take another weekend singing to our song. And I know I've been drunk, but that don't make me wrong. I'm writing you this message cause I need to say it strong. I'm missing you. 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 And I'll always keep the porch light on, cause I know you hate the dark, yeah. Every night I close my eyes, wishing I could wake up in your arms. Oh, I've been staying out late, dancing all alone. I can't take another weekend singing to our song. And I know I've been drunk, but that don't make me wrong. I'm writing you this message cause I need to say it strong. I'm missing you. 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 we can write it all. Oh, I can read your eyes, and every time I fall, I wanna hold you nearer, feel your breath collide. It takes me back again to that warm July. Living in a dream scene, we can write it all. Oh, I can read your eyes, and every time I fall, I wanna hold you closer and see the stars ignite. Remind me of the kiss we shared that summer night. Hours, I'll give you what you need. Living in a dream scene, we can write it all. Oh, I can read your eyes, and every time I fall, I wanna hold you closer and see the stars ignite. Remind me of the kiss we shared that summer night. Watching all the starlight falling endlessly. I'll keep you in my arms until we drift to sleep. I can't get enough, it's still a mystery. We'll be sunset lovers, that's where I wanna be. Living in a dream scene, we can write it all. Oh, I can read your eyes, and every time I fall, I wanna hold you closer and see the stars ignite. Remind me of the kiss we shared that summer night. When you're gone, I will search until I find you. Through the hours, if you stumble, I will hold you. I'll remind you through the hours. Laying wide awake, I hear the night whisper your name. Lost in the echoes, but love still feels the same. Flashbacks, soft skies, moments never fade. Carrying these memories. When you're lost, just remember I will guide you through the hours. If you fall, I will catch you. I'll be near you through the hours. No, I don't need more time to make up my mind. That's all my love, yeah, that's all my love, yeah, yeah. Heal my pain, can you feel my prayer? Take my breath, will you take me there? Yeah, that's all my love, yeah, yeah. Through the dark, into the light, baby, I'll go right or wrong. Every step I will follow. I'll pay the price, I'll sacrifice. That's all my love, yeah. All my love, all my love. I put it all on my love, on my love. I put that on my love. I put that on my love, on my love. I put it all on my love, on my love. I put that on my love. I put that on my love. Still I need you deep in my soul. That's all my love, yeah. That's all my love, yeah. You're the one I can't let go. You're the flame in my heart won't glow, yeah. That's all my love. Through the dark, into the light, baby, I'll go right or wrong. Every step I will follow. I'll pay the price, I'll sacrifice. That's all my love, yeah. All my love, all my love. I put it all on my love, on my love. I put that on my love. I put that on my love, on my love. I put it all on my love, on my love. I put that on my love. I put that on my love. Then we went up in flames, and I swore I'd never play that game again. Wishing you could feel my pain. Every day just feels the same since the night we went up in flames. 3 years felt like happiness to me. I had finally found my feet. 3 words came so easily when it was you and me. Never felt better, thoughts of leaving never. Then you showed up with a box of my sweaters, right when I was thinking forever. 3 months later you came crawling back to me, saying you were wrong for leaving. I should have known you were just lonely, but I still like it when you hold me. Up in flames, we burned it all away. begins to flow, we'll find control. When we're drifting in the dark, you're searching for a spark. The night won't feel so far. Will you wait for me through the storm and see the light will find us? Will you stay? Oh, the light will find us. When your spirit's sinking low and the world feels colder now, can you trust the winds that blow? They'll show us how. When we're drifting in the dark, you're searching for a spark. The night won't feel so far. Will you wait for me through the storm and see the light will find us? Will you stay? Oh, the light will find us. Wait for me. Wait and see. The dawn will find us. No matter how far we drift, I only wanna rise next to you. No matter the pace or shift, I only wanna rise next to you. Writing new lines, unsure where the winds will guide. Falling so slow under moonlight, hearts open wide. I only wanna rise next to you. 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 Pages turning, but no clear end in view. Softly burning in the stardust, just me and you. No matter how far we drift, I only wanna rise next to you. No matter the pace or shift, I only wanna rise next to you. I only wanna rise next to you. I only wanna rise next to you. I don't need a crown of roses, no, not tonight. Don't need the flashing lights of city life. It just don't feel right. I don't need a diamond shining or words you can't defend. I just want the silence with you at the end. Just wanna chase the sunset where the colors collide. Meet me where the horizon burns alive. You can steal my breath, keep me in your hands. Make me feel eternal when you touch my skin. Where the sky turns gold, meet me there again. Where the sky turns gold, meet me there again. No promises we can hold, no stories left untold. Just you and me beneath the fading glow. Just wanna chase the sunset where the colors collide. Meet me where the horizon burns alive. You can steal my breath, keep me in your hands. Make me feel eternal when you touch my skin. Where the sky turns gold, meet me there again. Where the sky turns gold, meet me there again. Promise you'll stay when the daylight fades. Loving you feels like breeze on summer waves. Whisper to me where I can find your gaze, 'cause your rhythm moves in tender ways. Will you be near when twilight falls? Will you be here when the night bird calls? Say you'll be close when the stars come out. 'Cause without you, there's too much doubt. Say you'll remain as the colors change. Loving you is like soft rain on window pane. Tell me you'll wait in that quiet sound, 'cause your heartbeat keeps my world unwound. Will you be near when twilight falls? Will you be here when the night bird calls? Say you'll be close when the stars come out. 'Cause without you, there's too much doubt. twilight falls, tell me you'll be there through it all. Summertime, golden skies, ocean breeze, running wild through memories. Your laugh still echoes in my mind. Feels like I'm lost in summertime. Summertime, summertime, summertime. You're still mine. Summertime, summertime, summertime. In my mind, barefoot nights and distant stars, falling asleep inside your arms. The days were slow, the nights divine. I still dream of summertime. Summertime, whispers in the dark. Summertime, you still hold my heart. Summertime, like waves that never fade. Summertime, you're my sweet escape. Summertime, 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 you're still mine. Summertime, 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 in my mind. I wanna rise above the night, leave behind the storms in my mind. I wanna breathe in morning light and feel the peace I've been trying to find. So if you don't mind, open up your heart wide. I wanna be high on life. Tell me that you need me like the fire needs the spark. Whisper through the silence, heal the aching dark. Keep me in the moments when the shadows start to fade. In the safety of your arms, I know I'm not afraid. Take me to paradise, somewhere I'm not afraid to fly. Give me the strength tonight, lift me higher past the sky. Take me to paradise, somewhere I'm not afraid of flying. echoes fall, break the chains that held me small. I wanna dream without a fight. Wake up knowing I'll be alright. So if you don't mind, let me walk inside your light. I wanna be high on life. Tell me that you need me like the ocean needs the tide. Whisper through the silence, keep me warm inside. Hold me in the stillness when the night begins to rise. In the shelter of your love, I see eternal skies. Take me to paradise, somewhere I'm not afraid to fly. Give me the strength tonight, lift me higher past the sky. Take me to paradise, somewhere I'm not afraid to fly. Beneath the waves, I see that ocean hue. Above the clouds, a lonely star that shines for you. It takes me back to summer nights with you. We were close, eye to eye, you pulled me into the groove. We sat beside the shore, the sky turned gold. The breeze was soft, your hands were warm to hold. You take me dancing through the fading light, spinning slowly under silver skies. It brings me back to that quiet night with you, where we were shy, eye to eye. You take me dancing. Take me dancing. Take me dancing. Drift through the night, the stars begin to bloom. The sound of waves, like music just for two. It takes me back to every step with you. We were shy, eye to eye, and hearts in tune. You take me dancing through the fading light, spinning slowly under silver skies. It brings me back to that quiet night with you, where we were shy, eye to eye. You take me dancing. Take me dancing. Take me dancing. Take me dancing. You see beyond my silence, catch the fire in my eyes. You're the sweetest confession, the cure to what's inside. Shadows fade out like rivers and oceans drawn to you. Oh, I can't hold on if you're not here beside me. Oh, 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 my Lord. fragile. No more overthinking this time. I wanna be yours. I wanna be yours. Life's been heavy, I'm searching for light. With you I feel us rising back into paradise. Shadows fade out like rivers and oceans drawn to you. Oh, I can't hold on if you're not here beside me. All night long, all night long, all night long. Need you close, my guy, all night. Need you by my side, side. Need you by my side, all night. Need you by my side, need you by my side, side. Need you by my side, side. From New York to LA, chasing sunsets on the way. I'll cross every border just to hold you closer. From Paris to Rome, no matter where you roam, I'll follow the stars to be where you are. And they say I'm out of my mind, but love has always felt so right. So I'll leave everything behind for you tonight. I'll go from New York to LA, East Coast to the Bay. I'll travel the world to be with my girl. From Paris to Spain, dreams on a fast train. I'll travel the world to be with my girl. The ticket to my soul, I'll buy a flight wherever you go. Tell me the place and I'll be there, through every road, through every air. Oh, 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 across the sky so blue. Oh, 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 every mile leads to you. I'll go from New York to LA, East Coast to the Bay. I'll travel the world to be with my girl. From Paris to Spain, dreams on a fast train. I'll travel the world to be with my girl.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to request the distinguished guests and participants to kindly take their seats in the venue. सभी को नम्र निवेदन है कि वो हॉल में अपनी जगह सुनिश्चित कर ले. हम कुछ ही समय में हमारा कार्यक्रम शुरू करने वाले हैं. We are going to start very soon. Thank you.
Take me past the sky, let me dance beyond the night. Show me how the seasons glow on Venus in the light. In other words, hold me breathing. In other words, whisper soft and clear. Carry me through time. Let me sail through galaxies. highs too far gone, like the summer of 15. Hold me tight, let's drift on, like the summer of 15. Cool nights, neon skies, the sound of youth still alive, yeah. Back to 2015, we ran with no plan. Back to 2015.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let us all resume for the post-lunch session. We are going to have a keynote address from our distinguished guest, and we are going to have a panel discussion also. So I would like to request all the present over here to kindly take their respective seats. I would like to introduce the esteemed keynote speaker. Before that, in the meanwhile, I would like to invite Advocate Rohit Pandey sir to kindly come on the stage, please, sir. Meanwhile, I would like to request Dr. Bijaya Lakshmi Mishra and Dr. Kishore Barad sir to kindly felicitate sir with a memento, with a bouquet. Advocate Rohit Pandey sir is practicing lawyer at the Supreme Court of India with a significant experience in constitutional, civil and commercial litigation. Sir has served the legal fraternity in key leadership roles, including as Honorary Secretary of Supreme Court Bar Association SCBA, where he provisionally also held the position of Joint Treasurer. During his tenure at SCBA, Sir has played a pivotal role in strengthening institutional functioning and lawyer welfare. Sir oversaw major initiatives such as SCBA COVID-19 helpline and financial grant scheme, modernization of membership processes through digital payment facilities, and improvements in library and chamber access for advocates. Sir also led legal aid and social justice outreach efforts, including relief camps supporting victims of violence. Known for his proactive engagement with judicial and administrative authorities, Sir consistently advocated for better professional infrastructure, phased reopening of courts during the pandemic, and strengthened support systems for young and under-resourced lawyers. Sir leadership reflected a commitment to constitutional values, access to justice, and welfare of the legal community. May I request Sir to please come up on the stage for sharing his valuable address, sir.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries, esteemed arbitrators and mediators, distinguished panelists, members of GIAMC and students. Very good afternoon to all of you. It is a deep privilege as a guest of honor at GIAMC, a body that has consistently championed cause of peaceful, efficient, and progressive dispute resolution in India and beyond. As a practitioner before Supreme Court, I can say with certainty that we stand at a defining moment in evolution of justice delivery. Commerce today is borderless. Technology is reshaping contractual relationships, cyber disputes, AI liability, digital and crypto fraud, fintech disagreements are becoming commonplace. In such a changing times, litigation alone cannot shoulder the burden of justice. As the Supreme Court has repeatedly reaffirmed, a good settlement is often better than a good judgment. This is not merely a legal philosophy, but a reflection of lived reality of litigation. Disputes solved early save families, businesses, and societies from irreparable damage. And it's allow us to replace hostility with dialogue, confrontation with cooperation, and uncertainty with clarity. Arbitration and mediation are no longer alternative to litigation. They are integral pillar of the modern justice system. ADR caters to the need of today's world in providing efficiency, confidentiality, cross-border enforceability, technical expertise with arbitrators and mediators, preservation of relationship in value to family, community, and businesses. Now, we can talk about Lok Adalat. As Lok Adalat is one of the India's most distinctive ADR mechanisms rooted in ancient traditions of resolving disputes through dialogue and community consensus. It has shown that justice can be swift, human, and participatory, forming the foundation of India's modern ADR movement. As reiterated time and again, law heals not only through judgment, it heals through understanding. In today's world, the finest advocate is not the one who fights every battle, but the one who prevents unnecessary battles. कोर्ट कचहरी में जाएंगे तो कोई जीतेगा तो कोई हारेगा. समाधान चाहिए तो जीवन में समझौता करना होगा. ये क्रक्स है जो हमें समझना है. फैसला आपके हाथ में था, किसी और के हाथ में दे दिया. The 6A concept, arbitration, agreement, advocacy, award, accountability, and amicable exemplifies holistic dispute resolution. As acknowledged by courts and law commissions shifting disputes out of court through ADR, not only unburdens our justice system, but foster a more harmonious society. This spirit is highlighted a recent judgment. Mr. Jani sir already discussed about Vodafone case and all in his speech, which Vodafone case, which reinforced our commitment to holding enforceability of international awards. McDonald's India Private Limited versus Vikram Vaxi 2017, where Delhi High Court enforced an international award, and PASL Wind Solutions Private Limited versus G 2021, where Supreme Court allowed two Indian parties to choose a foreign seat for arbitration. As an advocate of apex court, jurists, policymakers, our job is to safeguard fairness and efficiency while embracing innovation. Today, navigating conflict is not about winning, but preventing escalation and building peace. As Victor Hugo famously quoted that you cannot stop an idea whose time has come. Let us view ADR as an alternative, but as future mainstream of global justice. Along with this, I must acknowledge the exceptional vision of GIAMC, what Singapore achieved in Asia, Dubai is now pursuing in the Middle East, and GIAMC has a potential to replicate the same for India. I congratulate the organizers to GIAMC for their vision and dedication, and thank you sincerely for inviting me to share the platform. And a special thanks to Dada Ganpat Bhai Patel ji, our Dadi Manju Didi. And this conclave is more than an academic exchange. It is a commitment to justice, clarity, compassion, and peace. May this conclave inspire new ideas, meaningful collaborations, chart the course for a stronger ADR ecosystem, not only in Goa, but in India and across the world. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, sir, for a very insightful and informative keynote address. Now, moving ahead, we are going to have a panel discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Saurabh Dave, Pro Vice Chancellor, Ganpat University, Director, Ganpat and Manju Foundation, and Dr. Girish Patel, sir, Executive Registrar and Pro Vice Chancellor, Ganpat University, to kindly come on the stage. And introduce the panel and invite the panel. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, esteemed panelists, distinguished guests, respected members of the legal fraternity, industry leaders, academia, and delegates present here today. It's my privilege to welcome all the panel members for the discussion on GIAMC Conclave 2025. Our theme for the session is Anchoring India's Arbitration Future, Navigating Sustainability, Sectoral Growth, and Global Benchmarks. Comes at an important moment in India's legal and economical transformation. As the country aspires to position itself as a global hub for commerce and innovation, our dispute resolution framework must evolve with equal determination. Arbitration and mediation are no longer just an alternative for litigation. They are center pillar to modern governance, commercial certainty, and international credibility. In today's discussion, we will explore how India can strengthen its arbitration ecosystem by embracing sustainability-driven mandates, sectoral specifications, technological preparedness, and alignment with global best practices. We are honored to have with us a distinguished panel of legal scholars, maritime leaders, cyber law experts, practitioners, and thought leaders, each contributing valuable perspective from different corners to the dispute resolution landscape. With this, it is my privilege to invite Professor Dr. KVS Sharma, sir, one of India's most respected legal scholars. He currently serves as a Vice Chancellor of National Law University and Judicial Academy, Assam, with an illustrative career including key leadership roles, national awards, and major contribution to the arbitration, ADR, and legal education. He brings extraordinary depth to this panel. We warmly welcome you, sir. I request Captain Arun Rathi to please come forward and felicitate Professor Dr. KVS Sharma, sir. Captain Arun Rathi.
Thank you, Captain Rathi. Now, I am deeply honored to welcome Mr. Amit Meharia, Managing Partner at MCO Legals. Please, sir. May I now request Dr. Kishore Barad to kindly welcome and felicitate Mr. Amit Meharia. Mr. Meharia is one of India's leading specialists in corporate arbitration, energy law, and cross-border disputes. With over 24 years of experience, he is a solicitor of the Law Society of England and Wales, an advocate on record of Supreme Court of India. His global perspective enriched India's arbitration landscape.
It is our honor to welcome Professor Rajesh Kumar Malik, former head and founding dean of law at Central University of Haryana. I request Professor Reddy to come forward and felicitate Professor Rajesh Kumar Malik Saab. Professor Rajesh Kumar Malik Saab has over 37 years of academic leadership experience, dual gold medals in law and a PhD, and more than 100 publications. He is one of the India's most respected legal scholars. We are privileged to have you with us here, sir. Thank you.
The next panelist, I am honored to welcome Sri Manoj Pillai, a distinguished advocate and practicing before the Supreme Court of India. Please, sir. May I now request Mr. Rajaram Patil to kindly welcome and felicitate Mr. Pillai. So Mr. Pillai is a distinguished advocate at the Supreme Court of India and several high courts across the country. With advanced degree in international and constitutional law and LLM from Cardiff University, he brings deep academic and professional expertise to the field. He is the managing partner of TechSide, a leading consulting serving major government institutions, and also head Manoj and Chikra International Legal Service. We are pleased to have you on the panelist, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to welcome Sri Archit Jani, Senior Advocate at the Gujarat High Court. I request Dr. Satyen Parikh, Pro Vice Chancellor, Ganpat University, to please come forward and felicitate Sri Archit Jani. Mr. Archit Jani is known for his profound understanding in the field of arbitration and commercial litigation. A respected voice in the institutional arbitration, he brings rich judicial insight in today's escalation. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, sir. It is my privilege to welcome Captain Rahul Verma, advocate and former master mariner with his remarkable expertise across maritime law and compliance. May I request Captain Sri Prakash Saab to kindly welcome and felicitate Captain Rahul Verma. Captain Rahul Verma is an international maritime consulting, master mariner and maritime legal specialist. He brings a unique blend of seafarer and legal insight. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Captain Padma. We are honored to welcome you.
We are honored to welcome Ms. Neha Gaud, Senior Associate in Maritime Law at Bose and Mitra and Company, Mumbai, which is one of the India's leading shipping and admiralty law firm. Ms. Gaud brings growing expertise in maritime casualty, chartered party disputes. I request Dr. Vijaya Lakshmi to please come forward and felicitate Ms. Gaud. She brings growing expertise in maritime casualty, chartered party disputes, international arbitration, and maritime advisory. With a strong foundation built through notable internships and a deep commitment to maritime and international law, she represents the emerging generations of maritime ADR professionals. We are delighted to have you here on the panel, ma'am. Thank you. So, we begin the panel discussion too. My first question is to Professor Sharma. How do cultural, legal, and institutional differences across regions shape the approaches and effectiveness of dispute resolution mechanism around the world, sir?
First of all, I am thankful and grateful to the management of Ganpat University for inviting me as a panelist to address this august gathering. The answer to the question, sir, experts classified these legal systems in the world into three types. That is civil law system, common law system, and religious law. See, all European countries, they follow civil law system. They don't have acts like that. In our India, we pass several legislation. They don't have, they are based on protocols, recommendations, guidelines, regulations, all these in European countries. They have understanding in all European countries. And whatever legislation, whatever regulations they passed, that is final in European countries. Doctrine of judicial review is there in India, Commonwealth countries. That power courts are not having in European countries. Whatever law is passed in directions are given, that is final. They can apply and give the judgment. But whereas in Commonwealth countries, common law countries, including India, UK, all these, they have power to review the legislature. In case legislature is ultravies the constitution, they can strike down that law. And the judges have power to interpret the law and identify a new principle. It is what is called ratio decidendi. That on the basis of that principle, they can give decision. In case High Court gives any new principle ratio decidendi, that is binding on all lower courts in that state. If Supreme Court gives any ratio decidendi, that is binding on all lower courts in the country. So this power is there to the courts. Whereas religious, if you take Gulf and others, Saudi, all these, they have their own religious, Shariat only they follow. But whereas in India, a peculiar situation, it is a mixed system. We have legislation, we have common law, precedents, and we have religious law also. We have for Hindus, Hindu law, Muslims, Muslim law, Christians, Christian law, Parsis, Parsi law. Like that, separate personal laws we have. In addition to that, sources of law in all over the world, we have three sources. This every country is following. Legislation passed in a direction given, that is binding on all citizens of the country. Then second one is precedent. Any judgment given by the court is also a law of the country and we have to follow. Third one is customary usages practices. And whatever customs, whenever there is a valid custom and a valid law, the law must give way to custom. That is, customary practices, usages, all these, every judge, every lawyer, every mediator, arbiter, they should know all this also. Particularly Northeast, if you come, they give judgments only on the basis of customary practices, usages only in Northeast. They don't have this, our laws strictly they don't follow, all 7 sisterly states. So, this is the system with reference to what you call different countries, and the arbitrator, mediator, they have to follow according to their religion they are giving. So whenever any dispute comes, the arbitrator has to take care of all this into consideration while deciding the matter. So culture is also very, very important. Different cultures we have within India, we have different cultures. We have all these, with reference to their custom practice, all this also arbitrator or mediator should know. Otherwise, difficult for arbitrator or mediator to decide the matters.
Thank you, Professor Sharma sir, for insightful analysis. Your emphasis on comparative jurisdiction and the role of academic ecosystems provide a valuable foundation of strengthening the India's arbitration framework. The way you have explained us the complexity and interconnectivity of various laws and classifications is very important to be noted by the young fellow professionals to put it into the practice. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, moving to the Mr. Amit Meharia. Sir, in your view, will the arbitration guideline issued in June 2024 aim at streamlining the dispute resolution processes involving government entities, significantly improve efficiently? And if so, how do you see this guideline transforming the handling of such dispute in practice?
Thank you, sir. Actually, this government office memorandum is very interesting. Before going into it, I'll just give you a short background why it came. In the sense that by default, we have practice of ad hoc arbitration. And by default, 90% odd arbitrations are by government undertakings. So every government undertaking proceedings may have its fall and positives, everything. Over the 2000 onwards, there were a lot of arbitration happened. And right or wrong, those arbitration awards were against the government entities, where a modus type of, we had the Vivad schemes. And we had the Vivad schemes. And in that, the government forced the public sector to settle wherever there is an award to pay during the COVID time because those things. And then came this office memorandum, thereafter followed. So this was the background of having burnt your hands and then these things. So another issue you have to remember, this is not issued by the Ministry of Law. This office memorandum has been issued by the Ministry of Finance. And Ministry of Finance and office memorandum, if you read, you can see the frustration of the government in the process of how they have burned the hand in about NHI arbitral awards and dedicated freight awards. There were series. And they said that its process is very opaque. They say that there is no accountability. Then they say that there is happening behind the doors. And they have used those harsh words in that office memorandum. Right and wrong, but it has happened. And they encouraged institutional arbitration. To 2023, they brought the IIAC Act, through which the International Arbitration Center was constituted in Delhi, and they're promoting institutional arbitration. So definitely, because of the entire process, and they're totally discouraging the ad hoc arbitration. And that's why I think this office memorandum, the question is very connected to the council over here, because institutional arbitration is the future. What are the positives in institutional arbitration? The process of the conduct, and then the fees structure. Like in the IIC case, which council here will also do, they have a schedule defined in the Act, the Gazetted Act. And they have the panel, we need to have specialized panel in the institution, specialized industries. and all those. So personally, I feel the office memorandum is very much required, though the words used may be very harsh in it. But no doubt I support institutional arbitration as a practitioner. It is far easier to handle it, far easier, because you pay the upfront fees, but it is doesn't flow out to the stakeholders who are supposed to get the fees. So the hearings does not get elongated, and it moves in a very time-bound way. Some arbitrations in institution we have completed in 7 months, 8 months, and young advocates are also in the panel, and they really do it very interestingly and nicely where the legal issues are there. So I personally feel, sir, this memorandum, leaving apart the harsh words, because of the experience of the government, is a positive step. And Government of India is trying. Minister of Law is traveling everywhere, promoting institutional arbitration. He's going to Singapore, he's going to Qatar and everything. So I think it is a very positive step, sir. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Your clarity on, evolving this arbitration framework and its impact on the government-related entity, these disputes offer an important directions, and strengthening the institutional efficiency. It's rightly said, sir. Thank you, sir. We move to the next.
Professor Malik Saab, my question to you is whether India's statutory and institutional reform adequately position it in becoming a regional maritime arbitration hub.
First of all, my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to administration of Ganpat University that they have invited me on this occasion through Professor Vijay Lakshmi Mishra. And really, it is a wonderful event organized by the university. University is praiseworthy. Now come to the question put to me. Here we take in two ways. One is the creation of legal framework and then creation of the institutions for the implementation of that legal framework. And then the reforms or you can say amendment to be made from time to time. See, if we talk about the creation of the legal framework, we have a strong legal framework having every potential to make regional arbitration hub as our country. If we talk about the Parent Act itself, that Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996, and it has been amended as per requirement in 2015, 19, 21, and even we have the proposal for amendment even 2022 also. In addition to that, we have the another good piece of legislation, even Admiralty Act 2017, dealing with the jurisdiction and the settlement of the maritime issues. Then further, we have in Gujarat itself, a Gujarat International Arbitration Maritime Center, which is launched as the GIFT City, dealing with specifically the marine and the shipping issues, doing wonderful in that regard. Even if we go beyond that, in even 2025 itself, there is an enactment of the port bill pending for the approval of the legislation, but two major acts dealing with Merchant Act 2025, Coastal Shipping Act 2025, they have already come into existence. In other words, we can say that these legislations have been brought into existence by our legislature, keeping in view the consonance with the international convention like MARPOL, etc. But the question is, for that we have created institutions also. As in Gujarat we have, in Delhi also we created the Delhi International Arbitration. In Mumbai we had. But question is whether those institutions have been positioned in such a way that they are able to achieve the goal of the law. So if you ask from me, no, at least till today, they have not been positioned in such a way that India can become the regional arbitration hub, specifically in the maritime sector. Reason being, the problem of arbitration in general are simple when it is compared with the problem of maritime arbitration, because there are the complex problems. In this regard, I am associated with the Arbitration Council of India in 2-3 programs. And since the beginning, this in Delhi, international arbitration came into existence. But I myself can evaluate and can analyze that the object Arbitration Council of India has not achieved which was required to be achieved within short span of the time. And in this regard, definitely, I should say that initiative taken by Ganpat University for creation of the center will definitely be a milestone in this field. And what is required on our side is that the other issues, though they are available with the journal problem of arbitration also, that there are procedural lapses, there is a delay, and one more thing is of the expertise arbitrator. For maritime, we have to more focus on expertise when it is compared with the journal problems of the arbitration. One thing I find, see, regarding mediation as well as arbitration, since I am from Haryana, Punjab and Haryana High Court has taken the initiative, even Delhi High Court has taken the initiative for referring of the disputes of every nature to arbitration as well as mediation. But there may be my personal opinion, their arbitrators are the retired judges of the High Court only. I think this confinement shouldn't be there. We should have in real sense expert arbitrators as per the issue involved. If we are able to achieve this thing, but natural reforms has to be there. See, law has to shape as per the user. If misusers are there, amendment will be there as per their interest. If proper users are there, then law has to take amendment, law has to take steps as per them. So in this regard, in true letter and spirit, ADR means alternate. It should be the alternate dispute resolution, and our judiciary has to keep this thing in mind, that they should not take every work in their hand after retirement, and it should not be, say, the old age security for the retired judges. This is my personal opinion. If really you want to make success and you want to compete with the international center like Singapore, like London, Court of Arbitration Center, it should be specific, objective, and the object of the act can only be achieved when we are the transparent enough while appointing the arbitrator, specifically in the circumstances when it was not the part of the contract or there was some sort of a loophole in that one. So judiciary has to keep this in mind, that it is alternate, means it should be alternate, because let it be the tribunal or let it be the other modes of arbitration, conciliation, mediation, and other judicial settlement in Lok Adalat, they came into existence only in the circumstances when the judiciary was not able to deal such type of specific nature problem in an effective manner.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Malik Saab, for deep appreciation on our efforts and giving us a very detailed statutory analysis of the framework. We'll certainly look into it, sir, and we'll try to meaningfully implement all of your suggestions. Thank you.
Now we next move to the Mr. Manoj Pillai Saab. Sir, how do culture, legal traditions and governance model influence the choice of dispute resolution methods in different regions?
Thank you for the question, and a big thank you to the Ganpat University for calling me and giving me an opportunity to share my views with this eminent speakers. And from morning, I've been having the privilege of listening to everyone, and everyone was giving a thought, and all that thought process has to be put into action. If you ask me why we are not able to achieve, the reason behind is that we like to follow someone. They say West looks at the East for ideas and East always looks for the West for follow. We try to follow the West. We should not be a follower. We should be creative in nature. We should create our own. We have our own traditions, our own methodology, as rightly pointed out from today morning itself. From Mahabharat, mediation was there, but due to time, due to new westernization happening, we have started losing all the traditional cultures of how to handle litigation. We have to just get back to our roots. We have to educate our system how a litigation has to be taken into account. I'm not saying litigation should be the last resort, but litigation has to be used in a very minimal level. I would like to point it out at this point of time. There was a statement made by Mr. Salve. That is, during COVID times, we did not have courts for more than 6 months. So we survived without litigating ourselves. How did we survive? There was a concept, cases were going on in family courts. Many family cases got settled because they were finding it, we are just reached a stage, we don't know, tomorrow we are going to be alive or we are going to live along. So let me at least settle my differences with my spouse and other things on the lighter hand. So the thing issue here is that we have to organize ourselves. It's not that there is a lack of methodology or expertise, as been told in the morning itself. We got a lot of experts who can deliver things, but the deliverability is lacking here. We don't try to keep up to the time framework. Time is the essence of every contract. Even my personal experience, I would say, I was supposed to be here yesterday in the evening. Due to the delay, flight delay, I couldn't even have the privilege of sitting with these eminent people for dinner and exchanging my views. So the time was the reason of me not achieving something. And most of these people don't like to come to India because they say Indian standard time is Indian stretchable time. And as a UK solicitor, some of the clients come and say that I gave an appointment to him at 10 o'clock and he came only at 10:30. What is it? But we try to educate them. We try to tell them the culture is here. It's not that our traffic is bad. But when you go to Singapore, when you get out of the lobby of the hotel, they'll say, okay, you're going for a tour, city tour, but you will be back at the hotel lobby at 8 o'clock, means when the 8 o'clock hits the clock, you're inside the lobby. So that's how they try to figure it out. Must be the population strength is less, they can handle it. Our population is more, we are not able to handle it. But still, India is developing, as we know. India is the destination for every country. No country can afford not to have export or any business relationship with us. So in that situation, they would like to even settle their differences in India itself. And Goa is a culture, as rightly told, where people are making it happen. So I think it's a good initiative taken by for having a Goa International Arbitration and Mediation Council, and I think we should really learn the lessons from other international arbitration mediation councils, because that's again a comparative study, because when you compare only you grow. Otherwise you have to compare to yourselves. It's today I did this thing, tomorrow I'm going to better myself. So in any count, we have to look at why UK's London mediation is happening. Because if you look at, even as Sir was telling in the Admiralty, we had courts like High Court of Madras, High Court of Bombay and High Court of Calcutta. Still they have retaining the name. Even though Chennai and Mumbai and Kolkata has come, we couldn't change our names because that's where presidency courts are and the name has to be retained. So this way, there is a lot of scope that we have got the culture, we got the knowledge, but we are not implementing it. From the beginning itself, we have always looked upon. Only when the West gives a chappa, say that this is good, we try to accept it. When the West told yoga is good, we started doing yoga. So that's the problem. So we don't have to now look into how mediation is done in Western countries and how it has been done anywhere else. Here I want to point it out. In Africa, they did a study. They wanted to find out how Africa can be a hub for a lot of ADRs. What they found was, they found the tradition. My question is that they want to add the tradition into the arbitrator's mind. They told that how the tradition and custom has to be protected. As Sir was telling on, the custom will overrule our written law. So if you have a custom, how to follow it? Ghar mein hona chahiye, jo problem hai, ghar mein settle karna chahiye. So mediation is going to be the hub. And better to mediate rather than arbitrate, because in a question of arbitration, it's again, as rightly told, it's just again a litigation's extension, where retired judges are sitting. It's again, there's a winner, there's a loser. But in the case of mediation, it's a give and take. It's win-win situation where there is no losers. And as It was pointed out when Gandhi told, you don't want the other person to become a bankrupt. We want to live and let live. So I think we are in the right track, and we should really emphasize, understand the culture of other countries, and we can move on, because we are a country where we have been accepting other cultures. So it is not going to be a difficult job for us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for insightful analysis and explanation of a comparative perspective for strengthening India's arbitration landscape. Thank you, sir.
My question is to Mr. Archit Jani. Sir, can you please let us know how recent judgments of Supreme Court has interpreted the Arbitration Act?
Thank you for having me as the panelist, and my heartiest congratulations to Ganpat Dada, Manju Dadi, and the entire team of Ganpat University for beautifully curating and executing this two-day conclave. Coming to the question, the Supreme Court has delivered very landmark judgments in recent past, which has made a significant impact on the arbitration law. I would like to speak about two judgments, Cox and Kings and Gayatri Balaswamy. Most of those of you who are practicing lawyers will be aware about those judgments. But before I come to that, there are other judgments which I'll just briefly touch upon. One is NN Global 2, which provides that if the agreement, if the contract between the party is not stamped or inadequately stamped, then it will not be a ground not to refer parties to the arbitration. The court held that the referring court, which is the Section 11 court, is required to see whether there is an arbitration clause and consent of the parties. So the earlier judgments were overruled, and in NN Global 2, the Supreme Court has held that in the case when there is an arbitration clause containing in the contract, even though not adequately stamped or non-stamped, then also it will not be a ground to hold it as inadmissible, and the parties can be referred to the arbitration. Second one is Vidya Drolia, which speaks about arbitrability. There are certain disputes which are arbitrable and certain are not arbitrable. So the question arose whether the Section 11 court at the referral stage can go into those aspects. So in Vidya Drolia, the Supreme Court has clarified that in the event the issue with respect to arbitrability of the dispute can be looked into by the referral court, that is Section 11 court, and in other cases, the referral court cannot entail into merits of the case. The referral court, which is a Section 11 court, which is either High Court or Supreme Court, in the case of international arbitration, cannot go into the merits and adjudicate the dispute. The third judgment is Hindustan Petroleum, which was delivered in 2019 by authored by Justice Nariman, which has struck down the act, which pertains to Section 36 after passing of the award, when an appeal is preferred, when an application for setting aside the award is preferred under Section 34. The earlier provision existed till 2015 that there will be an automatic stay of the award. That was against the UNCITRAL model of law, and it has put, in a way, bad name to the Indian arbitration regime. So the central government in 2015 came up with an amendment, which was again introduced, which was set aside by the Supreme Court of India on the ground that it is manifestly arbitrary. That was again one of the new new ground for setting aside any enactment. That was Hindustan Petroleum judgment in 2019. Another interesting judgment was GE Power, which was referred to by Rohanji. It was a very unique case where two Indian parties, they chose that their governing law will be not an Indian law, but a foreign law, or their seat of arbitration will be a foreign. So whether any award which is passed by an international tribunal, because it will be an international tribunal. So any award which is passed by an international tribunal can be executed before the courts in India. The Supreme Court held in favor of the parties and said that even if there are two Indian parties who choose their seat outside India, then Part 2 of the Arbitration Act will be applicable, and they will be treated as an foreign award or a foreign award delivered by an international tribunal and can be executed. Two other judgments which I'd like to speak briefly are Cox and King's judgment. It is again a very interesting judgment by a constitution bench. The earlier, there were a lot of ambiguity pursuant to the judgment in 2013 by Cloro Controls, which introduced the concept of group of companies doctrine. So many times we have seen that the parties agreeing or signatories are dragged, or they are sham companies. So even if the arbitration is proceeded, the award is passed, they are sham or bogus companies, and no fruitful. Even if there is an award in favor of the claimant, it is not, it does not yield any result. So the question arose whether the non-signatory to the contract can be referred to arbitration. So in the case of Cox and Kings, the Supreme Court, the 5-judge bench of the Supreme Court, extensively dealt with this issue and came up with the conclusions. I'll just briefly speak about the conclusions. The Supreme Court has held that what is required to be seen is the mutual intent of the parties, and generally only the signatories will be referred, but only in an exceptional case when there is implied or express consent by the parties, then those parties can be referred to the arbitration. What is also required to be seen is whether the parties are forming within the group of companies and whether it is an alter ego. Alter ego is a mirror image. So the doctrine of alter ego and doctrine of group of companies doctrine is required to be tested. And again, it is required to be tested by or inquired by the arbitral tribunal and not by the Section 11 court, which is the referring court. The Supreme Court has said in the Cox and Kings that even in case whether these principles are required to be applied or not would have to be decided by the arbitral tribunal, because once the arbitral tribunal is constituted, then under Section 16, the concept of competence, the tribunal is conferred with the power and to decide on its own jurisdiction. The last judgment I would like to speak about is the case of Gayatri Balaswamy. It is very, very interesting judgment. Also a sad story behind that, factual sad story behind that. In this judgment, the Supreme Court has touched the issue with respect to modification of arbitral award by the commercial court under Section 34 of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act. So once the arbitration award is passed by the arbitral tribunal, the courts would have a very limited jurisdiction. This concept is introduced pursuant to the unilateral model of law with an intention that there should be a minimal judicial intervention so that it pave way to the finality of the decision. In the case of Gayatri Balaswamy, the question arose whether under Section 34, when there is powers inherent to set aside the arbitral award, whether the courts have power to modify the award or not. So that was the legal issue which was confronted by the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court dwelled upon that aspect. But I'll just take you briefly about the case of Gayatri Balaswamy. So Gayatri Balaswamy was an employee in USA. She was hired by an MNC. She was deputed in India at Madras at the package of American standards. So her salary was, in the year 2008, her salary was around 1 crore rupees at that point of time. At Madras, at office, there was a complaint which was lodged by her about sexual harassment to her, against her seniors. Quashing applications were filed. As a counterblast, her seniors, they filed criminal complaint before Delhi court. Both the quashing applications, partly allowed, partly not allowed, went before the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court, there was intense hearing. Under the criminal procedure, there was no arbitration clause in the case of Gayatri Balaswamy. So before Supreme Court, the Supreme Court, even though there was no any arbitration clause in the contract, has suggested the learned advocates who are appearing that why don't you explore the possibility of settlement, and if it doesn't get settled, then opt for mediation or opt for arbitration. So that is how the arbitrator came to be appointed by the Supreme Court. That was again in the year 2011-12. The arbitration process commenced. Then the award was passed by the arbitrator somewhere in the year 2014 or 15, whereby she was awarded an amount of around 4 crore of rupees. That was challenged before the commercial court under 34, which reduced it to 50,000 rupees, which was a drastic reduction. Again, it was challenged before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court dwelled upon this issue. The learned senior advocates who were appearing, they pointed out that some clarification is required, that what are the powers under Section 34 of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act. It was referred to the Constitution bench, and the Supreme Court decided the issue and held that only these courts have power to modify the award under 34 only in the case of clerical or arithmetic errors, or when there is severability, when the award is severable from the underlying contract between the parties, or by the Supreme Court under Article 142 of the Constitution of India, which is the inherent powers of the Supreme Court of India. So after delivering the judgment on this reference, the matter is again pending before the Supreme Court, and the case of Gayatri Balasubramanian on merits is still pending before the Supreme Court. So the dispute of 2008 still pending before the into 2025 before Supreme Court.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable clarity and a very important, insightful explanation. This will definitely help the August gathering and also GIAMC to shape the procedures and ecosystem accordingly. Thank you.
Now moving to Captain Verma, as high growth sectors like AI, tech, space technology and renewable energy continue to evolve, what new category of disputes do you see emerging, particularly those that traditional arbitration framework may not yet be fully equipped to address this?
Thank you so much. Thanks to Ganpat University, and a very special thanks to Professor Jitendra Singh Rawat Sahab, who has been in constant touch with me and has encouraged me to come here. Regarding that question, before that, allow me, because I'm a captain and from shipping, allow me to just throw some light on the time factor, sir. It is exactly 16:30 now, and I have to leave very quickly for my flight also, otherwise I'll miss it. And the same thing happens to me when I'm as a captain on a ship. As a captain on a ship with a 50,000, 60,000, 70,000 per day charter rate, we are so particular about our time that if we miss the pilot, reaching the pilot grounds, for even 5 minutes or 10 minutes also, the whole charter party of $1 million can go. So trust me, we mariners are certainly very big stickler to time. And we make sure that even when the ships come alongside and there is a gangway to be put down so that people can come up, there is a certain time allowed to us. And if during that time we do not come into and put the gangway down, we can have a very big repercussion on the time of charter hire that would be getting and the penalties and demurrages that would start after that. So we mariners are very particular about time, but unfortunately a lot of us mariners are not treading into the maritime law field. And I have been fortunate enough that I was encouraged by some reasons and why I started studying law, and I've been practicing. I'm a very young lawyer, just about 8 years old, and not much. Though with my operational experience, I can tell you, maritime law and maritime issues, normally when any kind of a problem happens and the charter party issues happen, they're not usually on the point of law. And that is one of the reasons which I believe why in people in UK and other places where it is thriving, a lot of people with background of marine are involved in this, because if it is a point of law, you certainly need people who are much experienced in that, but it is more of an operational issue which is being discussed. And when such things are being discussed, it is very difficult for the lawyers to understand all that without having an experience with maritime operations. For me, I'm not a very court person, but I'm a person who helps people solve things. And the one point which we have been talking from the morning, that is ego. Now, what happens with me is, a lot of people know me since I'm around 20 years ashore now. I stopped sailing in 2005 as a captain, and I've been 20 years ashore. So a lot of people know me, and they call me when they have a problem, and they ask me to settle between them. So I don't know what would you call it, mediation? No. Negotiations? Most probably yes. Or it is just about making sure that we go ahead with the business. I don't talk only with the mind of a lawyer, but I talk with the mind of making sure that the business keeps growing between the two parties. And exactly what I do is, I help them to understand where both of them made mistakes, and try to, as our good friend is one here, I met him just now, Mr. Vilas, he's from insurance. He will tell you that when we have a collision of two ships also, even then we do not blame only one ship. Even if one ship is standing at anchor and another one comes and hits it also, even then we don't give 100% blame on that one ship which would have come and hit it. There is certain kind of appropriation which happens into that. And that is exactly how at least I move ahead with most of the cases which I deal, where I make sure that I give them the guidance at how much percentage of mistake was yours, how much was yours, and thereby we somehow try to settle the whole thing and continue the business. So for us to make sure that the ship does not stand for a long period of time is much more important. Or even if a charter party dispute is there, it is settled so that we can use that ship, we can use that cargo and things like that to move ahead. As far as the question which was thrown to me was about the AI, the most important thing is how many of us actually know how a phone works or how this mic is working. How many of us can understand? Most of us are the users of that. We just operate it. So when you talk of AI helping you to get into giving you a judgment or something, we need to be sure that how that fellow arrived to that. Now, as a master, if you talk to me, you will say you have certain amount of experience of sailing, you have seen some incidents, you have seen accidents, and all those have prejudiced your decision of whatever you are saying. Similarly, AI also, if I am not mistaken, is not a brain in itself. It is not a genie which you ask, say, give me an answer, it gives you with its thought. There is some data which has been fed to it. There is some other ways in which it has been programmed that it would give an output which is suitable for an operator. Now to go back to that genesis, that how the data was fed in for it to give a judgment, that I am not sure as a lawyer most of us would be able to understand. Until the time we are not able to understand that how that AI has come up to that solution, it is very difficult to say that AI can be just accepted for the decision that they are going to make. Secondly, some things like operational matters, the weather matters, the fintech matters, the shipping matters, they do not have just one point of contention. There are many points of contentions which are there, which all have to be grouped together to a thought process before you can give a judgment. I'm not sure if AI is still so far developed, but I'm sure in years to come it would be. So at this moment, it would be appropriate to use AI as a tool to immediately understand some things, immediately have a crux of the matter, but then put your own mind, put your own analysis, put your own expertise in order to ensure that you can come to a right judgment. And thanks to Malik Saab for advocating that people like me who have got professional knowledge should be more considered, at least for maritime arbitration. And thanks for that. And I hope that at some point of time it would be appropriate that we can all work together with our expertise of maritime, legal expertise, and other such expertise to come to a good judgment.
I'd like to add on what Captain Rahul has just told. Recently there was a, Calcutta High Court has observed somebody has used AI for drafting, and he has given the instructions that this particular litigant has not come with clean hands. So the AA mistook and gave a drafting text saying that we have not found any Dettol or any disinfectant used by the litigant. And that was really not even looked by the lawyer, and he has filed it in the court. And the judge understood and said, what have you done? Where is the question of Dettol or a disinfectant coming into the picture? So this is the problem of an AI. And as AI is used nowadays, it's used for by the courts just for translating purposes. Because again, we have a system where the common man only is told by the law of the land, the local law. If Gujarati is going to a district court, he's been litigating in Gujarati. But the moment it gets transferred to the High Court, it has to be into English. because the judges are transferred. A judge sitting in Kerala comes to Gujarat, he can't understand Gujarati, so it has to be in English. And when it comes to Supreme Court, of course, everything is to be in English. So this AA is trying to help the lower court judges to understand what the judgment is. So that way, the AA has been really used. So it's like an electricity, I would say. If you know how to handle it, it's good. But if you really misuse it, it can be fatal. It can guide you to a wrong angle. That's what my take is that. Thank you.
Very true, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, the Captain Verma has to, he is in rush to catch up the flight. So, can I take another question, sir, to you?
Please, sir.
Yeah. So, how are emerging issues such as environmental compliance, carbon emission regulation, and complex maritime insurance disputes shaping the evolution of the maritime arbitration? And what shift do you foresee in ways such dispute will be handled going forward?
Sir, these energy issues are still in a very nascent stage, and even most of the countries are not sure how they will be implemented, and there's already a war about it, that what should happen, what should not happen. It is already getting delayed. The IMO is also not ready to decide what to do, what not to do. So till the time the basic codes, basic aspects of energy conservation, energy use of fuels, especially in maritime, use of fuels. There are so many fuels we are talking about. Yesterday we had a conclave on that also, the various kind of fuels being used. But at this moment, we are still not sure which is the right fuel to be used as we go ahead. And till the time we are not sure what we are going to use, how can you make laws for that moment? For example, using a biofuel. Like today, we are talking about ammonia, we are talking of hydrogen, and everything coming to the ships also along with your cars. But the problem is that they are still on a testing stage, although there are enough ships, but they are still not confident that is this the fuel for the future or not. Till the time that cannot be decided, the rules will be very vague and it will be very difficult to understand how to implement them. Not only that, in case of pollution, let's say oil. Today, oil has been used for quite some time. We are very clear and we have very well understood that what are the repercussions of oil if it gets into water, what happens to the marine diversity, and we have seen the extent of damage it has done. And that is from where the CLC limits, the Civil Liability Convention and all that came into being. Unfortunately, maritime often reacts. It's very less proactive. Till the time things don't happen, we don't understand what damage it can do, and we just allow the trade to happen, the business to happen. As we say, if we don't have business, we don't have anything else. So most of the countries, most of the governments want you to do the business with some boundaries, some limitations, but only when a major catastrophe happens, then they start thinking what to do. SOLA, safety of life at sea, when did it come? It came only after Titanic sank. Before that, anybody could make a ship and anybody could have all their rules, and they would harp on how good the rules they have made and how good the ship they have made. Titanic was supposed to be unsinkable, and it sank just with frozen water. And after that, whole bunch of SOLAS rules have come. So that is all what maritime is. We have to do the business, we have to do it in a safe way, and hopefully till the time no catastrophe happens, we don't have very stringent rules. That's it, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for comprehensive, perspective bringing to the panel. So, on behalf of Ganpat University, I would like to thank you, for your.
My question to Ms. Neha, as the sector evolves and the disputes are also now becoming more specific, do you see there is a need of a new sector-specific arbitration institution, or should have a new empanelment of a specialized people who can handle those disputes in the similar arbitration centers?
First of all, I want to thank everybody for turning up after that delicious lunch, fighting against the temptation of having Thank you so much to Ganpat University and the management for this opportunity, taking a chance on a young lawyer and having me be a part of this distinguished panel. I'm like an excited student just imbibing all the knowledge from these esteemed guests over here. Coming to the question, I think I don't see the added advantage of having a sector-specific institution than having a sector-specific panels and sector-specific rules to already existing institution arbitrations. The point being, I think Shri Ganpat ji in the morning session said that we want to have the first and the last word. In order to do that, I think the word should be well reasoned, and to achieve that, we need to have competent arbitrators who are, sort of expertise in the specific sectors. A couple of things I think specific that GIAMC or upcoming institutional arbitrations can sort of imbibe is first including commercial men in the panel of neutrals. I was browsing through the website of GIAMC. There's a section called panel of neutrals, which is very interesting. So having sector-specific panels who also include commercial men would be really advantageous, because talking specifically about maritime, there are a lot of issues which are very specific to maritime. For example, we were a part of an international commercial arbitration involving an allusion. There was a panel of three arbitrators. The presiding was appointed by the Supreme Court by an application by the parties. We had to go through 3 or 4 sessions trying to explain to them basics of maritime and navigation. What is say a draft of a vessel, what is a flare of a vessel, what is a gangway, what is berthing, what is bridge resource management. So all these topics does not come naturally to retired judges or people who are doing arbitrations. To have trained people in the panel of neutrals or panel of arbitrators would be advantageous. Second one being including procedures like emergency arbitrations would be advantageous, which is akin to what is there in Singapore. It is not a part of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act yet as a specific provision, but including that in the rule would be helpful, because the parties would then not choose Section 9 applications before the court and rather go before the tribunal, because then they have confidence that it would be resolved in a timely manner. Then adapting simple procedural mandates, such as having a red phone schedule for disclosure of documents, which is just an alternative to having multiple filings. It is just a document, a column which has multiple columns where parties can put in their objections, response, and the tribunal can then just record their ruling. So it is more efficient, and the parties have just this one document rather than having multiple filings and multiple set of documents. Third one being, I think, adopting and embracing the technology which is coming up. Recently, Honorable Chief Justice of India, Gavai, announced a launch of a new e-filing portal, which is not really there in the arbitration currently, but I think GIAMC can be a pioneer in doing that. I echo the views that were given by Captain Mehra. To sum up, I think the invention of AI or the usage of AI, I really heard an interesting quote earlier, and I think which encapsulates the purpose of it, which says, we are smart enough to invent AI, we are dumb enough to need it, and stupid enough that we can't figure out if we did the right thing. So I think the best solution to this is that we become wise enough to use it efficiently, and by creating facilitations like GIAMC is the first step to doing so, and having these conversations is, I think, really helpful in aiding those sector-specific arbitrations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sneha. Since we are heading towards the conclusion part of this conclave, we'll have a 1 minute of a quick reflection round of question to each panelist. I also request all the panelists to remain very quick. So, sir, my question to Professor Dr. KVS Sharma, sir. Sharma, sir, can you please quickly reflect on how we can effectively harness the pros of the arbitration? Yes.
Sit across the table and discuss pros and cons, merits, demerits. In case both parties come to one understanding, reduce that into writing, put it on a stamp paper according to the law, then signed by both parties, witnesses, two witnesses signed, that settlement deed is as good as Supreme Court judgment. No question, no one can challenge that. That should be implemented as it is. So first step is negotiation. In case negotiation fails, then mediation or conciliation. This conciliation is regulated by Arbitration Conciliation Act, but now Mediation Act is passed. In Asian countries, we used to call it as what you call conciliation. Western countries, they call it as mediation, but both are same. In the main advantage of mediation or litigation, arbitration and mediation, in mediation, the mediator has the power to discuss with the parties in private, in confidence. He can call one party, why you are unnecessarily quarreling with that, why don't you come to another? Like that, after taking his inputs, he can call the other party. He can discuss. And with the permission of the first party, if he gives permission, he can share that with the other party. The same thing with the permission of this party, then whatever differences they have, that can be. So this arbitrator or judge cannot do as a general rule. They can, but certain limitations are there. So this is one advantage of mediation. Once both parties come to one understanding, reduce that into writing, settlement deed, under Section 30 of Arbitration Act, old one, but now Mediation Act is there, 2023, then signed by both the parties and witnesses, it is as good as. The importance of mediation, if you see, just as the way I was discussing with guests also when I was taking lunch, he belongs to Gujarat. He worked as a Chief Justice of erstwhile state of Andhra Pradesh, then Supreme Court judge. When he came to Nalsar, he gave in his lecture.
We have to be quick, sir.
Okay. Then, three examples I want to give. Best example is ICICI, Reliance Brothers. Kamath did mediation. That is Mr. Kamath, ICICI chairman. That is one. And how he divided within no time. Other, if they go to court, how much time they have to. So in case of arbitration, they can also act as mediators. But in case mediation is successful under Section 30 of that particular Arbitration Act, they can give the award. Suppose mediation fails. There is an expert says that arbitrators should not continue as arbiter, they should step down. So this is one. So always mediation or arbitration, in mediation may fail, arbitration will never fail. Arbitrator can act as like court and give the award. So always incorporate clause in the contract. We will adopt mediation. In case mediation fails, arbitration. Then court jurisdiction will be ousted.
So, sir, we take three things from you as a pros: negotiation, then mediation, and the conciliations. That's the takeaway from this response. Yeah.
So my question to Mr. Amit Maharia, sir, the recent arbitration guideline issued in June 2024, do you believe these measures will significantly improve the efficiency of resolving disputes? I think that's the first question. I'll limit it to very rapid answer that as a council, Sharma sir should look into it. One is that hearing should happen whole day, not after 4 p.m. or 6 p.m. That will help a lot to create an image for the institute. And number two, how do you control how many arbitration the arbitrator conducts at a relevant point of time? Like in Malaysia, Singapore is 3. And they maintain it because it's institutional. Ad hoc is not there. But in our country, we have the ad hoc, and I know few arbitrators are holding about 150 simultaneous arbitration hearings at the same time, and you get a date today, next date is after 7 months. So these are the two inputs to the council, and I think, thank you, sir. Thank you.
So it was really quick. My question to Professor Malik Saab, in your view, are Indian arbitration institutions and practitioners sufficiently prepared to adopt and implement the global green arbitration protocol? Please reflect in a minute, sir. Thank you.
Hello. See, if we answer in yes or no, so I will say no. It is not universally equipped with regarding the global initiative regarding the green arbitration. No doubt there is some awareness about the use of technology. Like recently we had the online dispute resolution, but I think I should give that credit to COVID-19 only. That is called necessity, the mother of invention. That was adopted by virtue of compulsion, but by virtue, not by virtue of wisdom. See, you talk about any law. Whenever any law has to come into existence, either it should be the result of deliberation or of the revolution. If we are wise enough, we can deliberate well in advance, we can foresee certain problems, and we can have the legislation. Otherwise, law has to come into existence by virtue of revolution. In order to suppress this revolution, the law is enacted. This is the bitter truth. So there is a awareness among us regarding the green arbitration. But if we say that whether we are fully equipped regarding the international standards, whether we are following it, answer is no. We have National Green Tribunal taking very initiatives in this regard. Even in this field, I should give credit to judiciary also. The second phase of public interest litigation was specifically regarding the protection of the environment in general, but natural, now we are inclined toward the paperless work or virtual conferences, but there is a need that we must have a complete legal framework. Legal dominance has to be there, and that also should be of the permanent in nature. No doubt. One way we say that awareness is one of the major aspects. If we compare with the law, just 30 seconds. But in a civilized society, it is the law which has to prevail. And there are many legislations which have got the counter opinion. Means earlier, public opinion was not there. But after enactment, public opinion was built up. Many customs you see in our society. Early we were not ready to leave that one. But when the law came, we accepted the law. So in this regard, I am of the opinion that we have to frame a legal framework, and that also permanent nature, not in such a way that we take the step that this vehicle which is 10 years old, 15 years old, that should not enter into national committal, but that is not only a permanent solution, this is a temporary solution only. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Since looking at all the panelists, the departure schedule, we, with the permission of the panels, we conclude our panel discussion here. We request all the dignitaries to join for the photograph. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being part of this conclave. We are grateful to all the panelists, delegates, and esteemed participation for being present here. Thank you so much. We are equally thankful to Srinathji Furniture, HP Rajaguru Engineers and Developers, Mary Apps Marine Solutions, ARI Simulation, MCO Legals Meheria and Company Solicitors and Advocates, Goa Marine Officers Association, the Institute of Marine Engineers, India, Gujarat Maritime Board, Gujarat Maritime Cluster, CMMI, the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology. Thank you so much.
I want to say something. Dada, Dadi, Dr. Sharma sir, I want to say something. Please give me 2-3 minutes. I wanted at least 2-3 minutes, therefore I was hurrying up. Our sincere thanks from the bottom of our heart. You have made our 2 days stay a memorable one. We have enriched ourselves in terms of knowledge, in terms of experience, and it was a wonderful experience. All participants who have come, they are not taking bags, but they are taking the bags of the knowledge and information. So it is truly rewarding things. Dada, my respectful pranam to you. Dadi, my respectful pranam to you. It is a memorable event for all of us. And I take this opportunity to thank everyone, the team of Sharma Sahib, everyone. Atma Prakash ji, Sri Prakash ji, you are really a shining star. Thank you, congratulations. My sincere thanks to everyone. God bless us. Thank you.